Inside a certain classroom, a teacher's stern lecture echoes through the room. Look at me, everyone, look at me. If you don't look at me, how will you ever know what a monster looks like? Right at that moment, Meng Chao bolted upright from his daze, staring blankly at his surroundings. I'm not dead? The college entrance exam? I'm actually alive, and I've traveled back in time to my high school days before the big exam? Wait, so does that mean I still have to take the college entrance exam? Man, I'd rather just die. Even though he had just come back to life, Meng Chao clearly had his priorities all wrong. As he stood there dazed, stressing over the exam, the teacher glared at him with pure, murderous intent and roared, "Meng Chao, if you want to sleep in class, fine, but don't you dare disrupt your classmates." Seeing his teacher, Meng Chao's jaw dropped in absolute shock. "Mr. Yan, aren't you supposed to be dead?" "No, wait, he is still alive." The entire classroom instantly fell dead silent, and his classmates froze in complete disbelief. Only Meng Chao's best friend let out a quiet, heavy sigh. "You really are the ultimate madman of Class 6. Don't worry, buddy. I'll make sure to throw you a grand funeral." By now, Mr. Yan was absolutely fuming, trying his best to keep his hands to himself. "Meng Chao, care to explain yourself?" Feeling the overwhelming murderous intent radiating from his teacher, Meng Chao snapped out of it, immediately standing at attention and bowing 90 degrees. "Mr. Yan, I just had a terrible nightmare. I dreamed that hordes of bizarre monsters swarmed and attacked Dragon City, and our century-old home was destroyed in the blink of an eye. I was so panicked that I jolted awake, and, well, Mr. Yan, in my dream, you were actually a highly respected martyr. I swear, it's the absolute truth." Hearing this ridiculous excuse, Mr. Yan's eyes flared with rage, and he unconsciously crushed the monster skull in his hand until it cracked. He growled, "So, in your dream, Dragon City fell, and I died too?" Meng Chao thought about it carefully before replying, "Well, actually, you died without any pain at all, sir. It was very peaceful." In his head, the gruesome image of Mr. Yan's death was still vividly clear. He was torn to shreds in a split second, so it probably didn't hurt much, right? Hearing this answer, Mr. Yan gritted his teeth, completely crushing the monster skull to pieces. Dragon City destroyed? Ridiculous. Go stand against the wall right now. Head up, chest out, and stick your butt out. Still holding his bow, Meng Chao only looked up and asked, "Mr. Yan, how am I supposed to stick my butt out if I'm standing flat against the wall?" The moment he saw his teacher glare at him, Meng Chao quickly shut his mouth. He knew damn well that if he uttered another word, his punishment would be a whole lot worse. Then, Mr. Yan paced toward him and demanded in a booming voice, "Meng Chao, speak up and tell me. 50 years ago, when Dragon City transmigrated to this alien world, plagues ran rampant and zombies overran the streets. Did Dragon City fall back then? After the zombie plague, toxic fog covered the land and monstrous beasts attacked, wiping out 1/3 of our population. Countless brave martyrs fought to their last breath, carving out a path to survival from the very jaws of those beasts. Tell me, did they ever surrender? Did Dragon City perish?" Mr. Yan roared right in Meng Chao's face. Instantly, Meng Chao stood at attention and shouted back, "Sir, no, we never surrendered. Dragon City has not fallen." Mr. Yan then turned his gaze to the rest of the class, raising his voice to fire them up. "Listen to me carefully, all of you. Once the fog clears, our arsenal will sweep through this world like a devastating storm. We will make the glorious civilization of Earth illuminate the skies of this entire alien world. How could a dragon city like this ever be destroyed by a bunch of pathetic alien creatures? In this world, we Earthlings are the absolute fiercest creatures alive." Hearing this, a passionate fire instantly ignited within the students. That's right, we Earthlings are the fiercest, and sooner or later, we'll conquer this entire alien world. One of the students stood up and proudly declared, "Mr. Yan is absolutely right. We must cultivate as hard as we can, become the strongest, and dedicate our power to Dragon City. How could anyone be so terrified of the enemy and spend all day worrying about our downfall? I'm sure that, aside from a few pathetic cowards, the rest of us are all on the same page here. Victory to Dragon City! Victory to Earth!" The entire class cheered in agreement, chanting the slogans over and over. On top of that, a few students even mocked Meng Chao, whispering, "How did Meng Chao end up so pathetic anyway? He always sleeps in class and ranks dead last." Well, you can't really blame him. His cultivation went wrong and he got severely injured. If that happened to you, wouldn't you end up the same way? Hearing this, Meng Chao frowned in annoyance. What the hell? Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Do we even have beef? Wait, actually, we do. In my past life, I missed the college entrance exam because this guy beat me to a pulp and severely injured me. Plus, I'm pretty sure this traitor even turned his back on Dragon City and sided with the alien races when they invaded us. The moment he remembered this, Meng Chao couldn't hold back anymore. Without a shred of hesitation, he walked straight up to the class monitor. Seeing him approach, the class monitor was a bit taken aback. This guy's eyes looked completely different, unlike his usual clueless self. But to everyone's surprise, instead of getting angry, Meng Chao clasped his hands and bowed. Class monitor, that was incredibly well said. You've completely opened my eyes. I'm so deeply moved. Thank you, Mr. Yan and class monitor, for pointing out my mistakes. From this day on, I promise to stand firm, train as hard as I can for the rise of Dragon City in this alien world, and give it everything I've got. Giving it everything he had. Seeing how sincere Meng Chao was, Mr. Yan finally lowered the sword in his hand. At least you have some self-awareness. You need to learn more from Zuo Haoran. Now go. Get to the back of the room and hold the hibernating dragon stance until the end of class. Seeing Meng Chao agree without hesitation, Chu Feixiong broke into a cold sweat. That kid Meng Chao has been slacking off on his 9 great stances lately. This 10th stance, if he tries to hold it for half the period, he is going to end up in the infirmary. Meanwhile, Meng Chao walked to the back of the class, scratching his head in confusion. The hibernating dragon stance. It seemed so simple. It has been a long time since I got out of that nightmare though. How do I actually do it again? Seeing him struggle, his classmates started mocking him. Stop trying to act tough, just beg the teacher for mercy. Who is he trying to fool with that simple act? You will be crying your way home soon, loser. And here I thought Mr. Yan was being brutal. Honestly, he got off easy. Zuo Haoran kept up his gentlemanly facade, but he was laughing on the inside. A rotten apple spoils the bunch. He brought this on himself. Right then, Meng Chao twisted his body and instantly executed a series of smooth movements, sliding into a perfect stance. Watching this flawless professional execution, Mr. Yan was stunned. As for the haters who were just mocking him, they got smacked right in the face. Holy crap, is Meng Chao's hibernating dragon stance really that strong? He is actually better than the class monitor. No way, this has to be an illusion, a total illusion. He must be pushing his limits. There is no way he can hold that for even a minute. Little did they know, to Meng Chao, this was absolute child's play. But Meng Chao decided to keep a low profile, shouting out to the teacher in a pleading voice. Mr. Yan, I am so sorry. I haven't been practicing hard enough, so my form is terrible. I promise to work harder and correct my mistakes. Please forgive me. With no reason to penalize him further, Mr. Yan could only turn around and resume his lecture. At this point, Zuo Haoran was absolutely fuming, though he tried his best to look calm. Meng Chao, since you want to ruin my mood, I will make sure you regret this. As the top student in the class, losing to the guy at the very bottom was a bitter pill he just couldn't swallow. Right at that moment, a notification window suddenly popped up in front of Meng Chao. Kindling synchronization complete. Host identity confirmed as the kindling bearer. Looking at this, Meng Chao suddenly recalled the terrifying scene right before his death. Wasn't this flame the exact same fire from his nightmare when Dragon City was destroyed? The one that erupted from the city center and merged into his body? While Meng Chao was still in a daze, more notifications flashed in succession. Congratulations, you have become the kindling bearer of civilization. May the hosts do their best to spread the fire of civilization. Initial bonus, 10,000 contribution points. Scanning. Host's body has chronic internal injuries and lacks mastery of any basic skills. Would you like to automatically allocate your initial contribution points to upgrade your body to its peak state? Even though he had no clue what was going on, Meng Chao boldly agreed. Instantly, he felt a dramatic shift in his body. The internal injuries from last year's training mistake, which had baffled even the best doctors, were actually healing on their own. I can feel my shattered meridians slowly reconnecting. Oh, this feels so good, don't stop. And it didn't stop there. The kindling system consumed 3,500 contribution points to upgrade his basic Reckless Bull Force, all the way to expert level. Memories of the Reckless Bull Force from his past life flooded into Meng Chao's mind. Just as he was basking in this incredibly euphoric feeling, everything suddenly stopped, leaving Meng Chao completely dumbfounded. Why did it stop? Keep going, kindling. Keep upgrading, don't stop. I have a whole mountain of contribution points. But that was just wishful thinking. A system notification immediately slapped him in the face. Remaining contribution points, 3. Points insufficient. Unable to continue upgrading. Please accumulate more points. 10,000 points? Gone just like that? Meng Chao's whole body trembled as he began to beg. Come on, just upgrade my reckless bull force to master level first. I'll write you a promissory note. But of course, the kindling system wasn't having any of it. Access denied. The flame of civilization must grow. The stronger the civilization, the stronger the kindling bearer. Increase your civilization's strength and make contributions to unlock more power and missions. Even after reading that, Meng Chao still had no idea how to earn contribution points. He stood there, lost in thought, pondering this puzzle until the final bell rang. The moment class was dismissed, his classmates stared at him, their jaws dropping in utter disbelief. Holy crap, he actually held it the entire time. If your form is perfect, it does wonders for your vitality and focus. It looks like the genius Meng Chao is finally making a comeback. But in reality, Meng Chao was right on the verge of collapsing. He was starving, so hungry his stomach was practically eating itself. Could it be that the energy used by the kindling system to heal his body and awaken skills has to be replenished by himself? His vision went blurry from hunger, and he felt like he was about to pass out. Suddenly, Chu Feixiong, Meng Chao's best friend, lunged forward and yelled, "Meng Chao, how dare you hide the fact that you've mastered the hibernating dragon stance to such an insane level?" With just one look, Meng Chao instantly recognized his best friend. Seizing the opportunity, he leaned in and whispered, "Quick, fat bear. I forgot my wallet today. Buy me a meal, and I promise to treat you to 2 meals tomorrow and the day after." Hearing this, Chu Feixiong immediately sensed something fishy. He quickly pushed Meng Chao's hand away and asked, "Are you for real? Since when did you become so generous? And we'll get points." Meng Chao pointed at himself and said confidently, "Look, we're literally brothers from different parents. Why would I ever lie to you?" Chu Feixiong was suspicious at first, but he quickly grinned and locked his arm around Meng Chao's neck. "True. Besides, the whole class heard you. There's no way you dare to back out now." And just like that, Meng Chao's plan succeeded. As soon as they reached the convenience store, he immediately dove into the food, stuffing his face to fill his starving stomach. Watching this, Chu Feixiong was practically in tears from heartbreak. He couldn't take it anymore and stepped in. "Meng Chao, are you even human? You're a total beast. You just ate 2 weeks worth of my allowance in one sitting. Do you know that? I'm going to kill you." But instinctively, Meng Chao just waved his hand and sent Chu Feixiong flying. It looked like the skills he got from the spark system were the real deal. Knowing he had been tricked but unable to win a fight, Chu Feixiong could only sulk and run back to class. After finishing his meal, Meng Chao leisurely strolled back to the classroom. On his way back, he gave a helping hand to a cleaning lady nearby. Right then, the spark system popped up once again. Helping others, promoting justice for Dragon City, contribution points plus 0.001. Meng Chao was a bit surprised by this way of earning contribution points. He didn't expect it to be this simple. Back at school, Meng Chao froze, staring blankly at a group of female students playing around together. Seeing this, Chu Feixiong tapped him on the head and warned him, "Are you trying to get killed? Why are you staring at them like a total pervert?" With a thoughtful gaze, Meng Chao stared ahead and said, "Fat bear, you just don't get it. I finally realized that this peaceful daily life is truly worth fighting to protect." Chu Feixiong completely misunderstood him, blushing as he looked in the same direction. "I seriously can't with you. You always act so shameless yet so incredibly calm about it. Stop staring. Did you really dream about killing old Demon Yan and destroying Dragon City earlier? What about me? Did I get to be a great general in your dream?" Hearing that, Meng Chao shouted back angrily, "When did I say I destroyed it? I just saw some shattered fragments. As for you," looking at Chu Feixiong's innocent eyes, Meng Chao couldn't bring himself to say any more. How could he tell Fat Bear that in the end, he would only be a low-level soldier on the front lines? Or that, as the monsters evolved, even more ferocious beasts would appear? Or that we're already doomed to destruction before we can even clear the tutorial stage? Along with my dad and mom, Meng Chao clenched his fists, not knowing what to say. Finally, he looked straight at his best friend. "Fat Bear, remember? I used to dream of passing the college entrance exam and becoming a superhuman, while you wanted to join the military and become a general. We're definitely going to make our dreams come true. Let's push our limits together during these last 50 days. But in reality, it would be Meng Chao carrying him. After all, Fat Bear had met a tragic end in his past life. And just like that, the two resolved to move forward together. Right after break was the literature class that the entire class had been looking forward to. While the class sat quietly waiting for Mr. Huang, Zuo Haoran suddenly made an announcement. Mr. Huang is sick. Everyone line up and follow me to the self-study room to review. Hearing this, everyone was deeply disappointed. What is this? That same old excuse again? Give us back, Mr. Huang. Give us back our literature teacher. I heard back on our home planet Earth, kids our age had over 20 literature classes a week. What a blissful time that must have been. On the way there, Zuo Haoran saw Meng Chao walking at the back of the line and purposely stopped. He shouted loudly, "Hurry up! Pick up the pace, will you?" Seeing this, Chu Feixiong was furious and whispered to Meng Chao, "I absolutely despise how fake that guy is. Do you know why that guy gave up the elite class, just to be the class monitor in our ordinary class?" As a natural gossip lover, Meng Chao's ears practically perked up. Chu Feixiong continued, "Isn't it just for the cultivation resources the school hands out to the class monitor? His family owns a big company, yet he's stealing resources from poor students like us. What a total jerk." Meng Chao looked straight at Zuo Haoran with a look of pure disgust. Exactly. If Zuo Haoran hadn't used his connections to stay in our ordinary class, the class monitor position would definitely belong to you, Fat Bear. With those resources, you could have. Right then, Zuo Haoran looked back and yelled at them, "What's all the noise back there? Stop wasting everyone's time." Chu Feixiong couldn't hold back anymore. Burning with rage, he stepped forward, saying, "I need to teach this punk a lesson." Fortunately, Meng Chao held him back. Otherwise, things would have gotten ugly. "Let's just focus on reviewing first. We have plenty of time." Even though he said that, Meng Chao gave Zuo Haoran a meaningful look. Of course, he would never let a traitor like him off the hook. After arriving at the training center, Zuo Haoran told the class to choose their own training programs. The place was packed with training equipment, looking just like a premium pro gym. Wasting no time, Meng Chao was determined to train hard for the college entrance exam, but after just one punch, his body went weak as a noodle. It was no use, he was still way too hungry. Because of his recovery from his internal injuries, all of his body's energy had been completely drained by the spark. The kindling helped me heal my body, but it can't provide any physical energy. Right now, I'm like a tank running on empty, and I need a massive amount of cultivation resources to fill my tank. Seeing Meng Chao in such a pathetic state, some of his female classmates looked at him with pity. What a shame. Meng Chao originally had a real shot at becoming superhuman, but Zuo Haoran was doing everything he could to make life difficult for him. "Meng Chao, if you're not training, step aside," and pulling Meng Chao away, Chu Feixiong tried to comfort him, saying, "Man, you've been weak for way too long. Just take your time recovering." Meng Chao looked like a walking skeleton right now, completely emaciated, so he could only sit on the sidelines, watching Chu Feixiong practice the reckless bull force. But watching his friend throw punches, Meng Chao's face was filled with pure disapproval. Noticing this, Chu Feixiong asked, "Meng Chao, are you seriously turning your nose up at my training?" Meng Chao simply told him he shouldn't waste his energy like that. But Chu Feixiong totally took it the wrong way, saying, "I'm your brother, man. Are you seriously trying to flex on me?" Meng Chao quickly explained, "No, don't get me wrong. I wasn't talking about you. I meant that your current method of exerting force is..." Before he could finish, Chu Feixiong blew his top. "Is complete garbage? Seriously, bro, you're being incredibly shameless this afternoon." Left with no choice, Meng Chao decided to drag him to the restroom. Before doing anything, he carefully checked to make sure no one was around, then locked the door. "Hurry up, take off your clothes so I can study your muscles." Okay, this was getting seriously weird. Terrified, Chu Feixiong pressed his back against the wall, not daring to move. "Meng Chao, what the hell are you trying to do? If I fight back, don't blame me." That's when Meng Chao asked, "When you circulated the reckless bull force to your ribs just now, did you feel your strength spilling outward? And when you stomped your foot, did you feel a sharp, needle-like pain shooting up from your sole to your knee?" Having all his symptoms accurately pointed out, Chu Feixiong stared at him with his mouth wide open in shock. How did he know? He had definitely never told anyone about this before. Meng Chao explained, "You haven't mastered the core essence of the reckless bull force at all. Half of your energy is running wild inside your body. If you keep training like this, getting osteoporosis will be the least of your worries." Hearing that, Chu Feixiong threw himself at Meng Chao's legs, crying and begging, "Meng Chao, you have to save me." Right after that, Meng Chao's eyes lit up with the symbol of the reckless bull technique. It was time to put the knowledge he gained from the kindling to good use. "Come on, throw a punch and let me see." After a series of adjustments, Chu Feixiong was absolutely thrilled. Meng Chao. Those adjustments just now boosted my arm strength by at least 3%. Right then, a notification popped up from the kindling. Guided ordinary citizen Chu Feixiong in basic reckless bull technique. Learning progress is 10%. As ordinary citizens grow stronger, Dragon City's overall combat capability increases. Congratulations, host. As civilization grows stronger, your contribution points increase by 10. Meng Chao's eyes widened in shock. So, if he taught the martial arts he got from the kindling to the citizens of Dragon City, it would count as a contribution? If he could teach future martial arts to everyone in the city, making them 100 times stronger than they were in his nightmares, they would easily crush the monsters of the other world. Was this the true meaning behind the stronger civilization is, the stronger I become? Since this was his first contribution, the kindling offered Meng Chao one of 3 rewards. Option A was upgrading the Reckless Bull technique from expert to master level, worth 756 contribution points. Option B was awakening basic gunmanship, worth 3,100 contribution points. Option C was awakening the Ripple Force, worth 1,500 contribution points. Reckless Bull technique and Ripple Force, one hard and one soft. One was an upgrade, the other an awakening. For a moment, Meng Chao was torn. After thinking it over, he went with basic gunmanship, letting out a sneaky grin. Since it's free anyway, of course I'm going with the most expensive one. It's a total no-brainer. Then, he looked at Chu Feixiong while licking his lips mischievously. Don't worry, fat bear. I'll definitely get you into the military. That smile sent shivers down Chu Feixiong's spine, making him break into a cold sweat. Afterward, the two returned to the training center to test the results. Before the test, Chu Feixiong whispered, Meng Chao, where on earth did you learn that bizarre technique? Meng Chao told him they'd talk about it later. Right now, they needed to test the limits of his punch first. Chu Feixiong smirked confidently, tensing up his entire body as he prepared to throw a heavy punch. Just then, Zuo Haoran barked, Stop right there. Who gave you permission to touch the punching machine? You sneaked out with Meng Chao, the second class started, and now you come back 20 minutes later whispering to each other and wanting to use the machine? Did anyone approve this? Having been targeted over and over, Chu Feixiong couldn't hold back and snapped. Our dear class monitor, do you actually think you're the teacher here? I just had a breakthrough in my reckless bull force. Even the teacher wouldn't stop me. Why are you poking your nose into everything? Zuo Haoran smirked confidently. I saw how you exerted force. Your posture was completely off and crooked, nowhere near the standard of the reckless bull force. There's no way you can throw a proper punch, let alone have a breakthrough. If you really want to test your punching power, step aside and actually learn what the reckless bull force is first. Infuriated by the disrespect, Chu Feixiong stepped forward to teach the class monitor a lesson, but Meng Chao stepped in to stop him. If that's the case, so, why don't you show us the textbook standard of the savage bull force, class monitor? That way, we can all learn a thing or two from you. Provoked by the challenge, Zuo Haoran took off his watch and walked straight toward the punching machine. Watch closely and see what the real savage bull force looks like. With a single punch, the machine shook violently, registering a striking force of 225 kilograms. Seeing this, the female students started cheering. Last time, the class monitor had to try so hard just to set the class record, but this time, he did it with a casual swing of his arm. Our class monitor is leveling up so fast, getting into a prestigious university is a done deal for him. Besides, even though he is smaller than that fatty, his arm strength is several times stronger. Feeling smug, Zuo Haoran turned around and looked down at them. Did you two get a good look at that? The classmate standing nearby also tried to hold him back, saying, Chu Feixiong, why don't you test it with everyone else later? Meng Chao, you should stop him too. But instead of stopping him, Meng Chao cheered his friend on. Go get him, fatty. I'm leaving this to you. Chu Feixiong gritted his teeth, determined to use the punching machine. But Zuo Haoran still stood in his way. Back off. Test it with the others before class ends. Everyone assumed Chu Feixiong would lose this confrontation, but the moment he exerted his strength, Zuo Haoran was shoved flat onto the ground, with no one left to block him. Recalling Meng Chao's instructions, Chu Feixiong gathered his energy and unleashed a massive punch. The overwhelming aura left Zuo Haoran, who was sitting nearby, completely speechless with shock. With just a single punch, the machine was pushed back a significant distance, registering an astonishing 785 kilograms, shattering the class record. Staring at the result, Chu Feixiong looked down at his own fist in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had just accomplished. Right then, Meng Chao pointed at him and shouted, "Fatty, you sneaky bastard. I can't believe you secretly trained the Super Savage Bull Force to such an insane level. You completely crushed the class monitor." Hearing about the Super Savage Bull Force, everyone became intensely curious about what this technique was to possess such devastating power. Seeing his plan work exactly as intended, Meng Chao kept up the act. You can't find a master to teach you the Super Savage Bull Force even if you have all the money in the world. Boosting your strength by over a dozen points is as good as getting an extra dozen points on the college entrance exam. Big brother Xiong, please teach me the Super Savage Bull Force. Seeing Meng Chao fake cry and beg like this, Chu Feixiang's eyes widened in utter bewilderment. Wait, didn't you just teach me this yourself? But Meng Chao didn't break character. All right, I know the days leading up to the exam are crucial for you. How about this? I'll pay for tuition using cultivation resources so you won't lose out. Hearing this, Chu Feixiang finally caught on. Damn, Meng Chao is trying to make some serious cash here, isn't he? Guess I better play along to help him out. Convinced by Meng Chao's performance, the entire class started to buy into the story, following his lead and begging Chu Feixiang to save their grades. Sensing the perfect opportunity, Meng Chao pitched an idea. Look, if you're going to herd one sheep, you might as well herd a whole flock. Why don't we set up a study group for the Super Savage Bull Force? Everyone can pay you with their cultivation resources. Plus, it's a great way for you to show off your true strength. Instantly, the crowd swarmed forward, everyone desperate to join the group to secure those precious extra points for the college entrance exam. Suddenly, the kindling interface flashed once more. Your suggestion has received everyone's agreement, significantly boosting their enthusiasm for learning. This will lead to better overall results, allowing them to contribute more to civilization in the near future. Contribution points plus 11. Not stopping there, Meng Chao flashed a sly smile and spoke up again. Chu Feixiang is just way too humble, a selfless and powerful guy like him. I wonder why the teacher didn't choose him to be our class monitor in the first place. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Zuo Haoren, who was still sitting awkwardly on the floor. As Zuo Haoren glared back with pure resentment, Meng Chao suddenly extended a hand to him, saying, "Hey class monitor, I was just talking nonsense, please don't take it to heart." Zuo Haoren pulled his hand back, stood up on his own, and forced a friendly smile. Of course not, as the class monitor, my only goal is to support everyone. But deep down, he was absolutely burning with rage. The college entrance exam is just around the corner, and I will make absolutely sure you never get into a university for the rest of your life. Later that evening after school, Meng Chao and Chu Feixiang sat down to divide the cultivation resources they had collected from their classmates. Meng Chao, you should take all of this. You've missed out on a whole year, so you need it way more than I do. But no matter what, Meng Chao insisted on a 70-30 split. With no other choice, Chu Feixiang accepted his friend's generosity, and couldn't help but ask about this mysterious technique. Naturally, Meng Chao couldn't tell him the truth, so he quickly made up an excuse, saying he had found it on the Omnipotent Science Forum. But don't worry, I've thoroughly researched this Super Savage Bull Force, so there won't be any issues. If you're still worried about something going wrong, you can just tell everyone that it's still a trial version. Either they accept the risks or they don't participate. We're just offering a little help. It's not like it's mandatory. Hearing this, Chu Feixiang knew exactly what to do, said his goodbyes, and took off, leaving Meng Chao standing all by himself, staring blankly at the scenery before him. Dragon City. I used to hate the dense fog because it felt like a cage sealing this entire city. The buildings in Dragon City are packed way too closely together, the streets are too narrow, and the pressure of cultivation is just too overwhelming. Just like any other teenager, I used to sneakily read books and watch movies about Earth. Back there, students only had 2 gym classes a week, but dozens of literature and math classes, and adults only had to work 8 hours a day to earn plenty of money, buy huge houses, and live in absolute luxury. But Earth, it's a home we can never go back to. With tomorrow's nightmare looming, the city right in front of him is his only home now, and he has to protect it at all costs. Before he knew it, tears were streaming down Meng Chao's face. He swore right then and there that he would never let the apocalypse from his nightmare become a reality. Checking the spark, he saw his contribution points climbing rapidly. It seemed the reckless bull technique was working wonders for the ordinary citizens. The overall combat power of Dragon City was rising fast. Right at that moment, a loud announcement echoed across the sky. Attention all citizens. This is an urgent update from the Municipal Meteorological Bureau. Heavy fog will roll in tonight, and monsters are expected to breach the city limits. The monster activity will be highly concentrated, with the primary target predicted to be the refinery in North City. The Survival Committee has ordered the Dragonsteel Group to immediately enter Level 1 combat readiness, while all other sectors prepare for Level 3 combat. Every citizen must stay alert, prepare for battle, and always remember who we are. We are the expeditionary force of Earth. We are one with our home world. Dragon City will prevail. Hearing this broadcast, Meng Chao's eyes widened in sheer shock. He immediately rushed home. Being from a poor family, he had to squeeze onto a cramped, crowded bus, a far cry from the wealthy Zuo Haoran, who rode in luxury cars. A short while later, the bus reached his stop. Meng Chao looked up at the familiar scenery and smiled with pure relief. He was finally home. As he walked through the rundown, bustling market, warm memories came flooding back. The noisy, lively sounds made everything feel so real, grounding him in the simple warmth of everyday life. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, "Big bro, hurry up and help me out. I'm absolutely exhausted here." Seeing his little sister, Xiao Cao, Meng Chao smiled warmly, but suddenly, an intense pain shot through his head. Flashes of the future flooded his mind, depicting a terrifying figure who brought endless darkness wherever she walked, the Black Darkness Witch. The memory of being stomped under his sister's feet was burned deep into his mind. It took Xiao Cao calling out to him over and over to finally snap him out of it. Cold sweat poured down Meng Chao's face as he recalled the vision. He turned to his sister and asked anxiously, "Xiao Cao, tell me the truth. If you ever got insanely powerful, would you stomp me under your feet?" Xiao Cao gave him a sweet smile and replied, "Oh my gosh, my dearest, most beloved big brother, what on earth is going on inside that head of yours? How could I ever be so cruel to you?" But behind her sweet and innocent facade, she was laughing like a maniac on the inside. "Haha, you guessed it. If I ever get superpower, the very first thing I'm doing is stomping you into the dirt. Take that, you annoying big brother. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Ha ha ha." But despite her playful banter, Meng Chao was still deeply worried. Something's not right. There has to be a reason why Xiao Cao becomes the Black Darkness Witch in my nightmare. But what could trigger it? Just to be safe, he probed further. "Let me ask you this. Do you secretly hate me or have any grudges against me?" Just like before, while she swore up and down that she was completely happy with him, her inner thoughts were screaming with complaints. Sensing her inner mischief, Meng Chao didn't hesitate to tease and mess with her like he always did. "That's for stomping on me as the Black Darkness Witch in my nightmare. I'd better tease her while I still have the upper hand. Since I was given a second chance, I'll never let her walk down that dark path and become a terrifying witch that everyone fears. I'll make sure you get to be the happiest, most beloved little princess in the entire world." Squabbling and laughing, the siblings made their way inside. The second they crossed the threshold, Xiao Cao ran to their mother to tattle on him. Seeing his mother hobbling out on crutches, holding a fresh plate of his favorite spring rolls, tears welled up in Meng Chao's eyes. After witnessing the horrors of the apocalypse, being reunited with his loving family brought him unspeakable joy. Just then, his father opened the door and walked in. "Look at you, being so disrespectful. I could hear you complaining about your brother all the way from the street. Now, go turn on the TV and let's check the battle live stream." Xiao Cao quickly turned on the TV just as she was told. The news anchor reported, "At 8:50 p.m. tonight, our military assault team will finalize the defensive perimeter in the Northern District. This steel cancer is the most advanced, state-of-the-art war machine developed by Dragon City. The beasts of the other world will soon be crushed under Dragon City's unstoppable iron tide." The broadcast then cut to a professor explaining the monster's weak points. Having heard this lecture 1,000 times in school, a bored Xiao Cao quickly flipped the channel. The moment Master Luo Wu appeared on the screen, her eyes lit up with excitement, and she literally started drooling. At least, that's what her parents assumed. In reality, Xiao Cao was just eyeing the luxurious studio behind him. It was easily 200 square meters, and she desperately wanted to live in a place like that. Her priorities were definitely interesting. But right at that moment, the power cut out, and the ground began to shake violently. Meng Chao knew instantly, the monsters were here. Right on cue, the emergency sirens began to blare. "Attention, Tianfu Gardens. We are establishing a defense perimeter. All power grid energy is being redirected to support the defensive barriers." Hearing the warning, the residents rushed inside as massive steel walls began rising up around the complex. The stronghold was fully secured, standing ready against the oncoming swarm of insect monsters. The local power grid had prioritized energy to the bunkers and high-voltage electrical towers, easily pushing back the approaching horde of monsters. Inside, Meng Chao watched the battlefield through a pair of binoculars, his heart sinking with anxiety. Are there seriously this many of them? Good thing I downed those nutrient solutions earlier, but still, I don't know if I can survive this fight. Suddenly, his father rushed in, frantically asking about the combat situation. Meng Chao quickly reassured him that everything was fine for now, and still under control. Just then, Grandma Wang walked in with a massive dog, telling them, "You two just keep an eye on things outside. Leave Su Xin and her mother to Daya and me, so don't you worry." But when Meng Chao tried to give her some safety tips, Grandma Wang immediately shut him down with a good scolding. Right then, a massive explosion outside caught everyone's attention. A brand new breed of beast had just joined the monster army. They tore through the high-voltage electrical towers and bunkers like they were made of paper. Seeing this, Meng Chao's father panicked. Those are flying fire beetles, a mutated version of the black armored fire beetles. Chao, these mutants are tough. Wait until they get closer before you shoot. Tonight is not going to be an easy night. With that, the father and son raised their weapons, joining the residents of Tianfu Gardens in the fight. But the monsters were incredibly agile and covered in rock-hard shells, making hitting them a complete guessing game. If things didn't change fast, tonight would be a bloodbath. But right at that critical moment, the fire seed system flared to life. The system chimed, asking if he wanted to initiate his first mutant marksman combat quest. The reward for completing this first combat quest was 1,500 contribution points, plus a free level up for any basic skill. Without a second thought, Meng Chao accepted immediately and put his newly acquired marksmanship skills to work. Seeing Meng Chao frozen in place, Grandma Wang nervously approached him. "Chao, did those bugs scare you stiff? Let Grandma handle this. I used to be a real badass back in my day, you know." But suddenly, Meng Chao fired 3 quick shots, successfully blowing a flying fire beetle right out of the sky. His contribution points instantly went up by 1.1, while his marksmanship proficiency jumped to 25%. Seeing this, Grandma Wang gave his head a playful smack and grinned. "Not bad, kiddo. Those 3 shots were almost as good as your late grandfather's." After that, Meng Chao began picking off the monsters one by one with ease. The longer he fought, the more his muscle memory from his past life flooded back. Seeing his son shooting like an absolute god, his father couldn't help but praise him. Meng Chao just chuckled and replied, "Ever since I got injured last year and couldn't practice martial arts, I've been focusing on my shooting instead." The father and son kept up their relentless assault. As the swarm began to thin out, his dad advised Meng Chao to pace himself and save his energy. But then, a chilling memory from his past life flashed through Meng Chao's mind. Wait, this is wrong. There's still a terrifying, mysterious monster that hasn't shown its face yet. I have to find it before it's too late. After scanning the chaotic battlefield, his eyes locked onto his target. There it is. In his memories, this was the exact beast that had raided their home, ultimately causing his little sister to transform into the dreaded night demoness. Without a second thought, Meng Chao aimed his gun and pulled the trigger. But his bullets couldn't even scratch the beast, let alone take it down. Sure enough, relying on my basic marksmanship, I can't even scratch this thing. To have any hope of killing it, he needed to upgrade his skills to master level, or even perfect level. Suddenly, the creature soared straight up into the air. It let out a deafening, piercing screech, and the other monsters acted as if they'd just received an order, launching a frenzied assault on the survivors. The soldiers on the front lines realized things were taking a turn for the worse, risking their lives to shield the panicked residents. As the clock ticked down, Meng Chao frantically fired, shot after shot, desperately trying to level up his skill. "I'm not letting you get away with this. I have to max out my basic marksmanship before these beasts completely awaken." Meanwhile, the military finally noticed the unique threat and immediately radioed their superiors. "We've got another super beast. Unidentified super beast spotted at Tianfu Gardens. Repeat. We have an unknown flying armored super beast at Tianfu Gardens, requesting immediate backup from superhuman forces." But right at the worst possible moment, their communications jammed, cutting off the signal completely. If this kept up, everyone in the area would be swallowed whole by the swarm. Terrified, Meng Chao's father grabbed his arm and tried to drag him away. "Chao, grab your mother and the others and get out of here, now. That giant monster in the sky has to be a super beast." But Meng Chao didn't budge, completely locked in as he kept firing. "Dad, get everyone to safety first. I have to stay here. I know exactly what this bastard is." Back on the battlefield, the thick fog made it impossible for the soldiers to aim, leaving them helpless against the flying super beast. Buffed by the super beast, the monster horde suddenly became several times stronger, breaching the perimeter and pouring into the residential buildings. Fortunately, the defense forces arrived just in time, preventing any civilian casualties for the moment. Meanwhile, a system notification popped up for Meng Chao. His first mutant marksman combat quest was complete, awarding him 1,500 contribution points and a basic skill upgrade. Despite the looming danger, Meng Chao kept a cool head. I'll hold off on the upgrade for a second. First, let's dump all these contribution points right in. First, I need to max out my basic marksmanship. With a massive chunk of contribution points, my basic marksmanship instantly jumps 2 levels straight to master tier. And right after that, the system reward kicks in, upgrading my skill to perfect level. Now, every single weakness of the super beast is laid bare in Meng Chao's mind. Armed with armor-piercing rounds, he is totally confident he can take this monster down. Just then, his troublemaking little sister rushes in to help with a sketchy homemade gun. Whether she is actually helping is highly debatable, but she definitely succeeded in drawing the monster's attention. As Meng Chao watches the beast charge right at them, his past life memories come flooding back. In his past life, Xiao Cao tried to help kill the monster too, but the loud gunshots only ended up attracting that terrifying demon. Because of that, Mom was severely injured and had to be hospitalized, which triggered a whole chain of tragedies. Xiao Cao was consumed by guilt, and that was probably when her dark trauma started. This is the very beast that laid waste to his hometown for over 10 years and ruined his family. In this life, I will never let that nightmare happen again. Fuming with rage, Meng Chao puts his life on the line to face it head-on, blasting and injuring one of the super beast's wings. Seeing this, his father panics and yells, "Chao, have you lost your mind?" But Meng Chao refuses to back down. He aims straight at the super beast, waiting for the perfect window. "Dad, trust me." The wounded super beast is absolutely furious now. It opens its massive mouth, gathering a glowing sphere of energy to unleash its ultimate move. And this is the exact moment Meng Chao has been waiting for. He aims straight at the energy sphere and pulls the trigger without hesitation. The sphere takes a direct hit and explodes right in its face, blowing the super beast sky high. The blast sends the super beast crashing into a wall before it slams onto the ground, dead on the spot. Seeing this, the soldiers go wild with joy, their morale instantly skyrocketing. The super beast is down. It's old Meng from room 704. He used to be a sharpshooter in the military. Talk about an old veteran who still has it. Everyone, charge. Let's wipe out the rest of these pests. Now, back to Meng Chao. Because he overused his skills, his energy is completely drained, leaving him with absolutely no strength as he collapses to the ground. I did it. It was absolutely perfect. Right as the monster was about to unleash its ultimate move, I used the spirit energy dispersing bullets inside its body, turning its own power against it. As expected, nightmares can be shattered, the future can be changed, and my destiny is finally in my own hands. Even in that do-or-die situation, Meng Chao still found a way to rewrite his dark future. Just then, Xiao Cao rushes over, clutching a first aid kit. "Brother, please don't die. I haven't even had the chance to ruin your life yet. I mean, repay you yet." Sobbing hysterically, she frantically stuffs medicine down her brother's throat, looking utterly miserable. Meng Chao struggles to open his eyes. "Who said I?" But before he can even finish his sentence, his sister's rough handling cuts him off. "You're going to be fine. How is it? Do you feel anything? Is your mind clear yet?" She is a true dark witch in the making, absolutely brutal. Worried about her grandson, Grandma Wang also rushes over to check on him. With blood pouring from his nose, Meng Chao still tries to reassure his grandmother before turning to warn his father. "Dad, just tell everyone that you were the one who killed the super beast. Please help me keep this a secret." Only after his father and the others agree to keep the secret does Meng Chao finally let his guard down to rest. It's finally over. He managed to save everyone in this lifetime. But the moment he closes his eyes, a sudden wave of panic hits him as he realizes something is terribly wrong. This isn't right. I haven't received any notification from the kindling system yet. Could it be? Although his body has reached its absolute limit, Meng Chao forces himself up, dragging his feet step by step toward the super beast. My body is simply too weak right now. My wounds haven't fully healed, and I can't even harness massive spirit energy yet. Even though I have perfect grade basic marksmanship, along with my past life's memories of the monster's weaknesses and combat instincts, the synchronization between my body and brain is still off. It's going to take a long time to properly train that connection. Because of a tiny error in my timing, that strike failed to completely blow its head off. Could it be that, just like his sister, the beast is already 80 to 90% corrupted? Is destiny truly like a raging, massive river that cannot be diverted by mere human strength? But I'm going to change it anyway. I'll beat it to death with my wild bull power. Fueled by a fierce determination to rewrite his tragic fate, Meng Chao prepares to put his life on the line and finish off this super beast once and for all. Just at that moment, a blinding bolt of lightning pierces through the sky, skewering the super beast's head in the blink of an eye. The one who struck is a superhuman, revered by tens of thousands. The super beast that almost wiped out everything around here is nothing but absolute trash in his eyes. Not wanting to draw any unwanted attention to himself, Meng Chao quickly slips into a corner to check his kindling system notifications. You have delayed the critical moment for 5 minutes and inflicted severe damage before the superhuman arrived. Played a vital role in the defensive battle against the beast. Contribution points plus 1,978. Due to successfully calming the special citizen, Bai Jiasao, her corruption rate has decreased by 2%. The future chaos level of Dragon City has decreased. Contribution points plus 500. You can now awaken the basic skill, Dragon Snake Power, and the auxiliary skill, Basic Harvesting Skill. This entire ordeal was incredibly close, but the rewards are massive. Finally, Meng Chao can breathe a sigh of relief. Letting out a sigh of relief, they immediately got to work on processing the beast's corpse. If they didn't act fast, the beast's meat and valuable organs would spoil and go to waste. Meanwhile, Meng Chao sat in a corner, slowly recovering his strength. After taking high-energy nutrients and polishing off the food his mom made, he finally managed to stabilize his condition. But redeeming so many things had left him with a lingering, throbbing headache. If the golden-winged raging flame demon eye bug has appeared, it means the monsters are constantly evolving, and this war is about to spiral out of control. I have to get stronger and fast. It seems that relying solely on the muscle memory of a perfect grade skill isn't enough. I need to constantly apply it in real combat to achieve true unity between my body and mind. But I don't have any cultivation resources. I'm starving all day, my legs are like jelly, and I was completely exhausted just killing a single black beetle. How am I supposed to fight in real battles like this? Thinking about his miserable situation, Meng Chao scratched his head in frustration and sobbed. Given his family's tight budget, they literally couldn't even afford enough food. Just then, Xiao Cao suddenly chimed in, "Big bro, they're still collecting those bug corpses outside. Don't you find that smell disgusting?" Hearing this, Meng Chao instantly remembered a crucial piece of information. Right, harvesting. In my past life, Mom was severely injured by a super beast, and I failed my exams too. To raise money for Mom's treatment and my sister's tuition, Dad brought me into the trade. By constantly harvesting countless monsters on the battlefield, I eventually became a highly experienced veteran harvester. And besides, harvesting actually brings in a ton of cash. At the mention of money, Meng Chao's eyes lit up. Without a second thought, he immediately summoned kindling to check the exchange shop. Ripple Cloud Force, 1,500 contribution points. Dragon Snake Force, 2,100 contribution points. Basic Harvesting Skill, 998 contribution points. His current contribution balance was 2,478 points. The moment he saw the exchange shop, Meng Chao's eyes gleamed with greed, and he was practically drooling. Talk about a godsend. The basic harvesting skill only costs 998 contribution points. I spent 10 years as a harvester in my past life, so unlocking and upgrading it will be incredibly cheap. Instead of trying to learn something I have no talent for, I might as well stick to what I'm already good at. After redeeming the basic harvesting skill, Meng Chao instantly upgraded it all the way to the expert level. An absolute flood of information rushed directly into his brain. The expert-level basic harvesting skill paired with the perfect grade basic spear technique could even trigger a special bonus effect. I definitely made the right call. Right now, most of the monsters from my past memories haven't even evolved yet in this era, which means, when they finally show up, I'll be the one who knows them better than anyone else in Dragon City. Ha 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 ha. Just thinking about it made Meng Chao burst into a sinister, villainous laugh. Xiao Cao, who was standing nearby, got a little spooked. With a creepy laugh like that, he was definitely plotting something evil again. The next evening, Meng Chao's father gathered his tools and gently instructed them. Xiao Cao, go to bed early, you two. I'm heading out to the northern front for some harvesting. Hearing this, Meng Chao immediately volunteered. Dad, I want to come with you. I've thought it over. Since I probably didn't do so well on the exams, instead of wasting time looking for a regular job, I might as well become a harvester. Seeing the determination in his son's eyes, his father gave it some serious thought. Chao is pretty decent with a spear, but his body is just too weak. There is an 80% chance he won't get into college. Although being a harvester is dangerous, it's actually one of the few ordinary professions that gives you a shot at awakening supernatural powers. So, he happily agreed and decided to take his son along to show him the ropes. Suddenly, Xiao Cao grabbed Meng Chao's arm, her eyes shining as she asked, "Are you really going to become a harvester, big bro?" Meng Chao was deeply touched to see his sister so worried about him. Hearing that her brother was taking on such a dangerous job, even the future Dark Witch couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Sibling bonds really are unbreakable, or so he thought. Xiao Cao gave him a shy look and added, "If you run into any more of those delicious black beetles, make sure to bring some back for me to eat, okay?" Immediately, Meng Chao wanted to throw this sibling bond straight out the window. Unbreakable bond, my foot. I should have known better than to expect anything wholesome from this future Dark Witch. Once they were packed and ready, Meng Chao and his father set off together. Although the monsters are absolute pests, their carcasses provide the sole strategic resource needed to sustain and develop Dragon City. Sure, letting the military blast everything to pieces with heavy artillery and turning the beast to ash looks incredibly satisfying. But wasting massive amounts of ammunition and risking soldiers' lives without getting any resources back is just a losing game. At that rate, in less than 3 to 5 years, Dragon City would run completely out of resources, leaving everyone to starve and rot. But if superhuman experts use cold weapons to slay thousands of monsters, the carcasses stay intact, allowing them to salvage an immense amount of resources. This was the crucial info Kindling had just provided. Meng Chao suddenly realized the bigger picture. No wonder the military only serves as backup. When push comes to shove, Dragon City has to rely on superhuman experts. As they approached their destination, Meng Chao's father gently advised him, "This line of work is grueling, and being a harvester is no walk in the park. You have to be both brave and careful. Don't be nervous when we get there, just follow my lead." Meng Chao nodded silently in response. "No pressure," he says. But his dad doesn't believe him for a second. How could he not be nervous? A real battlefield and our cozy little neighborhood are two completely different worlds. With tens of thousands of monsters and a literal sea of blood and corpses, who wouldn't be shaking in their boots? Sure, it's tense, but what do the two of us have to fear? Back in my day. To stop his dad from rambling on, Meng Chao quickly tells a white lie. "I'm really not nervous, Dad." "Okay, fine, I am. I actually really need to pee right now. The scent of high-level beasts must be triggering my nervous system. It's super common for rookies who've never been on a battlefield to lose bladder control." Seeing his son needing to pee, Meng Chao's dad offers some fatherly advice. "Let me share a little secret with you. The first time you work as a harvester, wear a diaper under your pants so you don't wet yourself and stink." Hearing this, Meng Chao shoots his dad a highly judgmental look. Where on earth is he going to find a diaper in the middle of the night? But to his surprise, his dad pulls one right out. "Look, what do we have here? When we get there, find a corner and put it on. I'll cover for you. There's nothing to be ashamed of." Meng Chao screams internally in utter defeat. "Dad, suddenly I feel super confident about the college entrance exam. I don't want to be a harvester anymore. Just let me go home." But since they've already arrived, there is no turning back. As they step inside, Meng Chao's dad gently reminds him, "Mr. Shen is the head of the company. Whether you get to work as a harvester or not depends entirely on him. So be sharp and on your best behavior." This chubby man is Shen Rongfa, the general manager of the Jusin Resource Recovery Company. Spotting the father and son, he speaks up. "Old Meng, is this your boy?" Meng Chao's dad bows subserviently. "Mr. Shen, we spoke about this before, remember? Please, take a look." Sensing an easy target walking right into his trap, Shen Rongfa starts making things difficult. "How should I put this? You were injured before, old Meng. Given the situation, I really don't know how to explain this to my brother-in-law." Meng Chao's dad gets the hint. He quickly steps forward, grabs the man's hand, and begs, "It was just a minor injury last year. I recovered a long time ago. I'm bringing him in myself. In less than 2 years, he'll definitely be a great asset. Mr. Shen, please, help us out here." Seeing his dad slip a card into Shen Rongfa's hand, Meng Chao's eyes widen in utter shock. "Wait, isn't that a Dragon City gold card? There's at least 10,000 yuan on it. How does Dad have so much secret money? Should I find a way to swindle that scumbag Shen Rongfa later and take the card back?" The moment the card touches his hand, Shen Rongfa's attitude does a complete 180, and he beams with joy. "Alright, fine. Since your harvesting team is just a subcontractor, whoever you bring in to apprentice is your own business. just one thing. Don't cause any trouble. Annoying me is one thing, but if you bother my brother-in-law, things won't end well for you, got it? Meng Chao's dad feels a chill run down his spine at the threat. Understood. We will absolutely never cause any trouble for you or Boss Tiger, Mr. Shen. Meng Chao, quickly thank Uncle Shen. Obeying his father, Meng Chao politely bows and greets him, but Shen Rongfa just looks at him with pure disgust. Waving them off dismissively, he snaps. Enough talk. Get to work, and don't you dare slack off. Dark, greedy thoughts race through his head as he stares at the pair. How did they manage to save up that much? It looks like there is still plenty of room to squeeze more out of Meng Yishan. As the man walks away, Meng Chao glares intensely at his back. Why do I feel like this Shen Rongfa is even more repulsive than Zuo Haoran? Seeing his son's expression, his dad warns him, Meng Chao, Manager Shen is not someone you want to cross. Right then, memories of Meng Chao's past life flash before his eyes. Oh, right. Now I remember. In my past life, this scumbag ruined my dad's life. After successfully bribing their way in, Meng Chao asks curiously, Dad, you've been a harvester for so many years, and everyone respects you. Why don't you start your own business instead of slaving away here? His dad sighs and explains, starting a company isn't that simple, son. We don't have that kind of capital, nor do we have the connections to get a steady supply of beast carcasses. Just bear with it for 2 years. Once you've mastered the trade and your sister is in college, we'll think about our next steps. I promise I won't let you suffer. Suddenly, Meng Chao asks with a dead serious expression, Dad, have you ever considered that monsters might start appearing in even greater numbers? Seeing his dad's confused look, he continues, We recently had a guest instructor at school for a short training program. According to him, the monsters will soon complete their evolution. They're going to appear before us in more diverse forms, and they'll be far more rabid. Didn't our own residential area just get attacked by a super beast today? This is a threat, yes, but it's also a massive opportunity. If we want to build wealth and completely change our destiny, we have to seize this moment. But his dad doesn't seem to take it very seriously. Let's just focus on the job for now. We can discuss this when we get home. I'll teach you how to harvest beasts first. Meng Chao's gaze remains firm, his determination to carry out his plan unwavering. Since I've returned from that nightmare, there's no way I'm going to rely on others' charity anymore. I must build my own power to truly grasp my own destiny. After walking for a bit, they reach their workstation. The first thing Meng Chao's dad asks his son is, Got your diapers on? Because this is seriously mind-blowing. Next, his dad started showing him the ropes. Today, we're harvesting armored beasts, but our main target is this thick-tailed, yellow-patterned scorpion. Right then, the rest of the crew gathered around, giving them a warm welcome. Little Chao has never seen this many monsters before. Pretty exciting, right? Come over and feel it. With all of us uncles here, there's no way we'd let you get hurt. Look, this one's still twitching. Gave you a jump, didn't it? Faced with all this attention, Meng Chao could only thank them. After all, he was already so used to this line of work from his past life that nothing could surprise him anymore. Then, Meng Chao's dad started giving a demonstration. Chao, I'll use this relatively intact, yellow-patterned, thick-tailed scorpion to teach you. We'll take it slow. Look closely. Right in front of the joint, the meat is a bit fatty. The hard carapace can be used directly as armor or processed into alloy. The internal fluids are rich and can be used to feed giant earthworms. Its venom can be refined into potions that unlock the superhuman power hidden deep in our genes. The stinger is incredibly hard, making it the perfect ammo for snipers, with a natural corrosive and highly poisonous effect. Don't be scared, it's not worth much anyway, so just go for it. If you mess up, we can always fix it. Taking the tools, Meng Chao got straight to work. Guided by the info from Kindling and his own agile hands, he quickly became absorbed in the task. Once the main nerve is extracted, you need to pour in a 37% concentration of neuroactive fluid to keep it fresh. The butterfly blade has just the right curve to perfectly separate the flesh from the shell. The negative pressure suction device easily collects and preserves the scorpion meat completely intact. Lastly, use a vacuum to draw out the fluids. In an instant, the entire monster carcass was harvested, without wasting a single part. Kindling immediately popped up a notification, rewarding him for his first standard resource harvest. Contribution points +3. Specialist level basic harvesting proficiency increased by 1.1%. Since he hadn't practiced in a long time, Meng Chao was a bit rusty, and his movements weren't exactly smooth. But seeing what he just did, the entire harvesting team stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock. Realizing he had accidentally gone too fast, Meng Chao quickly tried to come up with an explanation. Dad, uncles, since things have come to this, there's a secret I have to share. Actually, since I was a kid, my dream has been to become an ace harvester. Every time Dad went to work, I would secretly practice hard, especially after getting injured last year. With my chances for the college entrance exam looking slim, I became even more determined to become a harvester. I trained 10 times harder, and my teachers helped me out a lot. Along with years of constant exposure and my family's encouragement, hard work finally paid off, leading to what you all just saw. Hearing this, everyone bought it hook, line, and sinker and turned their eyes to his dad. No wonder, students from key high schools really are something else. Brother Meng, with such an awesome successor, you can just sit back and enjoy life from now on. Meng Chao's dad was utterly clueless, staring blankly at his son. Chao, you've wanted to be a harvester since you were a kid? How come I've never heard you mention this before? Why did Meng Chao keep up the act? Well, isn't it because you're the person I admire most in my life? I was just too embarrassed to admit it, since that would be a bit cheesy. To his surprise, his dad actually bought it and felt immensely proud of his son. Silly kid, did you really think I wouldn't know I was your idol if you didn't say it? And just like that, the questions about Meng Chao's unusual skills were brushed aside. Although his dad looked happy on the outside, his heart was heavy with worry. Chao is so sensible and capable, but it's a pity his dad is so useless. I don't have the power to help you get into a superhuman college, so you're stuck following me as a lowly harvester in a place like this. But he was overthinking it. Instead of feeling insecure, Meng Chao was actually really looking forward to it. Dad, let's keep going. Combining what we learned in class with some hands-on practice, I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. As he resumed harvesting, Meng Chao's muscle memory from his past life gradually returned, making his movements smoother and faster. Right then, he suddenly stopped and stared at the monster in front of him. Wow, didn't expect this pleasant surprise. Seeing that his son even knew about the golden spirit, Meng Chao's dad was even more shocked. Meng Chao quickly made up an excuse, saying his biology teacher had just covered it in class. He then prepared to harvest the golden spirit, getting scalpel handles number 9, 14, and 22, blades number 5, 8, and 11, along with an armor-breaking dagger and a bone-probing needle. He also prepared a 35% concentration cooling stabilizer, making sure to add 1% mithril to it. There was a high chance of finding high-grade materials inside the golden spirit, so they had to be preserved carefully. Spoken like a true expert. He knew exactly what to prepare at a single glance. But before he could make his move, he was stopped. Meng Chao, leave it there. Superintendent Gu will be here to handle it in a bit. Only then did Meng Chao remember that the complex structure of a golden spirit was only slightly inferior to that of a super beast. Normally, Supervisor Gu or Boss Hu would handle these. But looking at the condition of this golden ghost, he felt a bit uneasy. Checking it again, he suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. The nerves and the neural sphere of this golden ghost had been exposed to the air for way too long. Flesh mutation could happen at any second, or the spirit energy could go wildly out of control. It was basically a ticking time bomb. The others began examining it as well, and they could tell the smell was off. It's not our fault if the materials rot, but if the harvest fails and Boss Hu takes it out on us, nobody wins. Hearing that, Meng Chao got seriously worried. No way, his dad relied on Jushin, and his income was based entirely on performance. This golden ghost is so valuable, there's no way he could just let it go. Glancing at the knife in his hand, Meng Chao decided to take action. Don't worry, you guys take a break and let me help. My teacher actually just taught us how to harvest these golden ghosts. But the moment he started, someone stopped him in his tracks. Meng Chao, stop right there. Just then, Meng Chao's dad stepped in to block the man. I was the one who cut open this golden ghost, so if anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. Hearing that, the guy stopped arguing. There was no point in getting worked up over an old man and a kid. Fine, you guys have fun, but count me out. Afterward, Meng Chao's dad turned to his friends and said, if you guys want to leave, go ahead. Don't stay here and get dragged down by us. But he had completely underestimated his old buddies. Instead of leaving, they all stepped up to help. What are you talking about? Chao is like our own nephew. How could we just stand by and let you two take the fall alone? Sure, we're just a bunch of clumsy old guys, but it's just a golden ghost. We'll manage. Come on, old Meng, don't you dare hog this golden ghost to yourself. If there's money to make, we make it together, and if we get into trouble, we face it together. Not wanting to let everyone down, Meng Chao carefully got to work on harvesting the golden ghost. It didn't take long before he found the crucial material. Dad, Pass me the mithril cooling stabilizer fluid. Seeing his masterful technique and how perfectly preserved the material was, even the veteran harvesters stared in absolute shock. No way! This spirit-energized neural sphere is so fresh. Its activity level is at least over 80%. Amazing. Our boy's skills are top-notch. I guess the younger generation really is built different. Seeing his son focus on the material, Mang Chao's dad quickly warned him, "Chao, be careful. That spirit-energized neural sphere was just extracted. It's highly active, so any sudden movement could trigger a violent reaction." But on Meng Chao's end, after examining it closely, a mysterious smile crept onto his face. It looked like there was a highly valuable treasure hidden inside this sphere. The others began chiming in as well. "Wait, old Meng, when little Chao got injured last year, wasn't the main issue with his spinal cord nerves? And isn't the spirit-energized neural sphere of a golden ghost the absolute best cure for that?" Terrified his son might do something reckless, Meng Chao's dad quickly cut in. "Chao, don't even think about it. This is loot that hunters had to risk their lives to get. We're just the harvesters here." Before Meng Chao could even explain, his dad cut him off again. "I know you really want to get into a top university, and I know how devastating last year's injury was for you. Ultimately, it's my fault for not being successful enough. But no matter how broke we are, we can't just steal other people's things." Seeing his dad so worked up, Meng Chao felt completely helpless. "Dad, you're overthinking this. You've got it all wrong." Not wanting to get into a long explanation, Meng Chao just turned around to leave. "Dad, let's drop it. I'm heading back to the camp to get some rest." As he walked, he kept thinking of a way to convince his dad and the others to start their own business. He had only walked a short distance when a massive sound echoed. That roar. It's a seven-eyed dragon wolf spider. I've got to check it out. This could be my very first pot of gold. Just thinking about the money, Meng Chao couldn't contain his excitement. But when he reached the spot, he realized someone had already beaten him to it. So he quickly hid in the shadows. Standing next to the beast's carcass, Elder Ning observed and said to his granddaughter, "Xueshi, your reverse joint 7 dissections have been coming along nicely lately. This seven-eyed wolf spider is the perfect chance for you to practice." Ning Xueshi nodded and pulled out her harvesting tools. "Got it, Grandpa. I'll have this wrapped up in just 8 minutes." Watching her get ready to start, Meng Chao was highly skeptical. Wait, why is she the one doing the harvesting? Unless they have no idea what's actually going on with this seven-eyed dragon wolf spider. Worried for their safety, he decided to reveal himself and yelled out, "Hold on, Elder, my name is Meng Chao. My family is setting up a resource recovery company, so excuse the sudden intrusion." Seeing that the kid knew the proper etiquette of a harvester, Elder Ning was surprised. After all, interrupting someone's harvest was a major taboo. "If you already know that, young man, then why did you stop my granddaughter from harvesting this seven-eyed wolf spider?" Meng Chao quickly explained, "Elder, to be completely honest with you, that beast is actually in the middle of evolving. It's a seven-eyed dragon wolf spider, a super beast stuck right between Tier 1 and Tier 2. Right now, its internal structure is extremely fragile. The newly formed venom sac is as thin as a cicada's wing. If it gets damaged, the entire harvest will be completely ruined. If they use this girl's rookie method from earlier, the harvest is guaranteed to be a total failure." Looking at the ID badge in Mansu's hand, Nin Loi Ti sneered. Turns out he was just a low-level harvester. No wonder he didn't even recognize her grandpa's legendary ghost hand technique. But Elder Nin asked warmly, "Young man, do you have a master? You just got here and haven't even taken a close look. How can you be so sure it's evolving?" Mansu replied confidently. "Sir, I've been self-taught for decades. I consider myself a veteran harvester. As for this seven-eyed dragon wolf spider and the regular seven-eyed wolf spider, they belong to the same species, but their death rattles are slightly different. It's actually not that hard to tell them apart." This was a direct slap in the face to a veteran like Elder Nin. Furious, Nin Loi Thi snapped, "Who do you think you're bluffing? A veteran harvester for decades? If my grandpa couldn't even hear the difference, how could a lowly intern like you?" Mansu quickly explained, "Sir, I'm telling the truth. Even though its outer shell looks exactly like a seven-eyed wolf spider, its internal organs have already started mutating. You can cut open its shell to check for yourself." Seeing that Mansu didn't seem to be lying, Elder Nin decided to take a look. Even though Nin Loi Thi stepped back as her grandfather ordered, she was still absolutely fuming. "You little brat, are you deliberately trying to mess with me?" Meanwhile, Elder Nin grabbed his tools and approached the beast. "Young man, if you want to learn a thing or two, watch closely. With just a few smooth movements, he effortlessly peeled open the beast's outer shell. He truly lived up to his reputation as a legendary master. But Monsieur noticed the old man's arm was trembling. It turned out Elder Nin was injured, which explained why he didn't want to do the harvesting himself. Seeing his condition, Monsieur knew his first pot of gold was practically in the bag. Grinning slyly, he casually strolled over to Nin Loi T. "Miss Nin, you guys probably have 300,000 credits in cash, right?" Having zero interest in him, Nin Loi Thi coldly shot back. "Why do you care?" Monsieur continued. "Look, your grandpa's nerves seem to be acting up. He definitely needs someone to assist him with this procedure. The materials you'll get are worth easily over 300,000 credits. But with my expertise, if we team up, we can perfectly extract the most valuable part, the venom sac. With the other materials combined, the total value will be at least 1 million credits. Since we crossed paths, let's call it fate. I'll do the job for only 300,000 credits, as my way of giving back to society." Hearing this, Nin Loi Thi lost her temper completely. "Even if my grandpa is injured," she screamed, "he is still the legendary Ghost Hand. Even if he needs an assistant, he has me. We don't need help from a pathetic intern like you, let me tell you." Right then, Elder Nin, breaking out in a cold sweat, called out, "Loi Thi, stop, come over here and see for yourself. This kid is right." Loi Thi's jaw dropped. "This organ structure, it's wrong," she muttered. "This isn't a seven-eyed wolf spider." "It really isn't," Elder Nin agreed. "It's a rare seven-eyed dragon wolf spider in the middle of an evolution." He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. To think that the legendary Ghost Hand would be defeated by a low-level beast just because of an injury. Both Loi Thi and Elder Nin stood there, frozen in sheer embarrassment. Monsieur stood behind them, shifting from foot to foot as he watched. But when Loi Thi whipped around and glared at him, he quickly shut his mouth. Looking thoroughly annoyed, Loi Thi snapped, "What do you want, pal?" Monsieur scratched his head and said, "Nothing much. This seven-eyed dragon wolf spider is rare, but it hasn't gone through any crazy super mutations yet." Every single word hit Loi Thi and Elder Nin like a ton of bricks. Loi Thi swallowed her pride and asked Monsieur, "Can you really help my grandpa with the harvest for just 300,000 credits?" Monsieur countered, "Now it's 500,000. Hearing this, Elder Nin spoke up, "Young man, if you can lend this old man a hand, and manage to keep the venom sac at least 70% intact, I will transfer 500,000 credits to you immediately." Monsieur scratched his head and said, "I'm not a superhuman yet. My strength and perception are pretty average, so I can only act as your assistant." Privately, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness he was quick-witted. He had almost told the old man that he was going to walk him through this like a school project. Elder Nin scratched his head in frustration and said, "Fine, you'll be my first assistant, and my granddaughter will be the second. Let's get to work." With everyone ready to begin, Monsieur handed Elder Nin a sharp scalpel. He said, "I know you want to use the number 3 blade along with the number 12 blade to extract the lungs first, but look closely at the lung sacs. They're heavily creased and incredibly fragile. If you rush in, you'll definitely ruin the quality of the harvest." He then pointed the scalpel at the gallbladder and explained, "I suggest starting with the fluid ducts behind the lungs. Drain everything around it first, and only deal with the lungs at the very end. These fluid ducts are much sturdier than they used to be, so it won't snap easily." "What do you think, Elder Ning?" Elder Ning replied, "I was thinking the exact same thing." Right then, a system notification popped up. Elite citizen Ning Shewo has deepened his understanding of the seven-eyed dragon spider thanks to your guidance. Contribution points plus 15. They continued the dissection, harvesting every single valuable resource from the monster and placing them in jars on the shelf. Elder Ning looked at Meng Chao, thinking to himself that working with this kid as an assistant made harvesting incredibly satisfying. He wondered if he should teach him a thing or two. He then asked Meng Chao, "Little Meng, if you were the one doing this, how would you extract it?" Meng Chao replied, "I would go from underneath and strike the center using the 4th style of the 7 anatomical solutions." Elder Ning looked on in utter shock, muttering, "This is..." He stopped mid-sentence as a thought struck him. There must be someone behind this mysterious kid who has upgraded the 7 anatomical solutions. If we use this technique, it would cut the extraction time down to just 5% of what it usually takes. Who on earth is he? Who is his master? What kind of massive research team and powerful faction does he have backing him? The system notified him again. Elite citizen Ning Shewo wishes to gain a deeper understanding of the 4th style of the 7 anatomical solutions. Contribution points, plus 55. Meng Chao chuckled to himself. An elite monster's learning ability is truly insane. I only gave a quick example, and he already figured it out. Elder Ning glanced at Meng Chao and said, "Young friend Meng, you just casually taught me such a secret technique. Aren't you afraid your family elders might punish you for this?" Meng Chao quickly waved his hands in explanation. I'm sorry. I was just playing around with you two. Please forgive me. I actually have a few unspeakable things when it comes to my master. Before letting me go, my teacher said that skills must be shared. If we want Dragon City to rise, we can never hide our knowledge." Hearing that, Ning Shuethi questioned him. "Then why did you ask me for $300,000? Meng Chao explained. "Miss Ning, we've only just met, so you might have misunderstood. To me, that $300,000 is my starting capital. Only with that money can I finally build my own team and make even greater contributions to Dragon City." He looked up at the sky and continued, "This $300,000 isn't for personal pleasure. It's an investment in a new spark for Earth civilization in this foreign world." Elder Ning looked astonished. As young Meng spoke, he could see a genuine spark in his eyes, a sincere desire to sacrifice for Dragon City. For someone so young to possess such a mindset, it's incredibly rare. Ning Shuethi's face flushed with embarrassment. She thought to herself, "I never expected him to have such a strong sense of responsibility. To think I actually doubted him. Our levels of maturity are worlds apart." Meng Chao said, "All right, enough talking. Let's get back to work. Elder Ning, I'll help you with the final step of extracting the nerves." But deep down, he was starting to worry. He had no idea if his dad had finished harvesting on his end. He needed to get back as soon as possible. They successfully retrieved the final part of the monster together. Elder Ning then asked Ning Shuethi, "Shuethi, how much do we have left in our account?" Ning Shuethi replied, "We have about $800,000 left." Elder Ning immediately instructed her, "Transfer all of it to young Meng." Meng Chao looked anxious and said, "Elder, that's way too much. We agreed on 500,000. But Elder Ning chuckled and replied, "If I hadn't spent so much on my medical treatments lately, leaving my account low, that oblique lift triple strike you showed me earlier would easily be worth hundreds of thousands on its own. Once I sell these materials, I'll pay you what you're truly owed." Meng Chao smiled. "Well then, it would be rude of me to refuse. Actually, I've also done some research on the other 6 styles of the 7 anatomical solutions. But from what I can see, your injury will take over a year to heal. We can exchange ideas again another day." Elder Ning asked in surprise, "Young Meng, you can tell I'm injured?" Meng Chao pointed at his hand. "I believe it was corroded by the venom of the purple-crowned Viper King, and it's even starting to affect your optic nerves, isn't it?" Hearing those words, Ning Shuethi's eyes welled up with tears, and she cried, "If you can see my grandfather's injury, why did you say it'll take over a year to heal? This is clearly terminal." Meng Chao looked confused. "Terminal?" Ning Shuethi looked at him with pleading eyes. "Big brother Meng, can you cure my grandfather?" Suddenly, a glowing crystal appeared, and a system prompt popped up, unlocking his very first medical quest. It was a 1-month quest with no immediate deadline. The final reward would be determined by Ning Shewo's recovery progress, ranging from 200 to 2,000 contribution points. Meng Chao pondered for a moment before replying, "I can try, but this unknown snake venom is extremely complex. We might have to try a different approach." But even so, Elder Ning smiled warmly and said, "That's already more than enough. Right now, even the doctors have no idea where to start." In his mind, Elder Ning figured that young Meng would surely ask his mysterious teacher for help. If he does that for me, how will I ever repay such a massive debt of gratitude? Suddenly, he spoke up. "Young Meng, I remember you saying you wanted to start a resource recovery company. How would you like to sign a monster harvesting contract with the Thunder Squad?" Meanwhile, in Meng Chao's head, he was thinking, just a few small jobs from that 5-star superhumans Lei Ting squad would be more than enough to keep us set for life. He respectfully told Elder Ning, "I really appreciate your kindness, Elder Ning. But this Linglong spider's venom sac can't be left with other materials for too long. It needs to be processed immediately. How about you take care of things here first, and then meet me over on Wufu Road later? We can finish our chat then." Elder Ning agreed, saying that worked for him. Right after that, Meng Chao's phone buzzed, alerting him that the payment had gone through. He quickly ran off, waving goodbye to the two of them as he left. This prompted Elder Ning to say to Shui Shi, "Shui Shi, this young man, Meng Chao, is no ordinary kid. If you get the chance, you should get to know him." Shui Shi replied, "I will." Meanwhile, Meng Chao ran with his phone in hand, thinking to himself that his dad was going to lose his mind when he saw the account balance later. He was definitely going to be shocked. Back at the factory, a voice suddenly rang out. "Old Meng, what is this 280,000 all about?" Seeing this, Meng Chao stood there in utter shock. Shen Rongfa sat in his chair, gnawing on a chicken leg, as he sneered at Meng Yishan. "If it's short by even a single penny, old Meng, do you even want to keep your job?" Meng Yishan stood there, looking completely helpless. He stared blankly at the shattered object on the ground. Meng Chao anxiously asked a worker next to him, "Uncle Zhou, what happened here?" The man replied, "Ah Chao, thank goodness you're here." He then explained that Meng Chao's dad had gone to Shen Rongfa to buy a crystallized neurosphere. No matter how much everyone tried to stop him or talk him out of it, Meng Yishan wouldn't back down. That item was his son's only hope of passing the college entrance exam. Losing his temper, Shen Rongfa roared, "Old Meng, say something. What the hell is this supposed to mean?" Terrified, Meng Yishan stammered, "Mr. Shen, it wasn't me, I swear." But Shen Rongfa wouldn't hear it. He kept screaming, "If it wasn't you, then who was it?" "Me?" Shen Rongfa continued to point fingers. "Are you trying to say I dropped it, old Meng? That Ah Xiang and Ah Bao are lying just to frame you?" Fuming with anger, Meng Chao turned to his father and asked, "Dad, what's really going on here? Did we actually break this thing?" Meng Yishan replied with a sigh, "It's a complete mess, son. It's all my fault. I just wasn't careful." But when Meng Chao squatted down to inspect it, he realized the truth. Shen Rongfa's hands were covered in grease, which is why he dropped it. Meng Chao stood up and said coldly, "Manager Shen, since we can't prove who actually dropped it, we're willing to split the cost 50-50, according to the rules." Shen Rongfa sneered, smelling blood. 50-50? That's at least 100,000. You think you can just talk your way out of this, kid? He stepped right up to Meng Yishan, looking down at him mockingly. "Listen here, old Meng. You got greedy and tried to steal the materials. Then, you dropped them. And now you're trying to play the victim to escape responsibility." He patted Meng Yishan's cheek patronizingly and sneered, "If word of this gets out, you can kiss your career in this business goodbye." Out of options, Meng Yishan shouted, "I was trying to buy it with my own money." But Shen Rongfa just smirked arrogantly. "Then buy it. I already agreed, didn't I? Just sign a 3-year second-grade contract with me. Take your junk and pack your bags." He laughed triumphantly and added, "Sign on for 2 extra years, and I'll even give you an advance of 100,000, so you can buy some supplements for your boy. Who knows, maybe he'll actually pass his exam." His smug, arrogant sneer pushed Meng Chao over the edge. Smacking the contract out of his hand, Meng Chao glared at him with pure murder in his eyes and growled, "In your dreams, old man." Furious, Shen Rongfa barked, "Meng Yishan, is your son asking for a beating?" He turned to his thugs and barked, "Throw this brat out of here, now." But Meng Yishan snapped, lunging forward to shield his son. "Don't you dare lay a finger on my boy." Before he could finish, a heavy fist slammed right into his face. Meng Chao cried out in panic, "Dad!" But when another thug drew a blade and lunged at him, Meng Chao completely snapped. He violently threw the guy across the room, roaring, "Get the hell off me." The rest of the thugs charged at him, but Meng Chao tore through them one by one. Grabbing them by their collars, he slammed them into the ground, leaving them groaning in agony. As a surge of raw energy enveloped his body, Meng Chao thought to himself, "Firebug footwork and ripple force. Upgrade to expert level." Springing forward, his mind flashed back to his past life. This bastard's smug face was the reason his father was tricked into signing that toxic, second-grade contract, ruining their lives. He charged straight toward the terrified Shen Rongfa, who began to whimper and beg, "Wait, we can talk about this." But Meng Chao shut him up with a brutal backhand, sending blood spraying across the floor. "Go talk to your ancestors," Meng Chao roared. In his mind, he thought, "This slap is for when you altered that contract in my past life, leaving us with no way to sue you. And this one is for selfishly stealing my dad's insurance money, leaving him with absolutely nothing to pay for his medical treatment." A barrage of heavy punches sent Shen Rongfa crashing to the ground. Just as Meng Chao was about to deliver a final, crushing blow, his father grabbed him by the shoulder. Meng Yishan yelled, "Do you want to end up in prison?" Hearing those words, Meng Chao finally snapped out of his rage. Looking at his father, he asked, "Dad, are you okay?" He sighed. "Of course I'm fine, son. But what on earth are we going to do with you now?" "What now?" The bystanders around him yell, "Chao, You're getting too worked up. Indeed, throwing a punch is easy, but holding it back is the hard part. He was ready to give old Shen Rongfa another beating, but was held back. Meng Yishan asks him, Chao, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to kill him? Meng Chao grumbles in response. Dad, I was wrong. I'll change. I'll definitely change next time. Just let me give him one more kick today. Just one last kick. I won't do it again, I promise. Suddenly, a voice booms. Stop right there. It is Gu Ming, the operations supervisor of Jushin Resource Recovery Company. Everyone around refers to him as Supervisor Gu. And at that very moment, Lord Tiger, the big boss of Jushin, also makes his appearance. Grimacing, Meng Chao glares at them in annoyance, thinking to himself, great, those two are here again. Standing right in front of him is Gu Ming, the operations supervisor of Jushin, who is the direct boss of all the harvesters. Two of his subordinates quickly bow low to greet him. Chao then notices Qin Hu, who has been standing silently behind Gu Ming, and begins to think. In his past life, this guy and Shen Rongfa worked hand in glove, committing countless wicked deeds. And this man is the big boss of the company, the superhuman known as the Descending Tiger, Qin Hu, who has slaughtered countless monsters. Snapped out of his thoughts by a shout from one of Gu Ming's lackeys, Supervisor Gu, look at them. Following the voice, Gu Ming looks over. On the floor is a shattered vial of some unknown fluid, followed by his furious roar. What? You ruined rare materials, smashed company computers, and had the nerve to assault someone. As he argues with Meng Yishan, the older man can only look away under the barrage of accusations. Meng Yishan, look at the wonderful mess your son has made. His face haggard and bruised, Yishan still tries to argue back. Mr. Qin, this is a personal dispute between me and Manager Shen. I'll cover whatever damages there are. This has nothing to do with my son. Qin Hu listens to their exchange, keeping his head down and remaining silent, while the whispers of the workers echo around them, but Manager Shen's bodyguards attacked first. And we don't even know if Meng actually broke those things. Besides, we have the Transcendence Tower and the Survival Committee. Is there no law and order left in Dragon City? They can't just get away with this. Gu Ming's blood is boiling as he curses inwardly. Damn that Shen Rongfa. Bastard only knows how to cause trouble. If he weren't Lord Tiger's brother-in-law, I wouldn't be catering to his useless ass. He steps toward Chao, leaning in with a sarcastic sneer, setting everything else aside. Manager Shen was indeed beaten by Meng Yishan's son, wasn't he? A kid beating someone this brutally. Once the cops are involved, you're going to face charges. A few years behind bars, and your entire life is ruined. Seeing his son being threatened, Meng Yishan desperately begs, please, don't do this. Pointing a finger at him, Gu Ming demands, Old Meng, look at Manager Shen's injuries yourself. Your son committed a crime. Who are you to say they shouldn't arrest him? Meng Chao, however, shows no sign of fear. Instead, he challenges them, if you want to call the cops, you'd better hurry up and get that Shen guy to a hospital first. Let's see what level of injury the medical evaluation actually shows. Gu Ming raises an eyebrow. Is this kid seriously trying to be a tough guy? Just then, heavy, rushed footsteps and ragged breathing sound from behind. Right there stands Qin Hu, dragging the bloated, badly beaten man, whose eyes are tightly shut as he gasps for air. Qin Hu's eyes narrow as he says, a very beautiful ripple force. On the outside, he looks absolutely thrashed, but on the inside, it hurts like hell without damaging a single bone or organ. If you get it checked, it won't even qualify as a minor injury. Ripple force. The man groans, his eyes slowly fluttering open. Though his face is so swollen and mangled, he's barely recognizable. In a fit of annoyance, Qin Hu throws the fat man aside. The man stumbles past Chao as Qin Hu warns, high schoolers these days are getting more and more dangerous. Facing him directly, Chao stands tall and counters. So, is Lord Tiger interested in beating up a high schooler like me to get revenge for his brother-in-law? He glares at Chao with a menacing gaze, growling, who do you think I am? Kid, considering the unique nature of your ripple force, how about you tell me how we should settle this? Meng Chao shrugs, and here I thought Lord Tiger would ignore the rules set by the Transcendence Tower and the Survival Committee and just make a move on an ordinary person like me. His eyes narrow in deep thought, realizing that Qin Hu must have seen the extraordinary potential of his ripple force and might even be trying to probe his background. Chao points to the shattered vial on the ground, explaining calmly, leaving the whole crowd dumbfounded. We can't clearly determine who broke the rare materials, so both sides will split the loss 50-50. Give me a price, and I'll transfer the money immediately. But don't forget That Shen guy is still holding on to a lot of my dad's harvesting team's bonuses. Since things have come to this, we are definitely leaving Jushin. Let's use this opportunity to settle the score once and for all. Hearing this, Gu Ming looks displeased, glancing over at Qin Hu, only to meet a gaze burning with rage. Furiously, Gu Ming barks, "Who the hell do you think you're talking to? You beat him up this badly. Even without an official exam, shouldn't you be paying for his medical bills?" He didn't let himself get pushed around either, snapping back. "What about my dad's injuries then? Those two bodyguards used an ancient martial arts technique to send my dad flying. Who knows if his internal organs are damaged?" Meng Yishan froze, muttering in confusion. "An ancient technique?" He pulled up his shirt, exposing a large scar on his waist, and explained, "Even if my dad is fine, this injury on my waist was caused by them." At first, Qin Hu was stunned by his words, but a split second later, he burst into laughter. "Haha, interesting." Meng Chao scratched his head and asked, "Boss Qin, do you find something wrong with that? Speak up. How do you want to settle this?" Now that the tables were turned, those two stood there in a daze, staring at each other. Gu Ming bit his lip, his brow furrowed as he replied, "Boss Tiger, a perfect grade spiritualized neurosphere from a golden ghost is currently worth around 300,000 on the market." He smirked and shouted, "Hey kid, hand over 300,000, and then you guys can take your junk and get the hell out of here." Hearing this, his face turned serious, prompting the other to quickly add, "Of course, if you can't come up with the cash right now, that's fine, you can just write a promissory note." Boss Tiger isn't exactly hurting for pocket change. Changing his tune in a heartbeat, he held up his phone right in front of him and said casually, "With so many people watching, I trust Boss Qin." Since the person in charge of handling the transaction was Gu Ming, he turned his face away, but kept his hand extended. "Supervisor Gu, take the money." The moment the transaction went through, he stared at the account balance in utter shock. Where on earth did this kid get so much money? As if reading the minds of both his father and the supervisor, he quickly explained, "Don't worry, it's all clean money. I'll explain everything to you in a bit, Dad." His father rushed over to him, calling out, "Chow." He pointed behind him and negotiated, "Boss Qin, I've already transferred the 300,000. This rare material belongs to me now, right?" He sneered, "It's just a spiritualized neurosphere. I couldn't care less about it." He carefully used specialized tools to extract the liquid, telling his dad, "Dad, help me mix some silver nitrate solution." When he dropped the sphere into the water, tiny tentacles immediately began sprouting out. Gu Ming's entire body froze instantly as he realized this crystallized neurosphere was worth 1 million. Hearing the price of the crystallized neurosphere, Qin Hu's blood boiled as he gritted his teeth, repeating the number, 1 million? Meng Chao held the container with the sphere in his hand, turning back to say to his dad, "Dad, actually, after the harvest was done, I noticed there seemed to be something inside, which is why I wanted to study it." He looked down, sharing thoughtfully, "But you've always taught me that if something doesn't belong to us, we shouldn't take it. I figured Supervisor Gu would probably notice it too, so I gave up on the idea." Hearing Meng Chao say that, Qin Hu whipped his head around, glaring at Gu Ming with eyes burning with pure rage, while Shen Rongfa stood nearby, also looking over. Meanwhile, Meng Chao kept talking away. "That includes our conflict with Manager Shen earlier. I listened to you, Dad, and offered to split it 50-50. If there really was a crystallized neurosphere inside, everyone could have made several 100,000. This time, Qin Hu turned his deadly glare toward Shen Rongfa, and Gu Ming did the same. Meng Chao awkwardly scratched his cheek and continued, "But since Boss Tiger kept refusing, I had no choice but to take a risk and bring it back myself. Luckily, I recognized what it was. The money I made from it is completely clean, right?" Hearing his son's words, Meng Yushan and his two colleagues beside him let out a collective sigh of relief. Qin Hu, who had been holding back his raging anger, finally spoke up. "Well, your name is Meng Chao, right? You're an interesting high schooler. I'll remember you. Take your crystallized neurosphere and get lost." Meng Chao, along with his dad and their colleagues, happily took the container holding the sphere and said, "Let's go." With their arms around each other's shoulders, the father and son were about to happily head out when a voice called out, "Wait up." It turned out to be Old Li, the leader of the 10th harvesting team. He asked Yishan, "Old Meng, what are your plans now?" Yishan stammered slightly, not knowing how to respond. Meng Chao quickly stepped in to save his dad. "My dad has already found a new place. Now that we have the capital, he's planning to start his own business." Old Li suddenly made an unexpected request. "Could you bring us along to work with you?" Meng Chao paused to consider. He originally didn't want to provoke a superhuman like Chin Hu, but since he had already offended him, what was there left to fear? Was a mere Chin Hu really going to stand in the way of his destiny? He then replied, "Uncle Lee, we'll definitely have plenty of resources to harvest over on our side, not to mention just your harvesting team. Even if we had a few more teams join us, everyone would have work to do and money to make. Our lives will be 100 times better." Hearing this, Old Lee eagerly replied with deep gratitude. "All right, Old Meng, my team and I really appreciate your help. We've worked well together, but all good things must come to an end. Would it be all right if we work here until the end of this month?" The two colleagues behind them also hesitated. If both Old Meng and Old Lee are leaving, will there really be enough resources for everyone? Seeing his own men practically begging to jump ship to Meng Chao, Chin Hu scowled in absolute rage. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "That little bastard, is he trying to steal every last one of my guys?" In a violent outburst, he stormed right up to Meng Chao and threatened him. "Kid, it looks like you have no idea how deep these waters really are." Meng Chao just stared back with a completely blank expression, thinking to himself, "Even if you had the balls, you wouldn't dare make a move with this many eyes on you." Seeing Meng Chao just standing there like a statue, pointing a finger at his own face with a confused look, Chin Hu's frustration boiled over. What on earth is this kid's nervous system made of? Why isn't he reacting at all? Is he just completely brain dead? Just then, Master Ning and two others approached from the distance. He called out, "Little friend Meng, we're here." Infuriated that someone dared to interrupt him, Chin Hu whirled around and barked, "Who the hell is that?" Gu Ming and Rongfa stared in utter shock, gasping in unison. "Grandmaster Ning, the white-haired ghost hand, Ning Shiwo. It's Grandmaster Ning." Staring at the familiar face, Chin Hu immediately recognized the legendary ghost hand Ning. But then, his eyes locked onto someone else, and his jaw dropped as if he had just seen a ghost. It was Shen Yuping, the vice-captain of the Thunderstorm Squad. Recognizing him sent a jolt of pure panic straight through Chin Hu. Paralyzed with fear, Chin Hu instantly turned into a submissive little kitten. With big, teary eyes, he scrambled over to lick Shen Yupeng's boots, practically begging for mercy. "Brother Yupeng, what brings you all the way out here?" Chin Hu whimpered. Shen Yupeng looked down, recognizing the self-proclaimed fierce tiger. Chin Hu wagged his metaphorical tail frantically and brown-nosed. "Please, just call me Little Hu. In front of you, Brother Yupeng, how could I ever dare call myself a tiger? Last year, I was lucky enough to assist the Thunderstorm Squad in hunting the 9-winged golden eagle. That hellish beast. That earth-shattering strike of yours, Brother Yupeng, was truly..." Cutting off his rambling, Shen Yupeng replied coldly, "I didn't do much. Master Ning just mentioned he had a young friend over here. I came along with Master Ning to see if there's an opportunity to collaborate." Hearing this, Chin Hu looked over at Meng Chao, who was confidently presenting the crystallized nerve orb to Master Ning. He glared back at his two useless underlings and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, you two worthless trash can't do anything right." By now, Chin Hu had already put two and two together and realized exactly who Shen Yupeng wanted to work with. Meanwhile, Meng Chao happily turned to his father. "Let's go, Dad. Let's find a quiet place to chat with Master Ning and Captain Shen." Suddenly, remembering something, he blurted out, "Oh, right." Meng Chao crouched down, poking his head into the car pit, and spoke calmly to a terrified Shen Rongfa who was cowering inside. "Director Shen, don't be scared. I'm a reasonable guy. I just want back what's rightfully mine." Rongfa was so terrified that tears were literally streaming down his face. But Meng Chao simply extended his hand and made a polite request. "To get me a job at Jushin, you extorted 10,000 credits from my dad's shopping card. But since I'm not planning to work at Jushin anymore, please return the card." Hearing this, Rongfa's jaw dropped in absolute disbelief. Ning Shuishi giggled, covering her mouth. Chin Hu, now back in his human form, bellowed in fury, "Shen Rongfa." Shaking like a leaf, Shen Rongfa slowly crawled out and handed over Meng Chao's father's card. Seeing him cooperate, Meng Chao quickly snatched it back. He didn't stop there, giving the man a stern warning. "And one more thing. The company has been pocketing everyone's insurance money for a long time. Tomorrow, my dad and the other workers will head over to the company to settle the accounts. I suggest you have all the paperwork ready. They'll be double-checking everything line by line, so we don't have to argue about this in the future." Those words turned Rongfa's face completely pale. Yet, Meng Chao just casually turned around and said politely, "Sorry for the trouble, Director Shen. And thank you, President Chin." Chin Hu was absolutely livid over Shen Rongfa's shady schemes, but he could only stand there, seething and grinding his teeth in frustration. It wasn't until Meng Chao's group happily walked away that Qin Hu finally unleashed his pent-up rage. He marched over, grabbed Rongfa by the collar, and roared, "You piece of garbage! Did you seriously embezzle their insurance money too?" Trembling under the terrifying pressure, Shen Rongfa stammered, "Brother-in-law, please let me explain." But Qin Hu was completely done with this pathetic loser. He silenced him with a brutal, resounding slap across the face. Meanwhile, under the bright moonlight, Master Ning asked curiously, unable to hide his intrigue. Little friend Meng, the Thunderstorm Squad is currently running a youth training camp, which produces a massive amount of beast carcasses. They're in desperate need of an experienced harvester. What do you think about taking up the job? Hearing this, Meng Chao quickly caught on to his intentions. He got straight to the point. "Master Ning, I do have the crystallized nerve orb, but I'm still not sure how to sell it. Could you help me with that?" This request caught Master Ning by surprise, causing him to gasp. Well, talk about perfect timing. In 3 days, there's a rare materials trade fair. The scale of the event is going to be massive. A crystallized nerve orb like yours might just fetch an astronomical price. If you're interested, little friend Meng, why don't you come check it out? This was exactly what Meng Chao had hoped for, so he readily agreed with a smile. "I'll definitely be there." With everything settled, Master Ning saw Meng Chao and his father off as they got into a car and drove away. As the car moved, Meng Chao stared out the window, deep in thought. His mind drifted to his chubby, bear-like best friend. When an ordinary citizen learns 10% of the Reckless Bull technique, it provides 10 contribution points. Logically speaking, when an elite citizen like Ning Shewo learns it, or with the higher-level slanted 3-star strike, shouldn't it yield way more than just a measly 70 points? That's it. It must be because Chu Feishang is younger and has way more potential. Looks like I need to do my best to find more young kids and teenagers with bright futures to guide. As this thought crossed his mind, a sly grin spread across his face. Why not anonymously post the Reckless Bull technique online? His eyes flickered with determination, mixed with a hint of surprise. Meng Chao had always believed that using insect corpse brains to assassinate key figures in Dragon City was a common tactic used by monsters in the later stages of the war. What's more, these special monster insect brains that appeared late in the war could parasitize human brains, taking full control of the nervous system and muscle responses. But what worried him the most was that many of these monsters also possessed powerful mind control abilities. And now, another terrifying thought crossed Meng Chao's mind. If they ever find out about me, they'll stop at nothing to capture me and strip every single memory from my brain. If my secret gets exposed, not only will I be doomed, but my family will be in extreme danger too. Until I have the power to suppress the entire other world and find a safe way to explain it, I absolutely cannot say a word. Squeezing his eyes shut, he reminded himself that he needed a perfect cover story to explain all his future freakish talents. Just then, his father walked over to drape a thin blanket over him. Meng Chao snapped out of his thoughts and softly called out, "Dad?" Seeing his son call him so seriously, his dad paused and asked what was wrong. Meng Chao quickly reassured him, "Dad, don't worry about what happened today. I actually found a master online who's been teaching me a lot of skills. My injuries are already more than half healed, and I'll definitely get into a regular university. When that happens, you and Mom can finally sit back and enjoy life." Hearing this, Meng Yishan's eyes widened in shock. He questioned, "Are you still wasting your time on those useless websites?" Knowing how stubborn his dad could be, Meng Chao scratched his head in frustration and tried to explain, "Dad, how many times do I have to tell you? Online tech forums are full of both risks and opportunities. Don't worry, I learned my lesson 2 years ago. I know exactly what I'm doing this time." Even so, his dad had to admit that his performance today was indeed incredibly impressive. With another sigh, his dad said, "But right now, I just hope that Qin Hu guy doesn't come looking for revenge." Sensing his father's anxiety, Meng Chao gave a confident smile and comforted him, "Don't worry, Dad. Once I pass the exams and get into university, and have the university backing me." Would Qin Hu even dare to touch a regular university student? His dad stepped forward, ruffling his hair affectionately. "You kid, just get some sleep. You still have school tomorrow." Sometime later, the system popped up a notification. Special Citizen Bai Jiakao, the Dark Witch. Blackening rate decreased by 2%. Contribution points plus 200. Frustrated, he slammed the table and yelled angrily, "Mom getting seriously injured, Dad getting scammed. Both of these landmines have been cleared, yet her blackening rate only dropped by 5%. Xiao Cao, You really are a born witch, aren't you? It wasn't until the next morning at school that Meng Chao finally trudged in, scratching his head and yawning sleepily. One of his classmates ran up to gossip. Meng Chao, you rushed home yesterday and missed the study group. You seriously missed out on $5 million. Yesterday, Chu Feixiong taught us the super reckless bull technique. I only practiced it twice and already feel my strength surging. I could kill a monster with a single punch. The others started excitedly reenacting the awesome scene they had witnessed. You should have seen it. Everyone went totally wild, absolutely feral, chasing each other around the yard, shouting, "Wang Tao, you're the crazy one, get back here." Meanwhile, Meng Chao could only stand there, completely speechless and dumbfounded. Walking into the classroom, he lazily pulled out his usual chair, slumped back, and let out another massive yawn. Suddenly, a classmate rushed in from outside, sounding panicked. "This is bad. The homeroom teacher found out about our study group. Right now, Old Wang, our homeroom teacher, is talking to Chu Feixiong. He wants to shut down the study group." Hearing this, the other classmates gasped in shock. What? This sudden news caught Meng Chao off guard, leaving him lost in deep thought. His eyes drifted over to Zuo Haoran, and a smirk played on his lips. A perfect plan quickly formed in his mind as he thought, if I don't bleed you dry this time, Chu Feixiong's last name isn't Chu. Meng Chao slammed his hands on his desk and stood up abruptly, shouting in fake outrage. Who the hell would do something so scummy? Are they out of their mind? Seeing him react so angrily, the other classmates immediately joined in. Yeah, what kind of lowlife would ruin a good thing for everyone? Meng Chao lowered his voice, asserting with absolute conviction, almost our entire class is in this study group. There's no way one of us would snitch. Then, acting lost in thought, he added, and Chu Feixiong is such an honest guy. He probably won't pick fights with anyone else after this. I mean, getting knocked flat on his back like a flipped turtle is as humiliating as it gets. Hearing this, several classmates could no longer keep their cool and stepped up to confront Zuo Haoran. Class rep, this is not cool of you. Just because you and Feixiong have beef doesn't mean you should ruin a good thing for the rest of us. Exactly. Class rep, who even does something like that? Class rep, are you just bitter because he scored higher than you? His face immediately darkened at that remark. Hearing those words, Zuo Haoran froze. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, then slammed the book he was reading shut. Zuo Haoran glared daggers at him and warned, Meng Chao, don't you dare make up wild lies to slander me. But with his God-given talent for being annoying, Meng Chao just smirked playfully and replied, I didn't even say your name. Class rep, don't go pleading guilty before you're even accused. This retort made him shake with rage, clenching his fists as he hissed, You! Realizing his reaction was a bit too extreme, Zuo Haoran quickly put on his usual calm front to reassure everyone, Guys, don't listen to his nonsense. I would never tell our homeroom teacher about this. But deep down, he schemed, I didn't tell our homeroom teacher, I just casually mentioned it to my uncle, who happens to be the dean of instruction. Then, with thick skin, he continued to argue. Besides, if you ask me, canceling this study group is actually a blessing in disguise. Chu Feixiong's super reckless bull force is way too aggressive. It might very well be some shady, forbidden technique that will wreck your body. His words immediately sowed seeds of doubt, causing the classmates to whisper and exchange uneasy glances, which was exactly what Zuo Haoran wanted. Opening his book again, he continued reading and casually added, The college entrance exams are getting tougher every year. Using those shady techniques is considered cheating, and they will disqualify you in a heartbeat. Do you guys really want to gamble your entire future on that? Still unconvinced, Meng Chao stepped forward to challenge him. How do you know Feixiong's super reckless bull force is a forbidden technique? But Zuo Haoran lied through his teeth without a shred of shame, claiming it was all for everyone's safety. I did some digging last night and found out that this so-called super reckless bull force actually came from the deep web. Next, he shifted the blame, turning all eyes onto Meng Chao as he insinuated, I'm sure our classmate Meng Chao knows all about it, right? I bet Chu Feixiong accidentally got his hands on the login credentials and scanning address from Meng Chao, and made the mistake of straying down the wrong path. Meng Chao was completely flabbergasted by the sheer audacity of this guy. Talk about shameless. Right then, a system notification popped up in front of him. Ordinary citizen Wang Longjun was personally guided by you and has comprehended a portion of the reckless bull method. Learning progress is at 30%. Combat power and teaching skills have both been upgraded. In the future, he will train powerful students. The overall combat power of Dragon City will be upgraded. Congratulations on contributing to civilization. Contribution points plus 50. Just that bit of information was enough to make him narrow his eyes and start planning. Even Teacher Wang learned it. Zuo Haoran, you're so dead and you don't even know it. With that thought, Meng Chao went back to his lazy self, stretching his arms as he sighed in mock defeat. Fine, it's all my fault. If Fat Bear gets mad later and cancels the study group, you guys can just blame me. But knowing his reputation as a master troll, the others couldn't believe it. They started whispering in shock. Did Meng Chao just throw in the towel? No way. In that bizarre, tense atmosphere, Fei Sheng suddenly burst through the door. Without hesitation, he rushed straight to Meng Chao and whispered in his ear, Teacher Wang is super interested in the super reckless bull force. He wants to introduce it to the whole class. It's your technique, so I didn't want to make the call without asking. What do you think? Hearing this, Meng Chao pretended to panic in disbelief, intentionally yelling at the top of his lungs. What? Our homeroom teacher actually canceled the study group? Meanwhile, Zuo Haoran was still trying to act all wise, trying to reassure everyone, guys, don't overthink it. There are no shortcuts in cultivation, only hard work and dedication. Forget about that super reckless bull force garbage, and let's go train our channels together. But right as those words left his mouth, Meng Chao acted like a human megaphone, stabbing him right in the chest by blurting out, did the homeroom teacher really shut down our secret study group? And now he's going to publicly introduce the super reckless bull force to the entire class? Just as Zuo Haoran froze like a statue, completely lost on what to do, Teacher Wang suddenly pushed the door open with a confused look and asked, Class rep, what's going on here? Leaving Zuo Haoran utterly flustered. Before he could even stammer out an explanation, Meng Chao beat him to the punch, raising his hand apologetically to take all the blame. Teacher, I'm sorry. I messed up. This sudden stunt left not only Teacher Wang utterly baffled, asking, what did you do this time? But also left Zuo Haoran jaw-dropped in pure panic. Meng Chao quickly slipped into character to explain everything. Yesterday, Fat Bear agreed to form a small study group with everyone. But afterward, he started having second thoughts. He said the super reckless bull force is way too advanced and that he hasn't fully mastered it yet. I was afraid everyone would end up doing it wrong. So, after some thought, and because I felt Feixiong's advice was absolutely spot on, I came up with a plan to pretend this super bull force came from Meng Chao. While old Wang was listening intently, Zuo Haoran, terrified that Meng Chao would pull some crazy stunt, kept his brow furrowed in suspicion. At this point, he let out a soft, thoughtful sigh. He got so into character that tears began to well up in his eyes, and he choked out in a cracking voice. Didn't I lose right at the start last year? I've actually been thinking about this since then. Fei Xiong is just so honest that he completely believed my story. It's just like what our classmates were saying, we don't even know who it was. But Meng Chao was just getting started. Right in front of everyone, he practically cursed Zuo Haoran out, calling him a spineless coward who deserved to be chopped into a million pieces, a parasite who doesn't even act human, someone with rotting, pus-filled sores on his head, getting skinned alive by a bunch of angry widows, and a cursed, sterile freak who leaks secrets to the outside. Even old Wang's head was spinning from his incredibly profound tirade, so he gently cleared his throat and warned, Meng Chao, watch your language. Hearing this, Meng Chao quickly and obediently took full responsibility, saying, I'm so sorry, teacher. That was totally out of line. I shouldn't have used such vulgar language. Everyone knows I'm usually extremely polite and well-mannered. Seeing how apologetic Meng Chao was, old Wang didn't feel like pressing the matter any further and nodded. All right, that's enough. He then formally announced, I have personally reviewed the Super Bull Force, and it is absolutely a legitimate, top-tier foundational technique. As long as you train under my guidance, you can practice with peace of mind. Go all out. His words instantly sent a wave of excitement through the class. In the midst of all the excitement, Meng Chao let his mouth run faster than his brain once again, piping up with a suggestion. Teacher, every class monitor is allocated extra cultivation resources by the school, right? It's meant to compensate for the time and effort they spend managing the class. Well, if Fei Xiong is going to be guiding everyone's training, then he's basically taking over some of the monitor's duties. Surely our class monitor would be more than happy to split half of his cultivation resources with Fei Xiong, right? Caught off guard by this sudden proposal, old Wang couldn't help but look a bit put on the spot as he replied. So Meng Chao turned to Wang Tao and asked, Don't you agree, Wang Tao? But the boy just stayed quiet, lost in thought. Seeing that, Meng Chao immediately turned to someone else. Gu Fang, what do you think? Blush creeping onto her cheeks, she softly admitted. Our class monitor isn't a stingy person. Getting exactly the answer he wanted, Meng Chao immediately raised his voice and cheered. See? Everyone holds our class monitor in such high regard. This blatant flattery backed Zhuo Haoran right into a corner, leaving him with absolutely no choice but to agree. Furious, he slammed his hand on the desk, stood straight up, and declared loudly, Teacher Wang, as long as it benefits the entire class, I have absolutely no complaints. Having successfully baited him, Meng Chao nudged Fei Qiong and whispered, Fei Xiong, quick, thank our awesome class monitor, leaving Fei Xiong completely dazed and sputtering in confusion. Meanwhile, Zhuo Haoran forced a calm, warm smile and said, Classmate Chu, you earned this, so please don't mention it. There's no need to be polite. But inside, he was absolutely seething, screaming in his head, Meng Chao, you absolute demon. My uncle went through hell to get me those cultivation resources, and you just snatched half of them away, just like that. Taking this opportunity, Old Wang turned his attention to the rest of the class to give them a serious reminder. For those of you aiming to get into the legendary regular universities, listen up very carefully. There are 3 hurdles you must clear. First off, he explained, the first hurdle is the preliminary round. This will test your blood chi limit right here at school, along with a 100-meter sprint and spear techniques. This year, our school only has 150 recommended slots for advancement. If you pass this round, you'll move on to the second hurdle at the Education Bureau. There, you'll use a super intelligent virtual reality system to test your mental strength. And the most thrilling part of all is the third hurdle, the final practical combat assessment, which is the actual college entrance exam. For this, you'll need to head out to the very edge of the city, right into the thick fog, onto a real live battlefield. With a solemn expression, Old Wang warned them to choose wisely. The path of the extraordinary is a matter of life and death. It brings immense glory, but it also carries extreme danger. If you aren't exceptionally talented by nature, I strongly advise you to let go of this dream and focus on vocational colleges instead. Right then, a student raised his hand in frustration and protested. But teacher, that's not fair. Just because someone isn't great at a 100-meter sprint doesn't mean they can't suddenly awaken in actual combat. Those words made Old Wang pause, his eyes narrowing in surprise. But in an instant, a wave of pure fury erupted from within him, and he slammed his hand on the desk, snorting coldly. Fair? Since when has this world ever been fair? He then stared down the naive student, asking with biting sarcasm, when Dragon City crossed over and had to face hordes of zombies and monsters, do you think we asked the zombies for fairness? You extraordinary individuals are born in times of crisis, holding high status and all kinds of privileges. But none of this falls from the sky. We have to fight tooth and nail, using our fists, swords, and even our bare teeth to tear those privileges right out of the jaws of those monsters. In the end, he delivered a powerful, final statement. This is the ultimate form of fairness. Hearing this, Meng Chao clenched his fists so hard his entire body began to tremble. But that wasn't all. Old Wang lowered his voice, dropping a massive secret. Let me tell you guys something. The casualty rate for the college entrance exam this year has doubled compared to last year. What is more, any student killed or injured during this year's exam will receive the same benefits as active duty soldiers who are wounded or killed in action. Meng Chao remained silent, lost in deep thought. He was absolutely certain he had just uncovered something huge. With the monster war about to escalate, they were clearly fast-tracking the training of super soldiers. While packing up his books, Old Wang warned them with a heavy expression. This exam is a literal war zone. So, if your combat power is lacking, I highly advise against applying for the elite universities. Before heading out, he gave his students one final, serious warning. Alright, it all comes down to your raw strength now. If you don't have the speed of an Earth-era sprinter and the power of a heavyweight boxing champion, you won't even pass the school's preliminary test. In that case, you might as well forget about it. Meng Chao stood frozen, completely buried under a mountain of chaotic thoughts. Soon enough, the big day arrived, and everyone gathered at the starting track. Before the test kicked off, Old Wang tried to boost his students' morale. Don't look so miserable, guys. I've actually got some great news for you. If you can just pass this preliminary school exam, the cultivation resources the school provides for each official university candidate will double compared to last year. Use your blades and your fists to carve out a future for Dragon City. Make a name for yourselves. His words instantly fired everyone up, filling them with absolute determination to charge forward. Once he had finished hyping them up, he clapped his hands and declared, "Dismissed. Let the exam begin." While Meng Chao and Chu Feixiong were still groggy and sluggish, A classmate groaned while stretching. Ugh, those monsters went wild all night. I barely got any sleep. There is no way I can perform at my best today. The other students immediately chimed in. You think that is bad? Look at me. I sprained my ankle yesterday and I am limping today. I will be lucky if I run the 100 meters in 10 seconds. Hearing this, a crew-cut kid could not take the whining anymore and grumbled. For the love of God, can you guys stop acting? You are literally the top geniuses in our class, yet you are all faking illnesses. Is that even necessary? But right after grumbling, that same kid threw a punch and scored 223.3 kilograms. The crew-cut kid snapped in frustration. That score easily puts you in the top 5 of our class. And you claim you did not get enough sleep? You total hypocrite. Right after that, he was left dumbfounded again when the guy who complained about his sprained ankle sprinted at 40 kilometers per hour, clocking the 100 meters in just 9.57 seconds. He literally broke the Earth-era sprinting record. Sprained ankle, my foot. You owe the whole class milk tea for that. Watching the girls train hard with sweat dripping down their faces, Meng Chao smirked slightly, thinking to himself, ah, the beauty of youth. Moments later, the atmosphere grew electric as a new record flashed on the screen. 233.3 kilograms. Stunned by this incredible feat, he could not help but give a thumbs up in admiration. Chu Feixiong, weighing in at only 116.75 kilograms, had just smashed the class record. Even the boxing champions of the Earth era could not compete with that. Getting such unexpected praise made his face flush red, and he gave an embarrassed, happy grin. Old Wang stared at the scorecard in his hands, lost in thought. Every single student who joined that small study group had seen their overall scores skyrocket. This upgraded Wild Bull force is definitely something else. Meng Chao thought as he watched Chu Feixiong scratch his head, grinning like an idiot in the corner. But just then, Zuo Haoran swaggered over, a mocking sneer plastered on his face. You absolute loser, he spat, relentlessly throwing insults to crush Meng Chao's hopes. So, what if Chu Feixiong broke the record and becomes an elite student? He is him, and you are you. He is soaring to the heavens, while you will always be nothing but garbage. Bombarded by those grating words, Meng Chao stood there in absolute disbelief, thinking, and there it is, our class monitor's signature toxic trash talk. But this time, Meng Chao refused to take it lying down. He threw down the gauntlet. Zuo Haoran, I challenge you to a duel. Zuo Haoran raised his chin in arrogant amusement and agreed. Fine by me. But Meng Chao's eyes burned with resolve, recalling how, in his past life, he had lost his mind over this jerk's pathetic trash talk, fighting him before his own body had even fully healed. As a result, Zuo Haoran had secretly crippled him with underhanded tricks during their duel. By the time the college entrance exam rolled around, his internal injuries flared up, ruining his chances of passing. But heaven had given him a second chance. A cold, mocking smirk played on Meng Chao's lips. How will things play out this time, now that he had a powerful voice recorder hidden in his hand? Talk about absolute focus, even with everyone around him constantly making noise while training like crazy. Luckily, the recording pen Meng Chao had hidden in his jacket managed to capture every single insulting word that annoying jerk spit out. You think someone like you can get into a regular college? Maybe in your next life, you worthless trash. After hitting a new milestone, Feixiong excitedly ran over to show off to his best friend. Meng Chao, I broke the record. That annoying guy, Haoran, put on a fake show in front of everyone, patting his shoulder to encourage him as if they were best buddies. Meng Chao, you're up. You've got this. We're all rooting for you. His fake attitude was completely nauseating. Meng Chao stood up, did some quick stretches, and casually asked, "Oh, is it my turn?" Haoran then started clapping, trying to rally the crowd. Come on, everyone. Meng Chao is about to take the 100-meter sprint test. Let's give him a big round of applause. Hearing this, the surrounding classmates enthusiastically joined in, clapping to cheer him on. Go, Meng Chao. Work hard, and you will definitely get into college. We are all behind you. Don't let our class down. Hearing his passive-aggressive remarks, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes, thinking sarcastically, Zuo Haoran, you really are like a parasite that just won't go away. Well, two can play that game. Meng Chao decided to play along with his little narrative, so he put on a gloomy face and sighed. Guys, please, quiet down. I was out fighting monsters in the residential area last night, and I'm still feeling exhausted. I can barely use 50% of my strength. My condition is terrible right now. Wang Tao took him seriously and shouted back encouragingly. Meng Chao, It's not too late. During self-study this afternoon, I'll teach you the ultimate reckless bull technique. Haoran was secretly thrilled, but he kept a gentle, comforting smile on his face. Don't worry, Meng Chao, we all know what you're going through. The most important thing in life is to defeat your own limits. Don't worry about competing with others. Just beating your past self is a huge win. As soon as those words left his mouth, he kept up his sad act and replied, My body is just too weak. I really don't have a knack for the reckless bull technique. After a brief pause, Meng Chao continued, But I've been using ripple force to heal my injuries over the past year, so let me give that a shot. Then, he lowered himself into a starting stance and quickly unleashed his ultimate technique, his ripple force. This sight made Haoran, who had always looked down on him, widen his eyes in utter shock. What on earth is this? Meng Chao chuckled at his dumbfounded expression and called out, Move aside, class monitor. I'm starting. With that, he tapped into his incredible speed, blurs of movement rushing forward like a hurricane. He leaped and darted so fast that Haoran's face turned incredibly ugly. But he didn't care about him at all, focusing entirely on sprinting toward the finish line. This time, Meng Chao blew everyone's minds, clocking in at an incredible 8.57 seconds with a speed of 90 kilometers per hour. Yet, looking at the results displayed on the system board, he immediately went back into character, clutching his head in mock frustration. Damn it. I'm still way too weak. I only cut down my time by a single second, and I didn't even make it into our class's top 3. How am I supposed to qualify for a regular college like this? The real reason Meng Chao did this was because he knew he shouldn't show off too much, and a small display of skill was more than enough. However, his complaining left Haoran and the others completely speechless, wondering why on earth he was crying about such a godly score. When Fei Xiong walked up, he still pretended to be clueless, asking, What's wrong? His friend replied in a low, stunned voice, Your speed. Taking the hint, Meng Chao continued his depressed act, letting out a heavy sigh. I know, it's pretty slow. It's been really stressing me out too. His humble bragging was so over the top that even his best friend Feiqiang couldn't take it anymore, bursting out, Are you serious right now? This is pure torture. I swear I'm going to beat you to death for playing dumb like this. Upon seeing the results, Lao Wang also hurried over to ask, Meng Chao, have your injuries fully healed? Hearing this, he instinctively massaged his arm and replied honestly, Not entirely. But I've been training hard with ripple force over the past year and found a few unique approaches. I guess you could call it a blessing in disguise. With a merchant's instinct kickstarting his brain, Meng Chao suddenly got an idea and started pitching eagerly. If any of our classmates are interested, I'd be happy to share my tips. Just hook me up with some gene medicine at a discount, and we're good. I'm very easygoing. Faced with his sheer talent and unexpected offer, Wang Tao was lost in thought. Is he trying to carry the entire class to a whole new level? Fei Xiong suddenly asked with a skeptical look. Don't tell me your punching power limit is going to be as ridiculously high as your 100-meter sprint? Meng Chao, humble as always, replied, Come on, do you think I'm some kind of monster? My punching power is actually pretty average, trust me. Worried he wasn't being convincing enough, Meng Chao added, Besides, I spent all of last night helping my dad deal with monsters, so my arm is so sore I can barely even lift it. For this test, I can only give it my all and see what happens. Meanwhile, the surrounding classmates began whispering excitedly, saying that with Meng Chao's insane speed, even if his punching power was only 90 kilograms, he still had a real shot at passing the college entrance exam. Cut the chatter. If I remember correctly, during his last punch strength test, his limit was only 78 kilograms. Ripple force is a great fit for him, let alone spear technique. After warming up, he decisively stepped forward and threw a punch. The moment his fist slammed into the strength testing machine, and even as he slowly pulled his hand back and stepped back, the final number displayed on the screen was 218 kilograms. The surrounding classmates were so shocked by his score that they literally started shaking, and a massive buzz broke out. Is Meng Chao a human? He recovered so fast without saying a single word, not even giving us a moment to prepare ourselves mentally. Oh my god, this is terrifying. I used to think Wu the nerd and Zhao the study god were the ones hiding their true power. Today, I realize there is always a bigger fish. Our top student from last year has officially made his comeback. As for Meng Chao himself, looking at the results on the screen, he fell deep into thought. His maximum punching power only matched that of Tyson, the boxing king from the Earth era. That was seriously weak. But what was even more shocking was how he put on a helpless, totally innocent face and asked, Fatty Xiong, I didn't lie to you, right? I'm really no good with the reckless bull force. Using ripple force made his punch so incredibly weak and powerless, leaving Fatty Xiong completely speechless and at a loss for words. Fei Xiong looked like he was about to explode with rage. He raised his hand and asked, "Mr. Wang, can I ask you to step outside for 5 minutes? I want to beat up Meng Chao." The other classmates chimed in, completely agreeing with him. "We want to beat him up too. Let's beat this humble-bragging jerk to death." Meanwhile, Meng Chao could only stand there, completely dazed and confused as they all ganged up on him. Fei Xiong led a crowd of classmates, all grinning like they were about to tear Meng Chao to pieces. Shivering in fear, Meng Chao begged, "Wait, don't come any closer. How about I buy everyone boba tea, okay?" Hearing his promise, they finally stopped, their eyes lighting up with excitement. "Boba tea?" Lao Wang helplessly massaged his temples, stepping in to bail Meng Chao out. "All right, after class, the boba tea is on me. You all know Meng Chao's family situation, so stop bothering him." Meng Chao was touched by this gesture, but he politely declined. "It's okay, Mr. Wang. Let me treat everyone. My dad and I harvested some monsters yesterday and made a bit of cash, so boba tea is no problem at all." He paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and spoke in a cold, serious tone. But next, showing absolutely no mercy, he pointed his finger straight at the class monitor's face and called him out. "Hey, Zuo, you've insulted me over and over again. Today, I've finally reached my limit. Let's settle this once and for all." Putting on a deeply wronged act, Meng Chao clasped his hands together, his eyes welling up with tears like a kindergartner tattletaling to a teacher. "Mr. Wang, you have to get me justice." The class monitor. "He called me names." His tearful, pathetic pleading left everyone utterly bewildered. The second Meng Chao said that, Lao Wang's face darkened. He thought to himself, "You're crying to me just because the class monitor called you names? Do you think this is preschool?" Still, he tried to keep his composure and gently asked if there was some kind of misunderstanding, assuring him it couldn't be that bad. Seeing Meng Chao accuse him, Hao Ran remained perfectly calm. He casually pushed up his glasses and explained, "Meng Chao, I was only trying to motivate you to do better. My tone might have been a bit harsh, but I only did it for your own good." Hearing this, Meng Chao took out his recording pen with a hurt expression and pressed play, acting as if he had been pushed to his absolute limit. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the class monitor echoed through the room. "You'll always be a piece of trash. A loser like you actually thinks they can get into a regular college? Maybe in your next life, you worthless trash." Hearing those words, Lao Wang and the rest of the class turned pale with shock. They couldn't believe their gentle, well-behaved class monitor could say something so nasty. Even Gu Fang, who had a slight crush on him, looked disappointed and confused. She whispered, "Monitor, how could you say something like that?" While the evidence was rock solid, Lao Wang couldn't help but feel suspicious, so he asked Meng Chao where he got the recording pen. But before Meng Chao could even answer, Hao ran through a tantrum and pointed an accusing finger. "You set me up. Who carries a voice recorder around with them? You had this planned all along just to frame me." As Hao Ran lost his cool, a smirk briefly flashed across Meng Chao's lips before he quickly returned to his pitiful act. Sniffling weakly, he cried, "He's yelled at me dozens of times. How could I not remember? Ever since I beat him in the 10th grade, he's held a grudge against me. When I got injured in the 11th grade, he would constantly trash-talk me behind everyone's back." Meng Chao sobbed loudly, exaggerating that the things Hao Ran had said to him in the past were 10 times worse than what was on the recording. Hao Ran was absolutely flabbergasted by his wild lies, thinking to himself, "Over the last 2 years, the worst I did was throw a few sarcastic remarks his way. When did I ever curse at him like that, let alone 10 times worse?" Even though Hao Ran knew Meng Chao was completely full of it, there was nothing he could do but sputter and panic. "That's a lie. Everyone. He's lying through his teeth." But there was no way he could have ever expected Meng Chao to get so carried away with his acting. Playing the victim, Meng Chao cried out, "I found an extremely risky cultivation method online, a modified version of the ripple force. Because I'm a passionate guy, I refused to stay down, even if it killed me. I wanted to stand tall and face the class rep with dignity." As if that wasn't enough, he dealt another critical blow, saying, "I didn't dare tell the teachers, nor did I dare tell anyone else, because I was afraid of being useless. I was terrified that a mistake in my training would drag me down into the abyss." But the ultimate punchline was when he said he feared Zuo Haoran would mock him as trash forever. This completely shut Zuo Haoran up. Both Chu Feixiong and Wang Tao glared at Zuo Haoran with daggers in their eyes. He really had gone too far. Then, out of nowhere, Meng Chao suddenly crushed the voice recorder in his hand, boldly declaring, I know the class rep didn't state his name in this recording, but his uncle is our instructor. A simple recording isn't enough to get me justice, and honestly, I don't need a cheap trick like this to get even. Chu Feixiang was completely baffled by this decisive move, wondering, that was crucial evidence. How could he just destroy it like that? Meng Chao aggressively threw the shattered pieces of the recorder right at Zuo Haoran's feet and demanded, Zuo Haoran, do you have the guts to accept my challenge? Startled by Meng Chao's sudden outburst of anger, Zuo Haoran quickly dodged the flying debris. Once he regained his composure, Zuo Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief. He asked, you want to be class rep? In response, Meng Chao calmly looked him dead in the eye and said, whether I become the class rep doesn't matter, but whether you remain the class rep matters a lot to me. Fearing Meng Chao would do something reckless, Old Wang quickly tried to stop him, calling out, Meng Chao, wait, but he just gave a reassuring smile, saying, don't worry, Teacher Wang. Next week is the first round of the undergraduate entrance exams. Zuo Haoran and I will settle this based on our overall results. That doesn't violate any school rules, does it? If Zuo Haoran refused now, he would lose all his dignity and respect in front of everyone, so he had no choice but to agree. Fine, I accept your challenge. Hearing this, Old Wang decided not to interfere in their personal grudge any further and softly announced, everyone, continue with your self-study. Class rep, come with me for a moment. As Zuo Haoran brushed past Meng Chao, he gave a cold sneer and warned, Meng Chao, don't say I'm bullying you. You have 1 week. Better spend it practicing your marksmanship. Having delivered his warning, Zuo Haoran finally walked out with Old Wang, satisfied. Once they left, the classmates immediately voiced their outrage on Meng Chao's behalf. One of them said, Meng Chao, I had no idea you went through so much unfair treatment. Our class rep is seriously devious. But Meng Chao, have you lost your mind? You're challenging the class rep? Even if you somehow beat him in the first 2 subjects, what are you going to do about the shooting test? Gu Fang also looked worried for his future, and frantically warned, Zuo Haoran is a member of the Falcon Shooting Club. He goes shooting every single weekend. Meng Chao, you've really been too reckless this time. Yet, completely unfazed by everyone's panic, Meng Chao just scratched his head and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, guys. My marksmanship is actually pretty killer, if I had to describe it in one word. As he spoke, a confident smirk slowly crept onto his face. Yeah, the more he talked, the wider his smug grin became. He reached out his hand, trying to grab Gu Fang to demonstrate, but she shrank back in fear, struggling to get away, and screamed, Get away from me! Gu Fang's fearful and disgusted reaction completely froze Meng Chao in his tracks. Utterly bewildered, he tried to explain, I just wanted to help you adjust your muscles. Talk about a total misunderstanding of good intentions. To make things worse, Chu Feixiang eagerly ran over and begged, Meng Chao, adjust mine too. But Meng Chao didn't even pay him any attention, and Wu Fan snapped, Get lost. That afternoon's self-study session was all about sharing their failed attempts at cultivating ripple force. Meng Chao stared at the notebook in his hand, lost in thought. He sighed, They're really judging a noble man by their own petty standards. Adjusting muscles is like guiding ocean waves, of course. I have to touch each muscle group. Thinking about how it turned out, he sighed in disappointment, but then quickly shook it off to pump himself up. No, I have to find a new path to make bigger contributions. Otherwise, when the exams hit next week, I won't even be able to heal the old injuries in my body. And so, he spent the rest of class deep in thought. After a while, Chu Feixiang walked over and asked, Chao, what are you doing? Meng Chao patted him on the shoulder and said, Come with me after class. We need to talk. Though confused, Chu Feixiang simply nodded. Once school was over, Meng Chao pulled him aside and proposed, Fatty Xiang, go find Demon Yan later and ask him to guide you on the super reckless bull force. This sudden suggestion left Chu Feixiang completely stunned and speechless. In the end, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Demon Yan doesn't teach our class. If we ask him for guidance, won't we get caught? Hearing this, Meng Chao didn't hold anything back and gave him a straight answer. He broke it down for him. First, Demon Yan has a military background. If you share the super reckless bull force with him, he will definitely see you in a whole new light, and your future career in the military will be much easier. Then, he added another reason to make it more convincing. Second, I am planning to find an opportunity to take down Zuo Haoran. Because of that, I need to find a powerful backer who can handle our instructor. This revelation from Meng Chao left Feixiang so shocked that his jaw dropped. He cried out in panic, What? You? But right after that, he quickly ran. Covering his mouth, Meng Chao warned him, don't scream. Just hear me out first. After thinking it over carefully, Meng Chao finally revealed his plan with a serious look. We can't hide our class's situation anymore. Instead of letting them sneak around to steal from us, why don't we just be generous? We can get on Devil Neem and the principal's good side, and secure some sweet benefits along the way. Hearing this, Chu Feixiong finally understood his friend's intentions, though he still had a few doubts. So, if we go see Devil Neem together, we're definitely getting into the military academy, right? But Meng Chao didn't hesitate for even a second before rejecting the idea. The military academy is way too strict. It's not for me. Besides, Devil Neem's brutal teaching style is perfect for you to master the super savage bull force. But I need a real master of the ripple force. At that, Chu Feixiong's eyes lit up like high beams, and he suggested, then why don't you look up the Ripple Princess, Ye Feirong? She's an absolute genius at teaching beginners the ripple force. She's way better at it than Teacher Wang or Devil Neem. As luck would have it, Meng Chao thought this was a brilliant idea, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. He's right. In the future, Ye Feirong becomes the Ripple Queen, but only after surviving countless trials to perfect the ripple force. Right now, she's still a bit green. She could really use some friendly guidance. Unable to stand the look on Meng Chao's face, Chu Feixiong asked in disgust, Meng Chao, why are you wearing such a creepy grin? But Meng Chao ignored him and shot a question right back at Fatty Xiong. Hey, aren't you supposed to be focusing on your super savage bull force? You chose the path of brute strength and kept calling anyone who trains in ripple force a wimp. So how come you know so much about the Ripple Princess? The chubby guy's face flushed red as he gave a shy, knowing smile. Come on, you know how it is. Meanwhile, on the live stream, Ye Feirong was smiling brightly, speaking in a cute voice. Next, I'll show you all a little demonstration of our Ye-style ripple force. Don't blink, okay? Right then, a guy carrying a bucket of water walked up and reported, everything's ready on my end. But he wasn't the only one. A whole crowd of people, each holding a bucket of water, quickly formed a tight circle around her. Then, she shouted out, go. The moment they got the signal, they wasted no time and splashed their buckets of water straight at her. Despite the massive pressure of the water rushing at her from every direction, Ye Feirong stood her ground, completely unfazed. But just when the water was about to drench her, a massive surge of energy erupted from deep inside her body. The force was so immense that Ye Feirong easily controlled the situation, generating a protective shield around her entire body. Once the technique was complete, she slowly opened her eyes, which were shining like bright stars. With just a wave of her hand, the water droplets blasted outward in reverse, leaving her completely dry and untouched. This display drove the chat absolutely wild. But she just calmly announced, next, I will personally demonstrate the basic ripple force training. Please pay close attention. Meng Chao watched her stream, carefully analyzing every single word she said. The defining feature of our Ye-style ripple force is our unique breathing technique. Hearing this, Meng Chao couldn't help but agree. Man, the current Ye Feirong is still so inexperienced. Even so, he leaned in closer, gluing his face to his phone screen to get a better look. But he quickly sighed in disappointment. Yeah, this phone is way too small to see any of the finer details. Just as the words left his mouth, a light bulb went off. Wait, I can just cast this to the TV. He quickly set it up and started watching on the big screen. On the TV screen, Ye Feirong was still instructing the viewers on breathing. Pay close attention, everyone. When I take a deep breath, look at how my chest and abdomen vibrate. Good thing Dragon City TVs are high definition, Meng Chao muttered. Otherwise, it'd be impossible to see the details. He watched intensely, but the longer he looked, the more flaws he noticed. That part's a bit off, and so is that one. But of all times, his mom chose that exact moment to walk by, catching him with his face practically glued to the screen during some highly suggestive camera angles. Fortunately, his little sister was quick on her feet. She slammed the door shut and urged their mom to come back later, leaving the poor woman standing outside in utter confusion. Clueless about the misunderstanding, Meng Chao walked over to the door and called out, Mom, Xiao Cao? Why did you open the door just to slam it shut? Xiao Cao asked in disbelief, her voice filled with panic. Wait, we're actually allowed to come in? Meng Chao snapped back, duh. What's with that ridiculous look on your face? Seeing her bright red face, he thought to himself, what is wrong with Xiao Cao today? She's acting so weird. He then said, you two hang out in the living room. I'm heading back to my room. But before he could leave, Xiao Cao stammered, wait, what about this? Staring at the screen, her jaw dropped as she thought in utter disbelief. Oh my god, am I really allowed to watch stuff like this for free? In the end, Meng Chao decided to leave some constructive feedback on Ye Feirong's live stream. To avoid blowing his cover, he joined the chat using the username Firebringer Elder and started a heated discussion with a hardcore fan, typing, "There's a serious flaw in her breathing technique. The core of breathing. Repeatedly breathing leaves room for adjustments. Top fan. Last week, I ran into a venomous three-headed lizard that's notoriously hard to kill, and I only managed to take it down thanks to the Yan clan's wave surge. The Yan clan's wave surge is god tier. Old fire relayer. If you run into one with a red pattern flashing on its head, you'd better just run. Because with this wave surge force, your chances of winning aren't great." Her diehard fans quickly rushed to her defense, shooting back. After getting tips from our senior sister, my punch speed went up by 5%, and my punch power increased by 7%. The Yan clan's wave surge is god tier. Meng Chao, using the alias Old Fire Relayer, fired right back. "You're great, but this old man feels there's still massive room for improvement. If you're interested, send me a private message. This old man is in a pretty good mood today, so I don't mind giving you youngsters a few free pointers." By sheer coincidence, Yan Feiru happened to spot these comments in the chat box right away, where everyone was buzzing with intense debate over the points Meng Chao had raised. Princess's little brother, a top fan, asked, "Who is this Old Fire Relayer guy anyway? He seems like some kind of top-tier master in the wave surge community." Long City Military Academy Training Hall, another top fan, commented, "His real name isn't even verified. Why is he hiding his face? Is he afraid to show himself?" Flying Bear in the Sky, a top fan, wrote, "He's just a poser trying to trend on hot searches. Why even give him any attention?" Meng Chao calmly responded to the crowd. Typing as Old Fire Relayer, he replied, "Don't get me wrong, everyone. This old man isn't hiding in the shadows, nor do I have any grudge against the Yan clan or any ill intentions. This old man simply wants to make a small contribution to society and boost the combat power of all our citizens." But after all the heated back and forth, he felt it was probably best to just DM her to talk business. These guys really don't get it at all, but Yan Feiru must get countless pending messages every day. How could he get her attention? While this gave him a bit of a headache, a brilliant idea soon popped into Meng Chao's mind. Got it. Next, he spent some cash to send her a rare gift item, leaving Yan Feiru both surprised and deeply grateful. "Thank you for the spaceship, Old Fire Relayer." This move immediately set off a non-stop wave of chatter in the comment section. Princess's little brother, a top fan, asked, "Are rich guys these days always this extra? Just trying to make an impression on our goddess, huh?" Another top fan agreed, "Man, rich folks really know how to play." As expected, money talks. She paused for a moment, looking thoughtful, though she couldn't hide her delight. Then, she bowed deeply and said sincerely, "Thank you for your support, Old Fire Relayer. My wave surge force still has a lot of room for improvement, and I hope we can study it and grow stronger together." Meanwhile, a certain unfortunate soul had been muted in the livestream, forced to stare at his phone screen, unable to express his feelings anymore. That unlucky guy, weeping without tears and moping in a corner, was none other than Chu Feishong, who was miserably lamenting. From Earth to this other world, money really buys everything. Yaya was also completely dumbfounded by this. She thought in confusion, my brother is usually such a cheapskate, yet he just spent $10,000 to send this girl a gift? Something is definitely off here. Besides, she knew full well that $10,000 was enough to cover their household expenses for 3 months. She had to find out what was wrong with her brother. She pressed her ear against his door, trying to eavesdrop on what was happening inside. As she cracked the door open and peeked inside, she saw Meng Chao holding a piece of raw meat in his hand, which startled her so much she almost screamed out loud. Next, she watched him squeeze the meat tightly in his hand in a bizarre way. Seeing this through the crack of the door, Yaya's anxiety and worry only grew, and she thought, "Oh no, my brother has lost it. I need to tell Mom so Dad can have a serious talk with him." And even worse, she watched her brother stare at the meat in his hand, chuckling creepily to himself. "In a bit, I'll write down the true meaning of the future, wave surge force, and then film a clip showing how the wave surge force pulverizes this pork. Wave surge princess. I am going to grind all of your contribution points." Meanwhile, after wrapping up her stream, Yan Feiru started receiving good news from her friends. "Your popularity index has gone up by 15%. Feiru, you're getting more and more popular." Even Professor Wang Qi's online lectures can't compare to you anymore. Hearing this, Yan Feiru just smiled humbly and replied, "There's no comparison. Professor Wang's heavenly listening force is all about exerting force, which is too technical for ordinary citizens. Naturally, fewer people watch it." After chatting happily for a bit, it was finally time to say goodbye. "Feiru, don't forget that the president of our Martial Arts Research Association is treating us to dinner tonight. Word is, there will be some external guests, so you absolutely have to be there." She smiled warmly and said goodbye. "Got it. You guys go ahead and let the president know. I'll just head back to my room to tidy up my things first." After wrapping everything up, she headed back alone, only to suddenly receive a message from the old fire relayer. Feiru was patient enough to read through it, but before long, she grew annoyed. It seemed like every random person out there thought they could just go and modify her family's signature ripple force. Seriously, enough is enough. For the sake of the 10,000 reward, I'll give you 30 seconds to let me look at your formula. The force execution formula of our ripple force has been common knowledge for ages. What absolute nonsense. But just moments after receiving the reply, Feiru's attitude shifted completely. The content was actually quite fascinating. Then, her expression turned into absolute shock. Her jaw practically hit the floor as she whispered, "How? How is this even possible?" Lost in thought, she clutched her phone, entirely consumed by her racing mind. Only after a long while did Feiru slowly open her eyes, letting out a deep, emotional sigh. Pulling out her phone, she quickly called for backup. "Senior Brother Zhao, could you let the association president know that I might not make it tonight? I have an urgent matter to handle." "Actually, you should probably head over here too, Senior Brother. I have something I need you to see." She waited there until a voice greeted her from behind, Junior Sister. He looked genuinely confused, wondering what on earth was going on. Without a word of explanation, Feiru handed him her phone. "Take a look at this, Senior Brother. Look closely." After a thorough inspection, Senior Brother Zhao gasped in disbelief. The deduction process of this formula is highly classified, and the approach is incredibly unconventional. But he actually pointed out several flaws in our ripple force, and they seem to really exist. He immediately asked who had sent it, but she didn't rush to answer, calmly replying, "There is a video below. Check it out." In the video, Meng Chao could be seen wearing a cat hat on his head, holding a piece of raw meat in one hand and a block of tofu in the other. In just an instant, the meat was pulverized, leaving Senior Brother Zhao in complete awe. The control of this master is terrifying. He ground the pork to mush in just half a minute. Yet in stark contrast, the tofu in his other hand remained completely intact, virtually untouched. It's as if he has mastered our ripple force to a professional level. This only added to Feiru's anxiety as she realized something even more shocking. The most terrifying part is that his technique integrates the essence of at least 7 to 8 different schools of ripple force, which is absolutely unprecedented. Senior Brother Zhao asked with deep suspicion, "Junior Sister, why would he share such a legendary, masterful technique with you? What is his motive? What does he want in exchange?" Hearing this, Feiru shook her head in sheer bewilderment. "I don't know," he said. "His only request is for the Yan family to absolutely not hide it. He wants us to promote this new version of Ripple Force to help Dragon City rise and contribute to our strength. But even so, regardless of the sender's intentions," Senior Brother Zhao warned her in a serious tone, "Junior Sister, this is huge. We have to report this to Master." Feiru quickly agreed. Yeah. Once they were on the same page, a lingering doubt rose in her mind. Just what kind of extraordinary person is this old fire relayer? That evening, Meng Chao and his dad stood on the balcony, chatting for a long time. Dad Meng gazed at him with immense pride, exclaiming, "Ah Chao, you have truly grown up. You can be the pillar of our family now." The reason he said this was because his wife had just whispered to him earlier. "Xiao Cao told me about it. I feel like as his father, you really need to sit down and make things clear to Ah Chao. You're the only one who can handle this task." So now, he relayed it to his son, "Ah Chao, before dinner, your sister spoke to your mom, and then your mom filled me in on some things." Dad Meng then carefully added, "Look, I'll keep it brief. If you don't like what I have to say, please don't get mad." But Meng Chao simply smiled and replied, "Sure, Dad, go ahead." Yet, even after he agreed, his dad just stared at him in complete silence. This made Meng Chao even more anxious, his face turning pale with worry. Because of this, the atmosphere suddenly became incredibly awkward and bizarre. Constantly avoiding his son's gaze, he eventually pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and sighed. Forget it. I'll just get straight to the point. He let out a soft sigh and cut to the chase. First off, the college entrance exam is right around the corner, so you need to focus all your energy on your cultivation. Once the exams are over, if you like a girl, you can invite her over to hang out, and I'll fully support you. He didn't stop there, either. He added, with an extra warning. And one more thing. The environment in our Dragon City is extremely harsh, so you must pay close attention to safety precautions and personal hygiene. Hearing this made Meng Chao's skin crawl. Just as he turned to explain, his dad had already slipped away like the wind, as if terrified that he would throw a fit in protest. The more he thought about it, the more his face darkened in sheer confusion. What on earth did that dark witch Xiao Cao tell Mom? Just a moment later, the system notification chimed again. Thanks to your guidance, elite citizen Yan Feiru has achieved the aforementioned enlightenment. Ripple Force, contribution points plus 99. Elite citizen Yan Feiru has been deeply shocked by your Ripple Force. The new version of Ripple Force is spreading, and more ordinary citizens are starting to learn it. They achieved varying levels of comprehension with this brand new Ripple Force. It was only then that he could shed tears of joy and exclaim, "Finally, I've found the correct way to unlock the kindling." He just stood there in a daze, deep in thought. Right now, there's no way I can explain the origin of this high technology and future martial arts, though I only understand about half of it myself. I must find a way to create an identity of a mysterious, unfathomable master. Blaming everything on this mysterious expert is the only way to make it sound reasonable. I need to hurry up and establish the persona of the old fire relayer, or else I won't be taken seriously. If he just said it outright, no one would believe him. Meanwhile, his parents were standing right behind him, and he didn't even notice. After that, completely oblivious, he walked straight into his room, slamming the door shut. This only made his parents more convinced that he was acting like a lovesick teenager. Our son locked the door. Ah, that's youth for you. Meanwhile, Meng Chao was still completely unaware, busy brainstorming. He wondered, how should I build the persona for the old fire relayer? Before long, a brilliant and amusing idea popped into his head. Got it, an eccentric personality, but trains like a maniac and possesses insane strength. Next, he began typing furiously on his keyboard, replying, "This 7th stage 100 battles saber technique of yours is decent, but it still has 3 errors, 4 flaws, and 5 weaknesses. Today, this old man happened to slay a super beast, and since I'm in a pretty good mood, I will point out one of those errors. It's been years since I've met a junior who dared to argue with me like this. You must have a death wish. Consider yourself lucky that this old man has been in retirement for the past 10 years, and my bloodlust has faded. Otherwise, you wouldn't live to see tomorrow's sun. Haha, this gun technique is absolute garbage. Don't get me wrong, kid, this old man isn't targeting you. I mean, all 17 shooting schools on the market right now are complete garbage. Through actual combat in the thick fog, this old man has constantly accumulated experience and modified a version of Ripple Force. Now, I need to test it out. I'm recruiting test subjects." Finally, Meng Chao lazily flopped onto his bed, feeling refreshed. He thought to himself that everything from here on out would be a huge hassle, so he could just dump it all on the old fire relayer. Playing dumb like this made him more and more excited, and he let out a mischievous laugh, pleased with his scheme. As for the online hate, I'll just play dumb and run. Man, this is so thrilling. He then lay there, daydreaming about the future, completely ignoring the numbers that kept ticking up. Meng Chao even boldly guessed that by tonight, it might reach 3,000. Whatever, I'm not going to stress over it. Time to sleep. Just like that, the next morning arrived. At a certain headquarters, Yan Feiru was still feeling conflicted and asked, "Is this altered Ripple Force really that amazing?" Drenched in sweat from his training, he calmly threw on his coat and said in a deep, firm voice, "Of course it is. Otherwise, how could it fool the Ripple Force princess?" Hearing this, she gasped in shock and quickly asked, "Tricked me? Unless this cultivation method is a fake." Seeing Feiru so panicked, he gently reassured her. "It's not exactly fake, but it is extremely radical and absolutely insane." The reason he came to this conclusion was the old saying, "A person who is half a step ahead is a genius, but those who are a whole step ahead are madmen." But this altered Ripple Force is at least 3 steps ahead of our time. It's downright psychotic. Feiru looked at her father, her mind flooded with questions. She spoke up, "But Dad, this technique actually..." Before she could even finish her sentence, he already understood. You mean how it consumes 20% more oxygen in exchange for that power, right? Knowing she still had many doubts and worries, he gently advised her, use that smart little brain of yours to think about it. Yan Yukao tapped her head lightly and explained, what does consuming 20% more oxygen actually mean? It's not as simple as taking a few extra breaths. However, with his sharp, experienced eyes, he could easily foresee that cultivation resources, and even the entire cultivation system, were on the verge of a massive overhaul. This realization made him chuckle in frustration, despite his long years of training. A simple, highly accessible basic force execution method has been turned into a complex, difficult-to-master miracle technique. It's completely absurd. Meanwhile, Feiru could only wonder, in confusion, a miracle technique? Surely it's not that extreme, is it? He began to channel his energy. Looking at the aura swirling around him, he marveled in awe. The more I practice this altered ripple force, the more terrifying it feels. The creator of this technique is no genius. They're a madman, more likely, a complete demon. In his eyes, Yan Yukao truly felt that this technique seemed designed for an era 100 times more brutal, engineered to raise martial artists 10 times stronger than us, just to fight beasts that are 10 times more savage. Standard dragon-slaying arts would be completely useless at all. And with how chaotic things are right now, you need to stay on high alert and warn him. If a technique like this gets leaked from our Yan family, it will severely damage our credibility with the military and the Board of Education. It will just give other clans who have been eyeing our ripple force a perfect chance to fish in troubled waters. Hearing that, Feiru grew even more anxious. She replied in a panicked tone, but the news has already spread all over the online forums and chat groups. What do we do now? Faced with this messy situation, he calmly instructed her to immediately release a stern statement, completely cutting all ties between this crazed ripple force and the Yan family. I will send people to handle it tonight on my end. We need to settle everything before the online traffic spikes tomorrow morning. Still unable to shake her deep anxiety, she couldn't help but ask, do you think we need to ask grandfather to step in? But Lord Yan gently declined, saying, the old master is still in secluded cultivation, finalizing the test run for version 2.0. The entire research team has been working 24-hour shifts for the past few days. We will report back to the old master once we have handled these minor issues. Hearing this, Feiru's face darkened, clearly showing her boiling rage. Faced with the mountain of trouble Meng Chao had dropped onto the Yan family out of nowhere, she swore to herself, fire relayer. Just wait until I find out who you really are. She clenched her fists tightly. Early the next morning, the alarm went off loudly at exactly 6 o'clock. It was so loud that it forced a groggy Meng Chao to sleepily slide up his sleep mask and quickly shut it off. While brushing his teeth, he took a moment to check his system points, but the results caught him a bit off guard. How did I only get 1,443 points overnight? Something is not right here. Once he was ready, Meng Chao went downstairs to eat breakfast. But since his eyes were glued to his phone, Jiakao immediately seized the chance to complain to their mom. Mom, look at Big Brother. He is staring at his phone while eating. Hearing this, their mom gently chided him. Ah, Chao, focus on your breakfast. With that, the siblings glared at each other with pure annoyance, sparks flying as they both huffed in unison. To make matters worse, Jiakao kept sticking her tongue out and rolling her eyes to mock him, driving him absolutely crazy. Before heading out, Meng Chao said his goodbyes, not forgetting to throw in one last jab at his sister. Mom, I am off. Make sure to keep an eye on Xiao Cao's stance training. That is the foundation of her cultivation after all. This made Jia Sao snap, yelling, You smelly evil brother, while his mom just smiled warmly and said, Got it, stay safe on the road. Taking advantage of his bus ride to school, Meng Chao pulled out his phone to check the latest online news, which left him deep in thought. In this latest live stream, Feiru stood before the camera and flatly declared, Recently, an extremely radical, even crazed version of the Ripple Force has been circulating in Dragon City. The side effects of practicing it are completely unpredictable. Hearing this, Meng Chao was totally baffled, thinking, Radical? Crazed? Isn't she describing the future version of the Ripple Force? She didn't stop there, aggressively adding, This bootleg Ripple Force is even using our Yan family's name to scam people. I hope whoever is behind this knows when to stop and cleans up their own mess. Otherwise, the Yan family and I will not hesitate to take legal action. Meng Chao couldn't help but chuckle at her fierce declaration. The future Ripple Force was literally developed and upgraded by Yan Feiru herself. Is she out of her mind? She is literally slapping herself in the face. Then, he quickly pumped himself up. Well, I still have the Dragon Snake Force and the Reckless Bull Force. I am sure I will find other ways to earn contribution points. Just you wait, Yan Feiru. Today you treat my good intentions like trash, but tomorrow you will be begging to cling to my legs. Just the thought of it made him picture a future where Feiru was on her knees, pleading cutely, "Oh, little Chow Chow, please forgive me." Lost in his daydream, Meng Chao stood there grinning like an idiot, murmuring, "If she begs like that, she must be truly sorry. I guess I can make an exception and forgive her just this once. But enough daydreaming." He snapped back to reality and got serious, carefully planning his next move. Today is the Rare Materials Trade Fair. I need to level up my basic harvesting skill proficiency a bit and try to unlock more memories to find a cure for Elder Ning. But just a little while later, all that high-spirited energy vanished. Meng Chao sat in the restroom, feeling utterly defeated as he grumbled, "After working my butt off all day, I finally got my contribution points up to 1,758. Hopefully, this is enough to recover more of Elder Ning's memories." As soon as he closed his eyes, the system chimed, "Basic harvesting skill proficiency, plus 436. After a thorough search, Meng Chao suddenly snapped his eyes open, feeling a surge of joy. I found it. What he had been searching so desperately for were the roots of a 100-year-old heart-devouring grass and the wings of the Crimson Queen Bee. With these two crucial clues, I can definitely find a way to save Elder Ning. And just like that, his remaining contribution points instantly dropped to 1,200. But this was exactly what Meng Chao had hoped for. Since he has 1,200 points, it's just enough to unlock basic healing. Then, the system issues a notification. Consume 1,150 contribution points to trade for one cast of basic healing. The healing progress hits 71%, but all he can feel is this overwhelming urge to scream with pure joy in his mind. Oh man, this is the feeling. It feels so damn good. Now that his next target is locked in, Meng Chao doesn't waste another second and heads straight to the location. Peering through the glass doors, he can't help but feel a bit doubtful, wondering to himself, Tenyun Building. Is this really where Elder Ning's material trading fair is? After traveling for a bit, he finally arrives, only to freeze in awe as a figure suddenly streaks across the sky right past him. As he watches a crowd of wealthy, elegantly dressed people stream inside, he stands there utterly bewildered. At the same time, the chaotic, noisy atmosphere outside makes Meng Chao even more skeptical as he thinks to himself, why does this feel totally different from the material trading fair I had in mind? But at this point, worrying is completely useless. He knows all too well that heading back home to change clothes is out of the question now. So, dressed in his school uniform and clutching his backpack, Meng Chao walks right on in, leaving the high-class guests staring in shock while he mutters a guilty apology in his head. "Sorry, Elder Ning." Sure enough, just as he's about to stroll right through the entrance, two massive, intimidating guards packed with weapons are already waiting there, looking ready to take him down the second he takes a step inside. Their eyes flash with a deadly warning glare. "Hey, kid, hate to break it to you. This is a high-profile material exchange. No invitation, no entry." Left with no choice, Meng Chao points to himself with an innocent, helpless look and asks, "But Elder Ning invited me here himself." Hearing Elder Ning's name, the guard still doesn't budge an inch, coldly responding, "I don't care who this Elder Ning is. No invite, no entry, period." Frustrated, Meng Chao quickly steps to a corner to make a call, while the two guards sneer behind his back. Is that all he's got? And he actually tried to sneak in here? Who does this kid think he is? Pressing the phone to his ear, Meng Chao scowls and furrows his brow as he speaks. "Elder Ning, could you come grab me at the door? I don't have an invitation, and the guards aren't letting me in." On the other end, Elder Ning replies, "I'm still 10 minutes away. My young friend, hand your phone over to the guard. Let me talk to him." Meng Chao shoves the phone toward the guard and says, "Hey, this is for you." The guard leans in to listen, scoffing to himself. "A phone call? Who do you think you are, the host of this party?" But then, Elder Ning's voice booms from the speaker. "This is Ning Sheiwo. My invitation number is..." Before he can even finish his sentence, the guard is already breaking out in a cold sweat. He stares at the phone screen, completely panicked. "Yes, sir. I am so sorry. Right away, sir." Bowing and scraping, the guard hastily gestures with both hands, welcoming Meng Chao inside. Elder Ning is still on the line. "Please forgive my ignorance, sir. Come right in. And here is your phone back. Honestly, if you knew it would end like this, why act so high and mighty in the first place. On the phone, Elder Ning apologizes with regret. I'm sorry, my young friend. I shouldn't have let you go through that trouble. Meng Chao beams, cheerfully replying, No worries at all. I just got here way too early. Take your time, Elder Ning. I'll wait inside for you. The moment he steps inside with his backpack, the atmosphere completely flips, 360 degrees. The place is bustling and incredibly lively. Hey, Zhang, I heard you've got a monster hide valued around 300 million. If you haven't found a buyer yet, why not sell it to me? Glancing over, he sees two men chatting with wine glasses in hand. My dear brother Li, I was actually waiting for you to bring it up. A huge haul like that is too much for anyone else to handle. Haha. And besides, 3 million is just pocket change to you anyway. Hearing those numbers is enough to make anyone pale, not to mention that creepy laugh. Meng Chao completely freezes up, his eyes rolling back for 3 seconds, in sheer disbelief at this environment he clearly doesn't belong to. Nearby, a guy raises his hand to flash a mark, his eyes practically blazing as he brags to his crowd. As the captain of the Wildcat squad, I'm the most reliable harvester out there. Not to toot my own horn, but without me, he wouldn't even make it past the foggy zone. The two girls listening gasp in awe, their mouths hanging wide open. Meng Chao grits his teeth slightly, looking down in deep thought. To think that in the apocalypse, this luxurious 5-star hotel will end up as nothing but a heap of crumbled walls. He runs a hand through his hair, brushing it back to reveal his slightly furrowed brow, his eyes resolute, yet his mind is suddenly flooded with horrific, bloody images of skulls. Even the gorgeous, elegantly dressed women here are reduced to nothing but skeletal remains in his mind. Today, they stand tall, as elite warriors ruling over the land. Tomorrow, they are just ants struggling in the jaws of death. No matter what high society claims, prestigious clans and god-tier martial arts will all crumble into ash, utterly meaningless in the end. Meng Chao lets out a faint smirk, closing his eyes. What is Dragon City even supposed to be then? Is this really a place I can't enter? Who else? Who else could possibly make me bow down? He continues his train of thought. Yep, only food can be converted into the raw power needed to fight real monsters. With that, he dives straight toward the buffet, grabbing a chicken drumstick, tearing into it wildly, and spinning around like a hurricane. With his eyes rolled back and his mouth stuffed to the brim, he glanced over as he heard someone nearby let out a deep sigh. Did you guys see that high school kid? He's eating like some starving ghost reincarnated. A few people standing by the flower vase laughed and gossiped. Why even talk about him? I heard from the folks at the Outworld Research Center that beasts aren't the only things in the other world. There are plenty of bizarre things out there, even low-level humanoids. Are those humanoids actually powerful? Meng Chao rolled his eyes, tilting his ear back to eavesdrop on them. Powerful? Please. They got so terrified by the monsters that they started calling us transmigrators demon gods. As far as I'm concerned, those beasts are the absolute peak combat power of that world. We Earthlings transmigrated here only a few decades ago, and yet we're already wiping the floor with them. Just wait until the fog clears. Won't those otherworlders get completely demolished by us too? Hearing this, Meng Chao rolled his eyes, puffed his lips, and let out a snicker, clearly mocking them. Hearing him laugh, the four of them whipped around, instantly furious. Who's that? What's so funny? But Meng Chao just raised his chicken leg casually, waving his hand as he shouted, Elder Ning, I'm over here. Just then, Elder Ning arrived, turning around when he heard his name. The stunning Ning Shuishi also showed up, waving at him with a warm smile. Everyone around was instantly captivated by her charm. Meanwhile, Elder Ning pointed at Meng Chao and burst into laughter. My young friend, are you playing dumb on purpose? Shuishi covered her mouth and giggled next to him, while Meng Chao just stood there looking totally clueless, still chewing on his chicken leg. Shuishi smiled brightly, explaining on her grandfather's behalf. What grandfather means is, did you dress like this on purpose so people would look down on you? And then use that as a chance to slap them in the face? Are you trying to use this to make a name for yourself in the harvester circle? Hearing this, Meng Chao was taken aback, waving his hands in a frantic panic. No, I'm not. I didn't. Don't make stuff up. Then he calmed down, rubbing his cheek with an awkward laugh. Elder Ning, please don't get the wrong idea. I didn't mean to show off like that. How about you just pretend you don't know me? Elder Ning replied seriously. My young friend, that's not what this old man meant at all. I just found it strange. Didn't your master teach you any of this? Meng Chao sighed helplessly, lowering his gaze to tell the truth. Actually, I don't have a master. An image of a legendary master appeared as Meng Chao explained. I just met a senior online named Old Fire Relayer, and he occasionally gives me a few pointers. I don't even know if I'm qualified to call him my master. Hearing that name, the grandfather and granddaughter stared at each other in shock. Old Fire Relayer. I've never heard of such a senior in our circle. Meng Chao described him while cupping his hands in deep admiration. In our circle, he is incredibly powerful, but his character is extremely noble. He's transcended low-level desires and is entirely dedicated to contributing to society. He possesses immense wisdom and foresight, able to see right through the future, not to mention having an incredibly magnetic personality. He can conquer and save everyone. Elder Ning and Xuxi listened with their jaws dropped, completely bewildered. Right? Meng Chao boldly waved his hand and said, "Be a bit more confident. Drop the question mark." Gu Ming sobbed, tears streaming down his face as he cried out with a scowl, "Young Master Jun, you have to get justice for me. Someone used Elder Ning's backing to slap me right across the face." He ranted to Liao Feijun, "Everyone knows that I, Gu Ming, am the disciple of Poison Hand Lu Santong. He clearly has absolutely no respect for the Lu family." Liao Feijun spoke up calmly, pointing to the other side. "Do you mean that kid chatting with Ning Xueshi over there?" He pointed toward Meng Chao. He was laughing and chatting happily with Elder Ning and Xueshi. Meng Chao flashed 2 fingers, chuckled, and said, "Elder Ning, I told Senior Old Fire Relayer about your problem. In just 3 seconds, he pointed out 2 things to me. Those are the roots of a 100-year-old heart-eating grass, and the blood from a queen bee's wings. Honestly, I didn't get it at all. But what about you, Elder Ning?" Elder Ning froze for a moment, thinking to himself, "Fighting poison with poison, why didn't I think of that? The wing blood of a queen bee is incredibly toxic on its own. Its toxin can rapidly neutralize the venom of the bag-crowned Cobra King, and trigger a unique muscular reaction that doesn't let the toxin spread, causing the bag-crowned Cobra King to die from cardiac arrest. Meanwhile, the toxicity of the roots of the 100-year-old heart-eating grass just happens to exceed the activation threshold of that muscle tissue. By combining these 3 ingredients in the right proportions and sequence, and using other materials to slow down the reaction rate, it can completely achieve a detoxifying effect." Seeing Elder Ning spaced out, Xueshi called out to him softly in worry. "Grandfather." Elder Ning immediately smiled warmly, assuring her, "I'm fine, sweetheart. I'm saved. The problem that has plagued me for so long. This Old Fire Relayer managed to solve it in just 3 seconds. He truly is a godlike figure." A system notification popped up. "Through your guidance, elite citizen Ning Shiwo's understanding of toxicology has increased. Gained a brand new insight. Contribution value plus 40. Meng Chao let his imagination run wild again, picturing Elder Ning as a fat sheep that he was happily shearing. He smirked to himself. Farming elite monsters really was the best. He turned to Elder Ning with a serious look and said, "Elder Ning, the Old Fire Relayer only mentioned these 2 things. I think it might be a case of using poison to fight poison, but he didn't specify exactly how to use them. You must be extremely careful." Elder Ning quickly replied, "How could I bother the senior with such details? This old man has done some research of his own when it comes to medicine. The senior pointing out these 2 ingredients has already been a massive help to me. Honestly, I still don't know how I can ever thank the Old Fire Relayer." Hearing Elder Ning speak so respectfully and politely, Meng Chao let it go straight to his head. He closed his eyes, lifted his chin, and acted all high and mighty. "Oh. Don't worry about it. The Old Fire Relayer doesn't care about fame or fortune. It's totally fine if you don't give him a single dime. But if you want to gift him the most luxurious mansion in Dragon City, he won't say no." As he kept talking, his nose practically grew longer by the second. Money is absolutely nothing to him. Then he added playfully, "Oh, by the way, regarding the reverse 7 cuts, the Old Fire Relayer doesn't mind sharing it either. How about I show you right now?" After saying that, he turned away with a sly grin, thinking, "I've got a fat sheep right in front of me. If I don't show off now, when will I ever get another chance?" Gu Ming gritted his teeth, glaring at Meng Chao as he hissed, "How does this brat even have the right to be here?" Liao Feijun gave a casual glance and muttered under his breath, "Just as I expected." He recalled a boss telling him earlier, "Rumor has it that my senior brother was poisoned recently, and his body is badly damaged. If I challenge him right now, taking advantage of his weakness, it would be perfect if he actively challenges me." Back then, Liao Feijun had been hiding behind the door, eavesdropping on the conversation. He let out a sly chuckle. Back in the present, Liao Feijun glanced at the raging Gu Ming, thinking to himself, "Lousy skills, yet always causing trouble. If it weren't for the fact that my grandfather needs me to find an excuse to stir up trouble for Ning Shewo, I wouldn't even bother with this nonsense. Then, Liao Feijun spoke up in a serious tone. That old monster Ning was poisoned by a serpent, destroying 90% of his power. This kid is probably his disciple. Guming was shocked and turned to yell, "What? Damn it. If I had known that old geezer Ning had become a dying, sick tiger and I wouldn't have let this brat off the hook that day." Liao Feijun smirked, reaching up to adjust his clothes. Technically, going by generation, this kid would actually be my martial uncle. Standing behind him, Guming crossed his arms and said smugly, "Come on, let's go have a little chat with our dear little martial uncle." By this time, Elder Ning and Meng Chao were already seated at the banquet table. Meng Chao waved his chopsticks around as he explained, "So it goes like this, then that, and then it does this. I don't really get it myself, but you probably understand, right, Elder Ning?" Watching him, Elder Ning felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was so shocked that he clutched his chest, thinking in disbelief. Such profound techniques, and the senior actually passed them on to me? Seeing Elder Ning clutching his chest, Shueshi panicked and quickly supported him. "Grandpa," Elder Ning reassured her, "I'm fine, Shueshi. You just don't understand how incredibly deep this is." With a solemn look and a slight frown, Elder Ning said, "My young friend Meng Chao, did the old fire relayer really ask you to pass this upgraded version of the reverse 7 cuts to this old man? What does he want me to do?" Meng Chao shook his head so hard it almost flew off. "Not at all." Recalling his master's words, he explained, "The elder said that, whether it's martial arts, harvesting techniques, or psionic technology, they are all the crystallization of the hard work and wisdom of the people of Dragon City. For the sake of the people, he will never hoard any technique." He stared ahead with a serious expression. "He only hopes that your hands and eyes can master the brand new reverse 7 cuts, so you can harvest even more resources and create a brighter future alongside all the citizens of Dragon City." Listening to Meng Chao's words, Elder Ning slowly raised his hand. He stared intensely at it, then murmured softly, "The senior's grace is like a towering mountain, and his magnanimity is as vast as the ocean. I am truly humbled. This old man, no, this junior is utterly humbled." Watching all of this from the side, Shueshi couldn't help but blush as she thought, only a legendary, hidden master like the old fire relayer could raise such a unique and eccentric boy like Meng Chao. Elder Ning stood up, placing a hand on Shueshi's shoulder as he advised her, "Do you believe your grandpa now? Meng Chao is definitely someone worth befriending. At the very least, he is 100 times more reliable than that Liao Feijun. I have to go greet some guests in a moment, so please look after Meng Chao for me. Do not be rude to him, all right?" Shueshi replied, "Yes, Grandpa." Meanwhile, Meng Chao had already scurried off to find some food. It took Shushi a moment to fully process what her grandfather had just said. Her face flushed bright red like a ripe tomato, and she suddenly shrieked, "But he's still in high school. He's 3 years younger than me." Elder Ning's eyes widened in surprise, while Shushi blushed with embarrassment, completely frozen in place for 3 whole seconds. Holding 2 plates of food with a lobster stuffed in his mouth, Meng Chao stood right between the grandfather and granddaughter. All 3 of them stared at each other, eyes wide in utter disbelief. Meng Chao looked like a total mess, with food smudged all over his face. He even turned to give Lei Shi a goofy smile, but both of them were completely speechless. Just then, Liao Feijun walked over, casting a dark, gloomy shadow over the room. He glared down at Meng Chao, fuming inside. "This brat was just hiding behind that vase laughing at us, and now he dares to get close to my Lei Shi?" His eyes narrowed into a murderous glare. He stared at Meng Chao, thinking, "You've just made a lifelong enemy, kid." Lei Shi was happily chatting with Meng Chao when Feijun walked up, wedging himself right next to Meng Chao, and spoke up. "Lei Shi, what are you doing here?" He crossed his arms and cast another condescending look at Meng Chao. "Who's this weird guy next to you anyway?" Hearing that, Meng Chao looked up. Guming waved his hand dismissively and chimed in, "Young Master Feijun, I know this kid. He's just some broke loser from Tianfu Garden. God knows how he managed to sneak in here." Feijun sneered. This boy is laughing and chatting with Lei Shi. Their relationship must be anything but ordinary. Listening to the 2 of them bounce off each other like a comedy duo, Lei Shi and Meng Chao were incredibly annoyed. Feeling even more smug, Feijun added, "Who knows? Maybe he's Elder Ning's new disciple, right?" Lei Shi had absolutely had enough of his tone. She immediately splashed a glass of red wine right in his face, her voice echoing with pure rage. "Liao Feijun," she knitted her brows, her face flushed with anger. Get the hell away from me. Drenched in red wine, Feijun looked utterly pathetic and humiliated. He pointed a trembling finger at Lei Shi and gritted his teeth, growling, "Ning Lei Shi, you've got some nerve." Beside him, Gu Ming quickly tried to calm him down in a hushed voice. "Calm down, young Master Feijun. There are too many influential people here today. It's not wise to make a scene right now." Powerless to do anything else, Feijun could only swallow his anger and turn away. But he thought to himself, "Ning Lei Shi, you brought this on yourself." A sinister smirk crept onto Feijun's face as his eyes darkened. He adjusted his collar and thought, "Just you wait." Lei Shi turned to Meng Chao, looking apologetic and a bit embarrassed. "I'm so sorry. Liao Feijun is a complete lunatic. Don't pay any attention to him." Meng Chao casually clasped his hands behind his head and replied nonchalantly, "I'm fine, but man, you're pretty fierce yourself, throwing wine at him like that right off the bat." Hearing this, Lei Shi's face blushed bright red with embarrassment. She nervously clutched the hem of her dress and mumbled, "No, I'm not." Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the hall, drawing their attention. "Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, our trade session is about to begin." The host kicked off the event. "I sincerely hope everyone here leaves fully satisfied today." Gesturing toward the display case, he made a grand introduction. "Here is our very first item of the day. It is of exceptional quality, with a nerve sphere essence freshness rating of over 70%. I believe this material's uses need no further explanation. The starting bid is 900,000 credits. You may now place your bids." Before he could even finish, wealthy tycoons immediately began raising their paddles. Bids flew from 950,000 to 1,050,000, then 1,150,000, and quickly climbed to 1,303,000 credits. Meng Chao could only stare, completely stunned by the scene. He rubbed his face, his eyes literally turning into dollar signs. This trade fair is the absolute best. 2 hours later, the host took the stage once again to introduce the next segment. Next up is the most highly anticipated part of the event, the material appraisal. Let us welcome the Blood Wolf squad to the stage with their unidentified material. A representative of the squad, clad in heavy armor, stepped onto the stage with a solemn expression. "Respected experts, our team retrieved this item 3 days ago. It was found deep within the thick fog, and its properties and uses remain unknown. We ask that you examine it, and hopefully, find an expert who can appraise it. We will of course compensate the appraiser handsomely." Feijun crossed his arms and smirked, chiming in with a sneer. "I heard the legendary Ghost Hand, Senior Ning, has recently taken on a new disciple who supposedly inherited his legacy. Since Elder Ning is currently severely injured, why don't we let this disciple show us what he's got and open our eyes?" Lei Shi was absolutely furious and looked ready to pounce on him. "Liao Feijun, don't you dare talk rubbish. Meng Chao is an old friend of my grandfather's, and he has absolutely nothing to do with either of our families. Stop running around barking like a rabid dog." Feijun burst into a mocking laugh, continuing his relentless ridicule. "Elder Ning was poisoned by a serpent, and his strength has been rapidly deteriorating. I suppose he'll make friends with just about anyone these days. Retiring while still at his peak. Truly, this kind of spirit is something we juniors should learn from." Holding his wine glass, Elder Ning kept his eyes closed in silence, though he was desperately holding back his boiling anger. "You arrogant brat. If it weren't beneath me to stoop to your level, do you really think I'd let you spout such nonsense?" Suddenly, Meng Chao stepped forward, looking incredibly excited. "Sure, let me take a look at this material." Seeing a nobody dare to step up, the crowd stared in disbelief. Standing before them, Meng Chao thought with utter confidence, "I was just wondering how I could boost my reputation, and yet, here is young Master Feijun giving me this perfect opportunity on a silver platter. If I don't use him as a stepping stone to cool things down, that would just be rude." Seeing Meng Chao walk right into his trap, Feijun smirked smugly, plotting to completely humiliate him in a moment. "If Ning Shewo can't hold back and steps in, my grandfather's dream will finally come true. And if Ning Shewo stays out of it, I'll personally tear Meng Chao to shreds, and his reputation in this circle will be utterly ruined. This world is completely ruined now. Ning Lei Shi, this is the price you pay for splashing red wine on me." Lei Shi glared right back at Feijun, her face filled with absolute fury. The armored young man decisively pulled the cloth off the tray, then looked at Meng Chao. "Mr. Meng, please." The moment the cloth was removed, a blinding red light burst out from within. A sparkling, ruby-like object shimmered, instantly setting the crowd abuzz. "What is this? The spiritual energy is so dense. It must have taken a super beast over 10 years, maybe even a century, to condense this. It will be incredibly useful for cultivation." Meng Chao stared at it, slightly dazed. So it was a flood dragon's eye. This blood wolf battle team sure got lucky. Noticing a purple streak in the center of the ruby, he gasped inwardly, "Wait, what is this?" Meng Chao narrowed his eyes and began examining it carefully with a magnifying glass. He moved left and right, inspecting it from every possible angle, looking highly professional. But then, he blurted out something that left everyone completely frozen. "I have no idea." Loud jeers erupted from the crowd. "If you don't know, why did you waste so much of our time up there? Elder Ning must have lost his touch this time. This kid probably used some cheap tricks to fool Elder Ning. If you don't know anything, get the hell down here so someone who actually knows can take a look." Fei Jun narrowed his eyes in smug satisfaction. He hadn't expected Elder Ning's supposedly old friend to be so useless. He stepped forward, brushing Meng Chao's hand aside. With his hands on his hips, he said smugly, "As it happens, I know a thing or two about this material." Hearing Fei Jun's boast, the host leaned in and asked, "Would young Master Jun be willing to enlighten us and solve this mystery for everyone?" He immediately began explaining. Deep in the southern mist of Dragon City grows a plant called poison wood grass, which bears fruit once every 3 years. In extremely rare cases, it mutates into a ghost eye fruit. When a golden-haired hunting pig eats this ghost eye fruit, it forms a stone inside its body. If by chance a red-tailed golden python digests a golden-haired hunting pig that has a ghost eye fruit in its body, the fruit reacts with the python's digestive juices. Gradually, it transforms into the red-tailed python's core, which is what we call the flood dragon's eye. Fei Jun concluded. And that is exactly what this is, a highly valuable flood dragon's eye. With that, he smugly pointed straight at the case containing the flood dragon's eye. A voice called out from behind. "Young Master Jun is absolutely correct. This core is indeed a harvest from our hunt of a red-tailed python." The armored young man added, "We also found quite a few carcasses near its cave, along with golden-haired hunting pig bristles and even a large patch of poison wood grass. Young Master Jun is truly impressive. Your sharp eyes can see through everything." The crowd below erupted into a frenzy of whispers. "He's nothing like a certain someone who couldn't even recognize the core of a python-type super beast. The old master must have gone senile from his illness. How could he choose a successor like that? He is not a successor. Didn't you hear earlier? They're supposed to be old friends." Everyone sneered in mockery. Hearing this, Elder Ning's eyes widened in annoyance. He spoke up. "He is merely a high school student. Even if he received guidance from the old fire relayer, how could he possibly recognize every single material from deep within the mist?" Li Shi's hair stood on end in shock. Elder Ning's brow furrowed, his eyes turning deep and solemn as he muttered, "We have got trouble this time." The host turned back to Fei Jun and asked, "Then, may I ask, what is the value of this flood dragon's eye? I believe this is what everyone is most curious about right now." He simply smiled and smugly blurted out, 5,250,000. Hearing this, even the host's eyes went wide, and his jaw dropped in shock. Such an exact figure. Is there a specific reason behind it? Pointing his finger upward, Fei Jun summoned a blue light screen. Of course there is. He hovered his palm over the flood dragon's eye, slipping his other hand smugly into his pocket as he looked down at the crowd with utter disdain. A cool, powerful aura instantly enveloped him. Perhaps due to a sloppy harvesting technique, this flood dragon's eye suffered some damage, causing it to lose at least 1/3 of its spiritual energy. Otherwise, a perfect flood dragon's eye like this would be worth at least 10 million. Fei Jun turned to the armored man. "Your Blood Wolf battle team has been rising rapidly lately. It's about time you partner up with a top-tier, professional team." He immediately replied, "You're absolutely right, young Master Jun. Once I get back, I'll suggest to our leader that we partner with the Liu family." Fei Jun smirked in self-satisfaction, raising his hand, and casually said, "First, young master, aren't you currently pushing to reach the 3-star super grade? This flood dragon's eye is exactly what you need. Out of respect for me, how about you take it for 5,500,000? Holding his wine glass, Wei Hao grinned, his eyes squinting as he chimed in. "Do you really think I wouldn't trust you? 6 million. Will your Blood Wolf battle team sell it for that?" Hearing this, the armored young man quickly bowed 90 degrees in deep gratitude and shouted, "Of course we'll sell. Thank you, first young master. Thank you, young Master Jun." Still not missing a chance to mock Meng Chao, Fei Jun sneered. "Uncle Meng, let me give you a piece of advice. Harvesting is a job for real professionals. In a highly skilled profession like this, if you want to become an elite harvester, your family background is what matters most. Meng Chao rubbed his chin, his face darkening as he stood there, listening in silence. Smirking cockily, he added, "A mere renter like you could never even dream of touching a rare treasure like this, Flood Dragon's Eye." Faced with Fei Jun's ridicule, Meng Chao lowered his head slightly with a thoughtful look, quietly listening to the rest of his words. "I have no idea why Master Ning chose you, but shouldn't you have some self-awareness? Believing your own hype will only end up hurting you and everyone around you." Hearing this, the two bystanders below turned to whisper among themselves in shock. "Wait, he lives in a rented apartment? How does a nobody like that have any right to be at this trade fair?" Guming seized the chance to add fuel to the fire. "I know all about this kid. Not only does he live in a rented place, but his dad is just a low-level harvester at our Jushin company. And because his hands were dirty, he was just fired." On stage, Fei Jun shoved his hands into his pockets, getting ready to leave. He glanced back, thinking to himself, "Just as I thought. He's just an inexperienced brat who has no idea how the world works." I completely terrified him. The young man in armor, still holding the item in his hands, followed them and called out anxiously, "Young Master Jun, young Master Ni, let's go over the details." Ning Shuishi puffed her cheeks in anger, her brows furrowing as she imagined a scenario that would leave Fei Jun absolutely speechless. How dare Liao Fei Jun speak to Mr. Meng like that? He makes me so mad. Master Ning's face also darkened as he stroked his beard, lost in thought. "No, I have to go up there and stand up for my young friend Meng Chao." Suddenly, Meng Chao's voice rang out. "Hold on, since you called me your martial uncle, did I ever say you could leave?" Shoving one hand into his pocket while touching his forehead with the other, he maintained a perfectly calm demeanor. "Who were you again? Liao Fei Jun, right? Do you honestly believe this is a Flood Dragon's Eye?" Hearing this, Fei Jun froze for a few seconds, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. With a sly grin, Meng Chao rubbed his hands together, giving off a dangerous vibe. "You actually dared to misidentify this item and still try to act smart?" "Keep dreaming, kid." Fei Jun simply turned his head, raised a hand, and shot back. "You just said you didn't know what it was, and now you're trying to pull a stunt? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough already?" Meng Chao's gaze was firm, and his voice deadly serious. "I honestly don't know what it is. All I know is that whatever it might be, it is absolutely not a Flood Dragon's Eye." Master Ning, holding a glass of red wine, looked toward the stage and thought, "How could that not be a Flood Dragon's Eye? Is young friend Meng just trying to save face?" He called out loudly, "Young friend Meng, don't say another word. Just come down here." Meng Chao raised his index finger to lift his chin, closing his eyes as his brows furrowed, and spoke with absolute authority. If it were a simple Flood Dragon's Eye, I would have recognized it at a single glance. But upon a second look, I realized this is definitely a Demon Dragon's Eye, which is why I studied it closely for 5 minutes. Fei Jun turned around with a frown and scoffed. "You're making up a Demon Dragon's Eye just to save face? Are you trying to be a comedian?" Master Ning knew Meng Chao well. He watched thoughtfully and analyzed. "My young friend Meng is not the type of person to lie just to save face, but I have indeed never heard of this Demon Dragon's Eye before." A loud noise echoed, and Meng Chao's voice boomed. "Solitary woodgrass bears fruit once every 3 years, and each harvest has a certain chance of producing a ghost eye fruit." Master Ning, Ning Shuishi, and even Fei Jun all sat upright like students forced to listen to a lecture. Meanwhile, Teacher Meng Chao carefully drew the different stages on a board, pointing to them and explaining with everything he had. But a ghost eye fruit can actually undergo a second mutation, turning it into a demon eye fruit. Meng Chao shoved his hands into his pockets, a serious look on his face. If a golden-haired hunting boar ate a demon eye fruit early on, the crystal core that eventually condensed would be a demon dragon's eye. A smug grin spread across his face. "You must be young Master Nai, right? If you treat this demon dragon's eye as a flood dragon's eye and refine it into a genetic potion to break through to a higher realm." Meng Chao's gaze darkened, his voice cold and unwavering. "The only outcome is that your energy will go completely wild, and you will drop dead right on the spot." Hearing Meng Chao's warning, Wei Hao grit his teeth and frowned, looking deeply unsettled. Still raising his eyebrows, Fei Jun turned around arrogantly and snapped, "Act like you're some kind of expert all you want. Didn't you clearly admit just a moment ago that you had no idea what it was? Or are you just spouting total nonsense to save face?" Meng Chao calmly explained. "There are 15 different types of demon dragon's eyes. An ordinary high school student living in a rented place like me really has no way of determining which specific type it is, so I had no choice but to say I didn't know." He then returned to his cold, serious demeanor, his eyes turning dark. "After all, In the harvesting profession, you have to be completely honest. If you start making things up, it can easily lead to a disaster. Having his expertise questioned, Feijun grit his teeth in a fury, his eye twitching violently. What absolute arrogance! This is clearly a flood dragon's eye. Without any proof, you're just making things up. Meng Chao calmly locked his hands behind his head and looked up at him. Every single demon dragon's eye has a mild level of toxicity. If we just drill a small hole, scrape out a little powder, and test it for toxins, there will obviously be a reaction. Yet Liao Feijun kept spouting nonsense, acting like some kind of know-it-all. Your true colors are finally showing. If you drill a hole in the core, the entire material will be completely ruined. You know damn well we can't perform a test like that, which is why you're bold enough to spout this nonsense, isn't it? Meng Chao's eyes narrowed. It looked like he was ready to throw down right then and there. Well, believe it or not, it's up to you. Or, you can just wait for young Master Ni to suffer a cultivation backlash and start bleeding out, and then let him settle the score with you. Liao Feijun was driven absolutely mad by the provocation. Glaring with his teeth gritted, he could only scream, "You!" Then he turned to ask, "Young Master Ni, you don't trust me, but you'd rather believe some high school kid renting a cheap apartment?" Meanwhile, Ni Weihao just grinned broadly at this awkward situation. He thought to himself, "We're just drinking buddies. Only an idiot would wager his life with you." Before he could even reply, Ni Weihao heard a loud shout, 8 million, drawing everyone's attention. It turned out Old Man Ning was the one who made the bid. He frowned and said, "Seriously, little Nai, I'll pay 8 million to buy this thing. Let's find out once and for all if this is a flood dragon's eye or a demonic dragon's eye." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd started whispering in excitement. Old Man Ning was really backing up that kid. Could he be his successor? Doesn't look like it. Maybe he's his secret love child. Ni Weihao awkwardly ran a hand through his hair, still keeping a bright smile on his face. A measly few million is nothing to me. Since Elder Ning has stepped up and everyone is curious, let's test it right now to see what this thing really is. Seeing this unfold, Liao Feijun could only grit his teeth in absolute rage. He narrowed his eyes and muttered in a harsh tone, ruining a material worth several million just because of some idiot's stupid words. Soon, a tray was wheeled in, fully equipped with all the tools for the appraisal. "The tools are ready. Please, Elder Ning." Elder Ning put on his protective mask and began using an instrument to scrape a small amount of powder from the item. A dazzling 5-colored light reflected off the visor of his protective helmet, and a rich fragrance wafted in all directions, leaving everyone stunned. "Ah, that smells amazing. Such a shame this aroma is leaking out though." At this point, even Liao Feijun began to doubt his own judgment. A fragrance from this pearl? Unless it really is toxic. Could it actually be a demonic dragon's eye? Elder Ning placed a bit of the red powder into a test tube. Then, he poured a little water into it. Elder Ning then took some testing solution, gently squeezing the dropper to let the yellow liquid slowly drip into the test tube. The moment it touched the liquid inside, the pink water turned green, shocking everyone. "It's toxic. It's really toxic." That high school kid was right. It really is some kind of demonic dragon's eye. A demonic dragon's eye. And he's Mr. Meng. Why are you calling him a high school kid? Only then did Elder Ning remove his protective mask, his face drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Ning Shuishi was grinning from ear to ear. Ni Weihao's face darkened completely. He slammed his wine glass down with a loud crash, spilling wine everywhere. Liao Feijun turned around as well, trembling uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his face, looking like he was about to wet his pants. The system panels popped up one after another. Elite Citizen Ning Shewo received your guidance and recognized a new material. His knowledge has increased. Contribution points plus 18. Elite Citizen Ning Shuishi, contribution points plus 11. Elite Citizen Young Master Ni, contribution points plus 11. Meng Chao clapped his hands as a new idea struck him. "This is pretty good. I've started to figure out another path to gain contribution points." Humiliated, Liao Feijun closed his eyes and turned to leave, but a loud shout from behind made him turn back. "Wait up!" Meng Chao said to him with a serious expression. "Since we've crossed paths, let me leave you with a few words of advice." He might sound like he's being nice, but he actually had his own scheme planned out, hoping that giving Liao Feijun some guidance might yield a few more contribution points. Then Meng Chao continued, "Elder Ning and I are old friends, and he's around the same age as your grandfather. Strictly speaking, that makes me your grandfather too. But if you call me martial uncle, I'll drop down a generation and talk to my dear nephew Liao about the principles of being a harvester." The more Liao Feijun listened, the harder he gritted his teeth in pure resentment. Meng Chao slipped his hands into his pockets, leaned to the side, and glanced down. No matter how skilled a harvester is, they must know how to admit when they don't recognize a certain material. Just like this time, you only knew half of it, but still chose to step up. Young Master Ni almost ended up dead because of you. That goes for being a harvester. And it goes for being a decent human being, too. Seeing that Liao Feijun looked totally speechless with no reaction, he thought to himself, why hasn't this Liao Feijun given me any contribution points yet? Could he have misunderstood me? So, Meng Chao explained further. Don't misunderstand. Nephew Liao, my good grandson. I genuinely want to guide you. I have no interest in slapping you in the face. Go home, cool down, and think things over carefully. It might just turn your entire life around. If you keep being this arrogant, watch out, or you'll end up with nowhere to even bury your bones in the future. Hearing this, Liao Feijun's eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and he went completely wild. Liao Feijun's face darkened completely, turning as cold and grim as an assassin's. He snapped, "Are you daring to threaten me?" Meng Chao's face relaxed, putting on a friendly, innocent look. He spread his hands open and said, "This really isn't a threat. It's fine if you don't get it right now. Just remember what your Uncle Meng said, and think it over when you have some free time. One day, you'll thank your Uncle Meng." Before he could even finish, someone suddenly covered his mouth, making his eyes roll back. Ning Shuishi suddenly stepped up, locking her arm with Meng Chao's as if they were close. On the other side, Elder Ning blocked Meng Chao's mouth. The grandfather and granddaughter duo looked like they were taking down a criminal. Elder Ning chimed in, "This young friend of mine is just a tech geek. He's got a good heart, but he's terrible with words. Please, forgive his bluntness." As the three of them turned to leave, Liao Feijun pointed right at them and screamed in fury. "Ning Sheiwo, letting your mad dog run wild and bite people. Do you have absolutely no respect for my grandfather?" Elder Ning was about to walk away, but hearing that made him freeze. He slowly turned around and glared at him with daggers in his eyes. "Liao Feijun, who gave you the right to say my name?" With that, the two immediately went at it like cats and dogs. They were both losing their minds. "Is this how your grandfather raised his precious grandson? Are you just trying to push my buttons? Does your grandfather want to cause trouble for me? Is he planning to step on my head just because I'm poisoned?" Meng Chao and Ning Shuishi stood to the side, their hair standing on end. Elder Ning bellowed with immense aura, "If that's what he wants, I'll gladly give it to him. In 1 month, I, Ghost Hand, will have a public match against him, Poison Hand. Does he have the guts?" Hearing this, Liao Feijun burst into a smug, triumphant laugh. "Fine. Perfect. Let's see who gets the true legacy of the dissection techniques in 1 month. When the time comes, I hope you won't accuse my grandfather of bullying a cripple with shaking hands like you." Elder Ning glared back and roared, "To deal with Liao Santong, even a cripple like me is more than enough." The guests at the banquet witnessed an incredibly thrilling challenge. Everyone was shocked to their core. The poisoned Ghost Hand was actually taking the initiative to challenge Poison Hand. Who on earth is this Meng Chao to have Ghost Hand stand up for him like this? They must have a deep connection. 3 hours later, the deal was finalized. Standing among the crowd, Elder Ning turned to Meng Chao and said, "Young friend Meng, I'll have Ning Shuishi send over the materials you need right away." He grinned politely and replied, "Then thank you, Elder Ning." As the three of them walked forward, Nie Weihao suddenly appeared. "Meng Chao, I've been waiting for you." The moment he saw Meng Chao, he pulled out 2 cards and said, "Here is your 300,000 appraisal fee. By rule, that's 5% of the transaction. This is what you're owed, and this is my business card. Keep it. I, Nie Weihao, don't like owing favors. If you ever run into trouble, just come find me." Since it was offered, Meng Chao simply accepted it. With that resolved, Nie Weihao turned and walked away. Ning Shueshi nudged Meng Chao's arm and whispered, "You've got his card now, so don't provoke him. The young master of the Nai family is quite a playboy. His way of helping might not be something you can easily stomach." Fragments of information began to piece together, catching Meng Chao's attention. The system interface flashed a notification. "You have saved the life of elite citizen Yan Shenan. Contribution points increased by 333. Meng Chao stood there completely dazed, a massive question mark popping up in his head. Wait, isn't he the Ice Princess's dad? How did I save his life just by attending a trade fair? 10 minutes earlier, deep inside the misty forest, Hu Hu and Shuyan skidded backward, barely holding their ground against the friction. Hu Hu shouted, "Brother Shenan, be careful. We've already heavily injured this beast, but don't let your guard down at the finish line." Yan Shennon leaped into the air and replied, "Got it." The three charged into a fierce battle with the monster. Hu jumped up to slash with his axe, while Yan Shennon and Shui Yan provided cover from below, their weapons flashing continuously with blinding light. Suddenly, the monster's eyes glowed a menacing crimson, brighter than car headlights, looking absolutely hideous. Seeing the imminent danger, Shui Yan screamed in panic. "Something is wrong. This monster is about to mutate." As soon as she spoke, the beast began to shed its outer layer. Green slime splattered everywhere, revealing its horrifying new form. Having successfully mutated, the monster grew even more massive, with grotesque carnivorous flowers blooming all over its body, gnashing their jaws. Shui Yan was the first to be blasted back, her weapon exploding. Hu's leg was also tightly wrapped by one of its thick tentacles. The tentacle coiled around him tighter and tighter. Hu raised his axe to chop it off, but the moment he struck, a loud shattering sound echoed. The axe shattered into pieces upon hitting the dense tentacle. Hu gasped, "What?" Yan Shennon's eyes widened as he focused entirely on the threat. Seeing the tentacle lashing toward him, Yan Shennon dodged with lightning speed, but even running for his life wasn't enough to shake it off. Just as the tentacle was about to hit his face, Yan Shennon activated his golden skin technique and blocked it with both hands. The impact froze, a blinding flash of light erupting between them. He successfully deflected it, forcing the tentacle to retreat. Yan Shennon slid back a long distance, then lunged forward again, preparing to strike it with a powerful palm thrust. Yan Shennon's entire body was enveloped in. The glowing aura surged, reinforcing his body as he zipped around, landing heavy strikes on the tentacles and sending them spinning out of control. The thunderous impacts echoed across the entire area. Finally, Shennon grabbed the tentacles with both hands, holding on tight. Without hesitation, he ripped the tentacles apart, charging straight ahead as his eyes flashed with blinding light. Crackling with lightning, his hands thrust forward, piercing straight into the beast's belly. With lightning speed, a massive explosion erupted. Then, Shennon clenched his fists and gathered his strength, channeling the surrounding aura into a swirling vortex. In an instant, the monster blew up, its shattered remains scattering in the wind. Standing frozen in his pose, Shennan was utterly stunned by his own power. This demon-modified 8-pattern whale technique is insane. It's terrifying. My combat power has literally doubled. Hu ripped the remaining tentacles in half, roaring, "What the hell is this monster anyway?" Poor Shui Yan had been thrown back, still sitting on the ground trembling. The 8-pattern whale technique was truly powerful. Shennan stared at his hands, his face darkening with concern. He frowned and murmured, "I think I've offended a terrifying old monster." He stood amidst the ruins left behind by their intense battle. Seeing Shennan lost in thought, Hu walked over and asked, "Brother Shennan, what's wrong? The super beast is already dead." Shennan frowned, dread written all over his face as sweat poured down. This time, he feared the Yan family was going to face a major catastrophe. The next morning, under a beautiful blue sky, Shennan was kicked so hard he coughed up blood, accompanied by a furious roar first thing in the morning. "Why didn't you just die in that misty forest?" The sheer force of the kick sent Shennan crashing into the wall. With a loud crash, Shennan's face was left battered and bruised. Old Man Yan remained in his kicking pose, his iron leg still smoking. He yelled in anger, "If you aren't causing trouble on the ground, you're causing trouble in the sky." Fei Ru was also stunned. The moment she walked in, she saw Old Man Yan aiming a gun, ready to pull the trigger. "I'm going to kill you right now so the Yan family won't be ruined because of you." Fei Ru suddenly spread her arms and threw herself in front of the barrel, crying out, "Grandpa!" Her action made Old Man Yan freeze in place for a few seconds. Slowly, he lowered the gun, closing his eyes and sighing in utter defeat. "You guys have absolutely no idea what kind of terrifying entity you've just offended." Fei Ru placed a hand over her chest, trying to explain. "Even if our Yan family isn't the strongest in Dragon City, we're no pushovers. Grandpa, what on earth are you so afraid of?" Hearing this, Old Man Yan's eyes softened, his brow furrowing as he said helplessly, "I'm afraid that if the old monster who created the demon-modified 8-pattern whale gets truly angry, our entire family will be wiped out." Fei Ru froze. Just who is this old monster? They are the survivors of the initial mindless zombie massacres during the apocalypse, who spared no effort to experiment on superhuman bodies. The higher-ups of Dragon City discovered long ago that a truly terrifying beast lurks deep within the mist. To deal with those beasts, those old monsters have constantly been researching how to upgrade their cultivation techniques. Saying that, Old Man Yan smiled gently and patted Fei Ru's head. The demon-modified 8-pattern whale was highly likely created this way. Furious just a second ago, he was now beaming with a warm smile. He comforted her. Perhaps the senior found our family's little princess cute, so he granted us this opportunity. Fei Ru was still confused, not knowing if this was a blessing or a curse, her cheeks flushing from the affection. But in the next second, Old Man Yan kicked Shen Nan's head sideways, making blood spurt out like a volcano. Crossing his arms, he yelled, "Such a golden opportunity, ruined by this useless piece of trash. Dragon City is a dangerous place. A powerhouse like him wouldn't even need to lift a finger to deal with our tiny Yan family. He could crush us with a single pinky." The brutal sight sent a chill down Fei Ru's spine. She quickly hurried over to massage Old Man Yan's shoulders, trying to soothe his anger. "Grandpa, beating my dad to death won't solve anything. Now that we've offended the senior, is there really no way to fix this?" Old Man Yan slung the gun over his shoulder, lowering his head and closing his eyes in defeat. "How can we even fix this? A senior of that caliber is completely out of our league, unless he forgives us. The Yan family will not survive this disaster." Hearing this, Fei Ru immediately turned to leave, calling back, "Grandpa, I'll go and publicly apologize to the fire-passing elder. If he's angry, let him take it out on me alone. We can't let our family get dragged into this." Old Man Yan crossed his arms, still holding onto his gun tightly. He glanced down at Shen Nan, sighing. "Lao-san, look at your daughter, then look at yourself. Go and be an errand boy for that old monster. From now on, you're stripped of your duties in the corporation." Fei Ru quickly changed into a formal dress and started a live stream to issue a public apology regarding the demon-modified 8-pattern whale. I hadn't researched it thoroughly before making those slanderous remarks, causing such a negative impact on my viewers and all of Dragon City. I truly realize my mistake now, and I hope everyone can give me a chance to make things right. Watching the live stream on his phone, Fei Xiong flew into a wild rage like a grizzly bear. His scream startled Meng Chao next to him. "Who the hell dared to threaten my goddess? End up like this? I'll fight that bastard to the death." Just then, Meng Chao's phone buzzed with a message. He looked down and saw it was from the Ripple Princess. "Senior, I was just being foolish and temporarily blinded. I really know I was wrong now. Could you please spare our Yan family? I beg of you." Meng Chao imagined Yan Fei Ru holding his hand and begging him. "Please, please, please, please." Just imagining it made his nose bleed. He thought to himself, since her apology is so sincere and her attitude is so serious, I, the old fire relayer, will be merciful and let you guys off the hook this time. While the old fire relayer smugly turned a blind eye, Fei Ru was on her knees, crying desperately. "I know a senior of your stature would find money or cultivation resources to be an insult. I wonder if there is anything else the Yan family can do to serve you. Just give us your orders, and we will obey, even if it costs us our lives." Meanwhile, Meng Chao had already drafted a text. "It's fine. This old man has a very strong tolerance. I can endure any kind of insult. No need to be polite, whether it's money or cultivation resources, I'll take it all." He wrote it but didn't send it. He thought, why am I trying to act cool for no reason? While Fei Xiong was still fuming and gnashing his teeth, Meng Chao hesitated, thought it over, and deleted the draft. Suddenly, he sensed some movement and glanced over. It was Haoran over there, opening a book to read. Looking over, he saw Haoran staring back. Meng Chao suddenly remembered right. Zuo Haoran's family owns the Great Waves Corporation. I need to prevent Zuo Haoran from using his family's power to harm my parents. Just then, the old fire relayer had a mission for Fei Ru. Within 3 days, help me investigate the Great Waves Corporation. The Great Waves Corporation might be a bit tricky though. Over on Fei Ru's end, she stared at the message on her phone and murmured, "Tricky indeed." Suddenly, her gaze grew resolute. Her brow furrowed. "I understand." In the end, the old fire relayer was the one left confused. "Wait, how did you already understand? And what exactly did you understand?" Jiakao poked her head out the door, cupping her hands around her mouth to shout after Meng Chao. "Hey, big bro, if your test scores are bad today, I'm totally gonna laugh at you." Meng Chao gave her a thumbs up and grinned excitedly. He yelled back, "Don't worry, that dream of yours is never coming true." On his way, he walked with his hands in his pockets, lost in thought. The day had finally arrived, the first stage of the college entrance exam. Meng Chao stared thoughtfully out the window. A few days had passed since Yan Fei Ru admitted her mistake. With her help, the modified Ripple Force generated thousands of contribution points for him every single day. The old injuries on his body were finally completely healed, and he was able to redeem 70 to 80% of his skills. Meng Chao walked slowly through the bustling crowd. One pant leg rolled higher than the other. Arriving at the school gates, Meng Chao ran into Haran standing in front of his car. First thing in the morning, the guy was already mocking people. Trash will always be trash. Don't go dreaming about escaping that dump over at Tianfu Gardens. Meng Chao just chuckled and confidently fired back. You'd better cherish your very last day as class president. With that, he calmly turned and walked away, leaving a furious Haoran behind. Zuo Qingyun was speaking to the exam board in the training center's conference room. This time, it's not just about the honor of 9th High, but also the lives of the examinees. I ask all teachers to strictly monitor the exam and immediately report any issues. Before he could even finish, the crowd below started whispering. Man, our Class 1 isn't looking good this year. Only 30 people can make the cut. Our Class 2 is completely doomed. At best, only a few dozen can barely keep up with the top ranks. Old Wang sat in the middle, completely speechless at these two braggarts. Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and shouted, "Look, Old Wang, your student made the leaderboard." The surprised teacher looked up and saw Fei Zhang's info on the board, showing his limit punch force and a rank of 21st. The female teacher next to him glanced over and said excitedly, "Old Wang, are you hiding some secret training technique? Your regular class students are already beating our elite class." He just smugly shook his head and denied it. No, it's all down to the students' hard work. Just then, someone shouted again, "Look, it's Class 6 again." The board displayed Meng Chao's details. A 100-meter sprint in 8.85 seconds, ranking 19th in the entire school. The two teachers next to him stared in utter shock, while Teacher Yang just waved his hand dismissively as if it was no big deal, though he was practically beaming with pride. The person next to him snapped, "If Meng Chao hadn't been injured in middle school and missed our elite class, how could you have gotten so lucky to have him in your class, Old Wang?" Zuo Qingyun stood with his hands in his pockets, grunting in dissatisfaction, thinking that this punk Meng Chao actually dared to compete with his nephew. If it weren't for that past injury, he would have crushed him long ago. Principal Sun, sitting nearby, nodded in approval and praised them, saying it was quite impressive. A few seconds later, an astonished shout rang out again. "No way! A student from the regular class did that? A top 10 finish, and he's from Class 6, no less." Thonvan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as the leaderboard displayed Hao Nian's incredible score. This immediately got the teachers talking. "I can't believe he hasn't even reached the superhuman realm yet, but he broke 8.5 seconds in the 100-meter dash. His punching power is insane too, 250 kilograms, with level 3 physical fitness. He's truly the pride of the Ta family, Ta Hao Nian." Mr. Vuong smugly shrugged. "Oh, it's really nothing." Down below, the students started whispering among themselves. "What are we going to do? Ta Hao Nian is way too strong. He's already 20 points ahead of Monsieur. We actually thought Mansu would score higher so he wouldn't lose so miserably in the upcoming shooting test. Now he's definitely dead meat." The examiner stood by the railing and made the announcement. "All Class 6 candidates, the punching power limits and the 100-meter dash are now complete. Please head over to the shooting range based on your current standings." Hao Nian and Mansu locked eyes, then glared away, growling at each other like cats and dogs. The examiner then gestured, leading the students forward. The students politely greeted the staff one after another. "Good morning, Principal." "Hello, Director Ma." "Good morning, Mr. Geem." "Hello, Mr. Vuong." Principal Tone stood above, nodding in approval. "Very good, very good." The examiner announced again. "First group up for the firearms test. Ta Hao Nian and Monsieur." All the necessary equipment had already been prepared and was good to go. The examiner explained that the time limit for the firearms test was 2 minutes. You have 10 rounds for the handgun, 20 rounds for the automatic rifle, and 30 rounds for the assault rifle. Once the timer starts, you must assemble your weapons on the spot and begin firing. There are 10 stationary targets, worth 1 point per ring. There are 9 moving targets, worth 3 points per ring. And there is 1 gold target, worth 10 points per ring. Monsieur and Hao Nian already had their earmuffs on and were fully prepared. The command finally rang out. "Candidates, take your positions. 3, 2, start." Hao Nian swiftly grabbed the handgun, his finger already hovering over the trigger. With a sharp click, the magazine locked into place, the rapid clicks instantly heightening the tension. With only 1 minute and 7 seconds left, Hao Nian, holding 2 guns, turned to look at Monsieur and sneered, "Stop playing cheap tricks." Meanwhile, Manhwa was still taking his sweet time assembling his gun, acting as if he didn't have a care in the world. Bro, if you went to an actual battlefield like that, you'd be dead meat in a second. Meanwhile, Hao Nian was already dual-wielding and firing non-stop, wearing a smug grin as he repeatedly hit all 3 targets, sending his score soaring. The crowd broke into loud cheers. Oh my god, all 10 rings. How on earth is Ta Hao Nian's aim this insanely accurate? With only 40 seconds left and Manhwa still not finished assembling his gun, everyone was on edge. Oh no, Manhwa is definitely done for. Time is running out, so why is he still putting his gun together? Manhwa's fingers slowly loaded the magazine, then carefully slid it into the gun's frame. He finally finished assembling his gun with only 37 seconds remaining. Principal Tan was literally snoring and blowing bubbles, but he still cracked one eye open to take a look. He murmured to himself, "Monsieur, not bad at all." The kid then moved on to assembling the handgun, but this time, his speed was incredibly fast. In a flash, the handgun was assembled with a sharp click. Without a single moment of hesitation, Manhwa immediately raised his weapon and fired. With several consecutive shots, he hit dead center every single time. As the gunshots echoed, 10-point scores kept popping up. Fihung was so nervous he was sweating profusely. Wiping his face with a towel, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they're all 10 rings. If his luck holds up for 30 rounds, he can salvage a ton of points. After a flurry of continuous shots, Manhwa finally put his handgun down. Seeing Manhwa reaching for his rifle, Fihung cried out in panic. Is Hsu out of his mind? How can he use a rifle here? Isn't that meant for the moving targets? Why on earth is he using it on stationary targets? Another student chimed in. My guess is that Manhwa's strategy is to completely give up on the moving targets and dump all his ammo into the stationary ones. Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded by his plan. Manhwa peered through the sights to aim, his eyes burning with absolute determination. The other student added that doing this wouldn't get him many points anyway. Meanwhile, Manhwa had already started firing in rapid bursts. Bullets flew straight into the bullseye, but Fihung still said anxiously, but he was way too slow assembling his gun earlier. He's running out of time. Below the targets, spent shell casings piled up on the ground. There were only 20 seconds left, then 19 seconds. 4 targets slowly lowered into the ground. The examiner announced in a loud voice, "In 10 seconds, we'll transition to the moving targets. Both candidates, please, prepare yourself." Manhwa chose a handgun, while Hao Nian opted for a rifle. With the countdown at 15 seconds, Mr. Vuong rubbed his eyes, noting that Manhwa's state of mind seemed highly unstable. Thon Van, sitting in the spectator area, also chimed in with a serious tone. Is he that student who resorted to unorthodox methods and ended up in the hospital? With such an extreme personality, I'm afraid his path forward is going to be incredibly difficult. Principal Tan was snoring so loudly that Mr. Ngim, sitting right next to him, had to try and wake him up. Finally, cracking one eye open with only 12 seconds left, he sleepily mumbled, "Very good, very good." The 10-second countdown began as 3 moving targets popped up. Manhwa immediately aimed and fired, but his rapid shots only scored low points, with some completely missing the target. Fihung cried out in despair, "We're doomed." Using a submachine gun for moving targets? This time, Hsu is completely finished. On the other side, Hao Nian was laser-focused, straining his eyes to aim and shoot, but he wasn't doing much better than Manhwa. The targets are moving incredibly fast, and he only manages to score 3 or 4 points. Suddenly, a final gunshot rings out at the last second. The bullet hits the green moving target, scoring 9 points. Smoke rises from the barrel, indicating he is completely out of ammo. Haoren happily takes out the magazine and shakes it. The instructor announces that student Zuo Haoren has finished his test. Sitting outside, Qingyun cheers happily. Excellent. Class 6's monitor is amazing. Lao Wang opens one eye and mumbles a half-hearted compliment. Not bad, student Zuo. He says that, but secretly thinks, Zuo Haoren, are you really trying to completely crush Meng Chao's spirit? Don't you know that if you do this, Meng Chao might not even make it into a regular university? A female classmate sitting below turns around in shock. Look, Meng Chao has closed his eyes. Has he given up? Meng Chao is holding his gun tightly in a shooting stance, yet his eyes are shut tight. He still hasn't opened his eyes. No one knows what he is planning. It seems like he is just sensing the movement. The yellow moving target flashes by at high speed. Right at that split second, his eyes snap open, locking his gaze perfectly onto the target. Seizing the moment, Meng Chao fires over 10 rapid shots in a row. The deafening sound of gunfire fills the air, but no one can see how many points he scored. The instructor announces that time is up and the shooting test is over. Meng Chao pulls out his magazine, looking a bit spaced out after that rapid-fire barrage. The crowd below frowns in worry. They thought Meng Chao would make a comeback, but it looks like his mind has completely collapsed instead. Yeah. Look at how he shot at that yellow target. What a waste. Seeing this, Haoran sneers, casting a sidelong glance as he thinks, like an egg hitting a rock. You really don't know your place. Qing Yun coldly remarks, low-class people will always be low-class. He lost his cool and wasted so much ammo. Doesn't he know how to conserve Dragon City's resources? Hearing this, Lao Wang can only offer a sheepish, awkward smile. Fei Xiong looks completely dazed, his voice dripping with disappointment. Meng Chao, what about your score? But Meng Chao simply closes his eyes with a smug smile. My score should be pretty good. It is well within my capabilities. Hearing this, Fei Xiong turns pale, sweating buckets. Your mind is already broken, so why are you still acting tough with me? The instructor announces, Zuo Haoran of Class 6, firearms score, 515 points. Total score, 1,414 points. Currently ranked 11th in the school. Shucking off his gloves, Haoran smiles with pride as the crowd cheers. As expected of someone trained in a club, this score would put him in the top 3 even in the elite class. Meng Chao lost big time. Then, another announcement blares. Meng Chao, of Class 6. Firearms score, 588 points. Currently ranked 8th in the school. Fei Xiong and the others get goosebumps, completely shell-shocked. They can only gasp. What? Lao Wang is so happy he almost cries. Clenching his fists, he shouts, yes, well done. Teacher Yan also beams with joy, wearing a massive grin. Meng Chao stretches his arms and relaxes, his expression completely calm, as if this result was exactly what he expected. The speaker announces, total score, 1,434 points. Hearing this, Qing Yun feels like she has been struck by lightning. She stands frozen, mouth agape in disbelief. Principal Sun is still dozing off, his eyes shut tight. The instructor repeats, currently ranked 8th in the whole school. Haran is the most devastated. He stands there in utter shock, unable to accept reality. Gritting his teeth in sheer frustration, his eyes widen as he screams, no way! He clearly missed the target so many times. How could he get such a high score? Furious, he continues to yell, they must have mixed up our scores. This is a mistake. Suddenly, hearing a beep, Haoran turns around. The scoreboard is clearly displayed on the screen, providing undeniable proof. Both candidates look up at the results. Meng Chao scratches his head in regret. If only I hadn't missed those few shots on the moving targets, my score would have been much better. Time was just too tight. Hearing this, Haoran grows even more agitated, his face darkening as he bites his lip. Qing Yun walks over, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Haoran, you did wonderfully. Go get some rest and calm down. Lao Wang also smiles, gently nudging Meng Chao away. That's right, Meng Chao, Zuo Haoran, you both should head back to the classroom and cool off a bit. As they walk away together, one hunched and defeated, the other walking tall and proud. It is blindingly obvious who won and who lost. Suddenly, one of them stops. Just as Meng Chao is stretching while walking, he hears Haoran call out from behind. Meng Chao, I don't accept this. His eyes are filled with determination as he looks up and challenges. Do you have the guts to duel me? Meng Chao turns around, slightly taken aback, but he quickly breaks into a cheerful smile and replies, sure, why not? 20 minutes later, at the small woods behind the cafeteria, a spot where students usually settle their scores, the school turns a blind eye to these private duels. Meng Chao and Haoran stand facing each other in silence. Meng Chao thinks to himself, in my past life, Zuo Haoran had the upper hand, easily baiting me into his trap with just a few words. In this life, I am going to make you taste what real despair feels like. Meng Chao winks, looking totally pumped and smug. Class monitor, since we're both about to take the college entrance exams, I hope you know when to stop this time. Oh, is that so? Haoran smiles warmly, but it is impossible to tell if he is actually being genuine. Of course I know when to stop. Win or lose, after this fight, our slate is wiped clean. But as soon as the words leave his mouth, his inner fox shows. He narrows his eyes, his mind already plotting. After this battle, Meng Chao, you will never show your face in front of me again. So of course, our slate will be clean. Meng Chao takes off his jacket and clenches his fists, thinking to himself, Zuo Haoran, I gave you a chance. I hope you take it. With a powerful kick off the ground, The earth shatters beneath his feet. Meng Chao clenches his fists and charges forward at breakneck speed, leaving a trail of exploding dirt and debris behind him. Haoran grins widely, looking completely thrilled. He catches Meng Chao's fist with one hand and strikes his arm with the other. You talk too much, classmate Meng Chao. You've spent the entire past year learning nothing but Ripple Force. But me? I've mastered both Ripple Force and Reckless Bull Force. As he speaks, Haoran switches up his stance, throwing a swift elbow right at Meng Chao's face, but luckily, Meng Chao manages to dodge it. You are simply no match for me. Meng Chao smirks, his gaze turning dark as he dodges and snaps back. I'm not losing to you this time. Meng Chao plants his feet wide, sliding across the ground in a smooth arc. Both of them are incredibly fast and agile, trading blows left and right as they constantly switch between offense and defense. Meng Chao grits his teeth in deep concentration, while Haoran effortlessly weaves around him, looking completely relaxed. After a tense exchange, Meng Chao's arms are dripping with sweat, his clenched fists trembling slightly. He is completely exhausted, his legs shaking as if he is about to collapse. Meng Chao takes a deep breath to compose himself, his eyes locked onto his opponent with determination. He launches another strike, throwing a punch at Haoran's face, but Haoran easily slips the blow and teases him. Classmate Meng Chao, your Ripple Force is getting sloppy. Haoran mockingly puts his hands to his face with a fake pitiful expression, dodging every single punch with ease. Then he counters, throwing a powerful punch right into Meng Chao's face, sending blood spraying from his nose and mouth. Meng Chao is sent flying back. Right before hitting the dirt, he quickly plants his hand and flips his body. Successfully landing on his feet, Meng Chao holds a low stance, looking just like Spider-Man. Panting heavily, he looks completely battered, but still yells to pump himself up. Haoran puts on a merciful act, saying, "Just give up, classmate Meng Chao. You can't beat me." Inside, he is plotting maliciously, thinking, "Go ahead, get angry. I've been waiting to test out my new martial arts technique. I can't wait to use the heart-shattering all on you." Seeing Meng Chao scream "Zuo Haoran" and charge madly at him, Haoran is thrilled. "Bring it on. Let me crush you with my newly mastered killing technique, the heart-shattering all." Getting exactly what he wanted, Haoran smiles slyly, thinking to himself, "Perfect timing. I can already picture him writhing in agony from the hidden force of my heart-shattering all, the agony of his internal organs rupturing. The hidden force left behind by the heart-shattering all is impossible to detect. By the time Meng Chao realizes his internal organs have been shredded by my hidden force, his dream of getting into college will be long dead. At this point, Haoran looks almost maniacal. He bends over, channeling his technique as his entire body gets enveloped in an eerie red glow. He thinks to himself, once it happens, I'll just deny everything. Who would bother launching a full investigation over a useless loser anyway? The moment Meng Chao gets back up, Zuo Haoran's body suddenly tenses and compacts, his energy flow shifting as he transforms his reckless bull force into the strength-type dragon snake force. Now, Meng Chao leaps through the air toward Haoran, his expression colder and more serious than ever before. Meng Chao intentionally lets himself get struck in the shoulder, his shirt tearing open, his eyes flashing as he thinks, "Zuo Haoran, you chose this path. I gave you a chance. But as expected, you are just as vicious as you have always been." In an instant, Meng Chao's gaze changes completely, shifting from a regular high school student to someone who has lost everything. Meng Chao unleashes the Reckless Bull technique, delivering a devastating punch straight to Haoran's stomach. The sheer force slams into his ribs, sending him flying backward. Haoran crashes hard into a massive tree, the violent impact shattering the bark and sending wood chips flying everywhere. His mouth hangs open in shock as he silently realizes he has lost. Staring up at the vast sky, Haoran tries to feel his body. Why does he feel absolutely nothing? Meanwhile, Meng Chao bends down to wipe the blood from his nose, smiling as he hears Haoran's confusion. Holding a tissue to his nose, Meng Chao points at himself and chuckles. "During the physical exam earlier, I was holding back. I was just putting on a show." He grins wide, looking incredibly smug. "This is just the first hurdle for the college entrance exam. I have zero interest in showing off to low-level players. Besides, if I showed my real strength, you would have chickened out and refused to fight me. You thought you were so smart, but you are actually the dumbest one here." Haoran's eyes bulge out as he screams, "You set me up on purpose?" Meng Chao just calmly and slowly puts his jacket back on. Meng Chao threw his arm around his shoulder and replied, "You got that right. I did this on purpose so that once we tested our marksmanship, I could leave the exam grounds. That way, no one would get in the way of our little match. Honestly, I gave you a chance. Don't you remember? I told you that you needed to know when to quit. Haoran froze, looking pretty pathetic. He stammered, Meng Chao cut him off coldly. And look at you now. You only have yourself to blame. Haoran was still slumped against the tree, his body seemingly paralyzed and unable to move, though his mouth was still fully capable of screaming. Meng Chao, what on earth did you do to me? Meng Chao stepped closer, raising his hands with a sly grin. Come on, let me check those injuries for you. He then looked left and right, patting his head and touching his shoulders as he sneakily inspected Haoran's body. Finally, Meng Chao stopped. A smug smirk spread across his face. Squatting down, Meng Chao held up a voice recording pen and smirked wickedly. Well, what do we have here? Look at that. Our class monitor is quite the fast learner. You actually learned how to sneakily record me? Just letting him know he had him cornered. With a quick motion, Meng Chao hid the pen up his sleeve. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he stood up and said, Relax, you only broke your spine. You just can't feel your lower body for now, but you won't die. Meng Chao looked down at Haoran, his expression turning serious as he offered some free advice. With Dragon City's current medical tech, if you hire a famous doctor and get surgery, you'll recover after about 2 years of rest. Living like a normal person won't be an issue at all. Just lie still and don't move. I'll go get the teachers and our classmates. Keep quiet and don't wiggle. He didn't make any big movements, just kept talking while his hand in his pocket was at work. Meng Chao had already snapped the voice recording pen. Haoran sat frozen under the tree, his body trembling with rage as he gnashed his teeth and shrieked, Meng Chao. Meng Chao turned back and cheerfully delivered his final words. Even though I've shattered your chances of becoming a superhuman, trust me, this is a good thing for both you and all of Dragon City. Haoran completely lost his mind and screamed hysterically, Meng Chao, I will make sure you never live in peace. Meng Chao, get back here, do you hear me? A system notification popped up, saying, You have severely injured ordinary citizen Zuo Haoran, a person who would have saved a massive number of soldiers in the far future. 999 contribution points added. 10 minutes later, led by Meng Chao, Ma Qingyun, Demon Yan, the school nurse, and other classmates arrived at the scene. The moment Ma Qingyun saw Haoran slumped under the tree, he flew into a raging fury, shouting, This is lawless, absolutely lawless. How dare anyone beat someone up like this? Demon Yan and Principal Sun stood frozen, listening to him fume. Discipline Department, restrain this delinquent immediately. He's not a student, he's a perpetrator, a criminal. Meng Chao casually slid his hands into his pockets, his eyes darkening as he glanced at the 2 spectacled men beside him. Mr. Wang was also stunned by the scene. Meng Chao, you acted way too impulsively. If there's a conflict between classmates, wouldn't it have been better to resolve it peacefully? Meng Chao suddenly took a step forward. Mr. Wang's scolding continued to echo. Meng Chao, don't make things worse. You are standing right in front of 2 administrators. Ma Qingyun roared in anger. Meng Chao, you dare to resist? Meng Chao simply raised his hands calmly like a surrender, speaking in a flat tone. Of course not. Going to the discipline department is fine by me. I have no intention of running away from my responsibility. But if I don't present certain evidence in front of everyone now, I'm afraid someone will quietly destroy it. Demon Yan, could you please look around this area? I set up a total of 8 ultra-clear cameras. Hearing his name, Demon Yan was startled. It turned out to be a big deal, as there were cameras hidden all over the trees. Virtually every angle in all directions was covered perfectly. Ma Qingyun narrowed his eyes, his face darkening. Why on earth did you install cameras here? Meng Chao scratched his head, smiling innocently. The class monitor and I certainly weren't fighting over a personal grudge. We were simply sparring to help each other improve. The monitor is so skilled, and it's rare to get a chance to spar with him. Naturally, I wanted to capture it from a 360-degree angle with 0 blind spots. He played the victim, adopting a soft, pitiful tone. That way, I can review it closely back home and improve my grades. Meng Chao pushed his advantage, offering a comeback that left everyone speechless. Just like how Demon Yan always sets up cameras for us to analyze our mistakes. So, is there really a problem with that? After a brief back and forth, Demon Yan gathered all 8 cameras and brought them back. Principal Sun, take a look. Demon Yan handed one over to Principal Sunday. Meng Chao suddenly held up his hands and stared at them, his brow furrowed in a sad, troubled expression. Mr. Wang, I've had a lingering doubt in my mind this entire time. Could you teachers please clarify something for me? I've only just recovered, and my limbs are still weak and lacking strength. How could a single strike of mine have severely injured the class monitor? If possible, please review the camera footage in front of my classmates and explain it to me. Actually, the moment he heard that, Teacher Nagim's eyes flickered, as if he suddenly realized something. Hearing him say that, Thanvan lost his temper and immediately cut him off. Or else what? Are you suggesting the school would frame an innocent person? We're going to open and check it right now. Sitting down below, Hao Nian's face went completely pale. His lips began to tremble as he called out softly. By now, everyone had picked up a camera to review the entire match. Principal Tan, Teacher Ngim, and Thanvan were all stunned. Teacher Ngim pointed directly with the camera in his hand, his anger instantly flaring up. His glasses gleamed like car headlights, and the veins on his body bulged. Everyone heard him roar at the top of his lungs. Teacher Ngim grabbed Hao Nian by the collar, pulling him close as if he wanted to eat him alive. What move were you trying to use on Mansu just now? Hao Nian was scared witless, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Thanvan, who was standing outside, glared and yelled sharply to warn him. Ta Hao Nian, think very carefully before you speak. Grabbed by his collar, Hao Nian panicked. He turned his face away and stammered weakly. I just wanted to use the Dragon Snake Force. Before he could even finish, Teacher Ngim barked right in his face. Ta Hao Nian, shut up. He let go and planted his feet wide, practically radiating a fierce aura as his anger flared up. Teacher Ngim spoke in a dead serious tone. Think about this very carefully. Failing to treat an injury caused by using the wrong move can affect you for the rest of your life. Do you really want to gamble with that? Terrified, Hao Nian pressed his back hard against the tree, gritting his teeth as he stammered the truth. I used the heart-crushing thrust. Lao Vuong gasped in horror upon hearing this. A friendly spar, and you used the heart-crushing thrust? Ta Hao Nian, you've completely lost your head. Over to the side, Thanvan facepalmed in sheer helplessness, thinking to himself, it's over. It's really over. Fai Hung asked, completely bewildered. Teacher Ngim, can you explain it to us? How on earth did Ta Hao Nian get hurt anyway? We really want to know. Teacher Ngim, still wearing a cold expression, turned to look at Principal Tan, but the old man had already checked out of the situation. Teacher Ngim had no choice but to pick up the camera and explain it to the students. All right, let me break it down for you. During this match, Ta Hao Nian used a highly lethal technique, the heart-crushing thrust. The teacher explained seriously. Because he hasn't fully mastered the technique yet, there was a delay in releasing his force. As a result, all the force he generated ended up concentrated in his own spine, and at that exact moment, Mansu's attack hit him square in the chest. This triggered a sudden backfire of that energy right in Ta Hao Nian's spine, causing it to snap. A curious student immediately chimed in, does the heart-crushing thrust really have a bone-piercing force? Yes, let me tell you about it. It's an incredibly brutal technique designed to crush internal organs. Trying to use it on a classmate is downright vicious. So that means Monsieur was acting in self-defense, Fai Hung declared loudly. Ta Hao Nian brought this entirely on himself. It has absolutely nothing to do with Monsieur. Than Nan suddenly turned around, refusing to back down. Director Ma, do you have any objections to this footage? Thanvan crossed his arms, quickly looking away to avoid their gazes as he huffed angrily. It's still an injury caused by them fighting each other. Monsieur must have intentionally provoked him. At this point, Monsieur finally raised his hand to speak. Director Ma, let me emphasize again. It was a friendly spar, not a fight. Even the heart-crushing thrust was something Ta Hao Nian announced beforehand to demonstrate to me. He smirked, looking a bit smug as he continued. Personally, I think it's best we all agree this whole thing was just an unfortunate accident. Hearing this, Thanvan was utterly speechless, completely dumbfounded. Mansu tapped his temple, looking somewhat innocent, yet his words were incredibly sharp. After all, the class monitor and I just had a minor disagreement. There's no way it would escalate to the point of using an extreme move like the heart-crushing thrust. He glanced sideways and lightly flicked his fingers. Making a huge scene out of this won't benefit me, Ta Hao Nian, or the school. Don't you agree, Director? Thanvan's eyes widened, his brow furrowing as he thought to himself, is this kid actually threatening me? But if this gets blown out of proportion, what would happen to his own future career? Just as Thanvan was feeling utterly helpless, Principal Tan cleared his throat with a few coughs. The old man sure knew how to read the room. Principal Tone smiled warmly and nodded. Director Ma, Ta Hao Nian is still lying there on the ground. Shouldn't we get the boy to the hospital first? Making a fuss about this will only ruin these kids' futures, and that wouldn't be good for anyone. Grateful for the way out, Thon Van bowed 90 degrees to the principal. Yes, sir. The old man pointed at Mansio and instructed, Teacher Niem, since Mansio is right here, why don't you get the details from him? Find out how this accident happened and write a report for me. Oh, and don't go scaring the boy. Teacher Niem barked out his response. Yes, principal. With the tasks handed out, Principal Tun turned and walked away, muttering to himself, good, very good. With only their two shadows cast on the ground, Teacher Niem asked gently, Monsieur, during this morning's speed and endurance test, how much of your strength were you holding back? Monsieur turned and replied honestly, only 20 to 30%. Hearing this, Teacher Niem was taken aback. How can you say that so calmly? Looking up, Monsieur replied frankly, it wasn't much of a challenge, so I wasn't really interested. Suddenly, the teacher's expression turned ice cold. Pointing his finger straight at him, Mr. Yan says, you did today's thing on purpose. Meng Chao calmly looks back with a serious expression and replies, yes, I did. Mr. Yan turns to him and demands, I need an explanation. Meng Chao, still acting tough, says, it was just self-defense. Mr. Yan looks Meng Chao dead in the eye, furrowing his brows as he stares straight at him to expose his lie. Self-defense? It looks to me like you just wanted to eliminate a potential threat. Meng Chao looks Mr. Yan right in the eye, speaking with utter seriousness. Are you saying that if I hadn't beaten him at his own game and lured him here, he might not have targeted me? Then, his gaze darkens slightly, as he says firmly, but why should I leave my own fate in someone else's hands? Comparing the situation to a giant monster bearing its fangs and claws right in front of him, Meng Chao continues. When a vicious beast is standing right in front of you, are you really going to stop and analyze whether it's hungry, or if it might spare you, or if it has some kind of sob story? Meng Chao imagines the moment the monster falls into a trap. He continues explaining to Mr. Yan, all I can do is stand behind the trap that's already set, and see if it jumps in. As the monster is skewered and crushed by the sharp spikes of the trap, he stands above it, explaining further. It was the one who chose to kill me first. So when it jumped into the trap, there was no way I was going to kneel down and beg for mercy. Right? Hearing this, Mr. Yan's face darkens, his brows knitting together as he falls silent, deep in thought. Then, he reaches out and pats Meng Chao's head, taking the boy by surprise. Fine, that's an acceptable explanation. Leave the rest of the trouble to me. Just focus on preparing for the exam. Meng Chao smiles widely, his eyes narrowing into crescents. He replies softly, thank you, Mr. Yan. I always knew you were the fairest teacher in school. A truly great teacher. Despite the sweet talk, Mr. Yan immediately splashes cold water on him. Cut the flattery. If you really want to thank me, shouldn't you consider applying to the military academy? Meng Chao freezes up and quickly raises his hands. Waving his hands in refusal, he says, count me out. Chu Feixiong is the one destined to be a great general. You should help him out more. Mr. Yan presses him, why don't I get the feeling that you hate war? Meng Chao spreads his hands, candidly sharing his thoughts. Being a soldier is too brutish. Every time they fight, they blast the beasts to pieces, barely leaving 30% of the resources intact. That kind of crude and simple violence is just not my style. Hearing this, Mr. Yan is curious. Then what is your style? Meng Chao assumes a focused posture, using his movements to demonstrate meticulousness, precision, and elegance. I like to cleanly skin the beasts, feel their blood vessels, and gently touch their internal organs. Every drop of blood is harvested, and every organ is dissected without a scratch, turning a terrifying beast into a work of art. A masterpiece that sparkles. Now that is the art of harvesting. He looks down, a mysterious smile playing on the corner of his lips. I want to be an artist. Meng Chao's dream leaves Mr. Yan frozen in place, a cold shiver running down his spine as he breaks into a sweat. He thinks to himself, are high schoolers these days really this twisted? Meng Chao quickly asks, Mr. Yan, are you okay? Suddenly, Mr. Yan points straight at his face and asks one final, serious question. That day, did you really dream that I died? Hearing this, Meng Chao is stunned for a second, looking up before he can even react. His eyes widen as cold sweat starts pouring down. His mind starts racing, trying to remember what day he meant. A moment later, it hits him. Ah, it was the day he was reborn. He lets out an awkward laugh and replies, Ah, Mr. Yan, Dreams are usually the opposite of reality, right? I'm sure you don't mind that at all, right? Mr. Yan suddenly starts walking, saying as he moves, I was once a member of the Red Dragon Army, part of Dragon City's regular forces. Gazing at the towering spire in the distance, Mr. Yan stands tall in the wind and says proudly, back in the squad, I always thought that if I had to die, I would definitely fall as a soldier on the battlefield. His glasses reflect the image of a monster as he continues, or end up buried inside a beast's stomach. Recalling the glorious battle scenes, he says proudly, using my very last bone to pierce straight through the monster's heart. In an instant, the monster is blown to pieces by his fist, his voice still echoing in Meng Chao's ears. For every soldier of the Red Dragon Army, this is the best way to die. Finally, in his tattered battle armor, with wounds covering his body, Mr. Yan takes off his glasses, turns around, and smiles warmly. So, thank you, Meng Chao, for dreaming that I sacrificed my life on the battlefield. Meng Chao just listens in silence, completely speechless. Mr. Yan turns and walks away with a bright smile, leaving a thoughtful Meng Chao standing frozen in place. Meanwhile, Haoren is being wheeled into an ambulance by Thon Van and 2 paramedics. Lying motionless, he looks up at Uncle Ma and says, Uncle, I'm ruined. Thon Van places a hand on Haoren's head, comforting him. Don't be too sad. Our medical technology today is far better than it was back on Earth. Uncle Ma frowns and says firmly, we will use cellular technology. With monster neural cells and mutant growth factors, even paralysis can be cured. It's only a matter of time. Haoren glanced over, his face darkening with worry. But then, I won't be able to take the college entrance exam. I can never become a superhuman anymore. Uncle Ma replied seriously. Forget about this year. Just focus on recovering. You can try next year, or even the year after that. Haoren went completely ballistic. Gritting his teeth with bloodshot eyes, he screamed, Meng Chao, I want you dead. Uncle, please help me kill him. Qingyun pursed his lips, slightly gritting his teeth as he looked away. Haoren, even though I have power, Yan Dongxing and his faction are constantly watching me at school. I can't just do whatever I want. Then, Uncle Ma turned back, calmly proposing an idea. How about I call your father? Out in the real world, he has far more ways to handle this than we do at school. Hearing that, Haoren flashed a sinister smile. Wait, tell Dad not to kill Meng Chao yet. Let him target his family first. His face grew as dark and menacing as a wild wolf. Before he dies, I want him to watch his family suffer 10 times worse than I am right now. Meanwhile, at the financial center of Dragon City in the new Xinjiang district, Mrs. Zhou was throwing a fit, looking incredibly annoyed. Xiao Lu, get out of my way. I didn't come here to make a scene. I'm here to see Chairman Zuo. Xiao Lu replied, looking extremely uncomfortable. Sister-in-law, please, don't make things difficult for me. Chairman Zuo said he doesn't want to see anyone right now. Please, just wait a little longer. Suddenly, the intercom buzzed. Xiao Lu, let sister-in-law in. I've just finished my cultivation. Xiao Lu announced from outside the door. Chairman Zuo, sister-in-law is here. He responded from inside. Yeah, you may leave now. The moment she stepped inside, Mrs. Zhou burst into tears, putting on a pitiful act. Chairman Zuo, you can't just abandon old Zhou like this. Think back. You two were brothers who went through life and death together. He saved your life. Now that he has suffered a cultivation deviation and is lying in the hospital, hovering between life and death, how can you be so heartless? Chairman Zuo remained silent, staring out at the city skyline with his back turned, casually puffing on a cigarette. Only after a long pause did he finally speak. Sister-in-law, second brother Zhou saved my life, and I will always remember that. Because of this, I'm willing to offer 20 million to buy out all of his shares in the company. This 20 million should be more than enough to cover his medical bills. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhou slammed her hand heavily on the table. She screamed in absolute rage. Our family has risked our lives for over 30 years at Haohen Group. He treated you like his own brother and helped build Haohen Group into the empire it is today, and yet you only offer 20 million? Do you just want to kick him out? Zuo Qingtian, this is nothing short of robbery. Chairman Zuo remained completely unfazed, his eyes sharp. Taking another drag of his cigarette, he said, Sister-in-law, why must you reject my goodwill? I really don't know what else to say. Once I finish wrapping up some company matters in the next few days, I'll pay old Zhou a visit at the hospital. Driven completely mad with rage, Mrs. Zhou pointed a trembling finger at him, her voice stammering. You. Chairman Zuo took the cigarette out of his mouth and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. I understand you're emotional, so I won't hold your wild accusations against you. He then brushed past her, leaving her frozen with his next words. Once you've thought it through, you can come find me anytime, but I suggest you hurry. Second, Brother Zhou's condition won't wait forever. Before Mrs. Zhou could even turn around, Chairman Zhuo had already pressed a button to call his security. Mrs. Zhou is tired. Escort her out. Instantly, 2 hulking bodyguards stood blocking the door, politely but firmly gesturing with their hands. Mrs. Zhou, this way please. She stormed out in a huff, while the guard didn't forget to offer a mocking, "Have a safe trip home, Mrs. Zhou." Chairman Zhuo sat back, crossing his legs and intertwining his fingers. Once I get old Zhou out of the way, I can finally take complete control of everything in Haohan Group. I will become the true king of this empire. He picked up a family photo of Haoran proudly holding a trophy, a smile of satisfaction on his face. Xiao Hao is so talented, he will definitely surpass me in the future. When that day comes, nothing will be able to stop us. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, displaying Ma Qingyun's name on the screen. Tapping his earpiece to answer, he said, "Hello, brother-in-law." As soon as he heard the news, Chairman Zhuo's eyes widened. He froze in shock for several seconds before roaring, "What?" Xiao Hao was crippled? Who did this to him? The news hit him like a lightning bolt, making his entire world crumble. His face turned incredibly dark as he hissed through his teeth. Meng Chao, and he's just some low-life tenant kid? Losing his mind with rage, Chairman Zhuo's eyes turned bloodshot as he clenched his fists. With every step he took, the floor tiles shattered beneath him, sending debris flying everywhere. Meng Chao, since you dared to ruin my son's future, I will destroy your entire family and make you wish you were dead. Just then, an employee rushed in frantically with a laptop, shouting in a panic, "Boss, this is bad. Someone leaked that our products are all made in unlicensed sweatshops. Even the official Dragon City News is broadcasting it." This news, arriving in the middle of his fury, made him look like he was about to have a stroke. Chairman Zhuo roared, "What?" He furrowed his brows and lashed out at the employee. "Why are you still standing there? Go handle it right now, otherwise what the hell am I paying a PR team for?" The employee stood there dazed, so panicked that his voice began to tremble. But before he could even process this disaster, another crisis hit him. Another staff member burst through the door, screaming in terror, "Chairman Zhuo, the Food Safety Bureau is here." The Food and Drug Administration is already here, and more officials are pouring in by the minute. "Chairman Zhuo, 3 major banks want to audit our loans immediately. They might even pull our funding entirely." Suddenly, a 4th person bursts into the room, leaving everyone in shock. "Chairman Zhuo, we've got a massive problem. The supplier who was providing us with those illegal substances is under investigation. Our entire operation has been completely exposed." To make matters worse, the manager grabs his earpiece and shouts in a panic, "Chairman Zhuo, the reporters are here. Our security guards can't hold them back any longer." Chairman Zhuo stands there completely paralyzed. His brain literally short-circuits. It feels like a Category 5 hurricane just wiped out his entire company. Hit by one devastating blow after another, his anger boils over until he literally coughs up blood. Chairman Zhuo collapses onto the floor in a heap, his face pale with utter despair. "Who's doing this to me?" he whimpers, his voice barely a whisper. "Who the hell is behind this?" He scowls, his eyes filled with sheer panic as he weakly clears his throat. Why is this happening? Meanwhile, in the dead of night, Meng Chao is standing at a bus stop. With his hands shoved deep into his pockets and his head tilted down, he looks completely lost in thought. His eyes are heavy with worry, as if he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Suddenly, Fei Xiong runs up from the distance, waving his arms and shouting, "Meng Chao," he yells. But as he gets closer and notices his friend's gloomy expression, he asks in concern, "Hey man, everything all right with that stuff from today? It wasn't too much trouble, was it?" Meng Chao flashes a goofy grin, his eyes squinting as he gives a thumbs up. "Not at all, now get lost." Meng Chao hurriedly pushes Fei Xiong away, but his clueless friend still yells back, "Hey, if you ever need anything, just say the word. Brothers have each other's backs." Yeah, I know," Meng Chao replies half-heartedly. Finally, Fei Xiong turns to leave, waving as he calls out, "All right then, I'm heading home first." As the heavy traffic roars past, kicking up dust and exhaust, Meng Chao falls back into silence. Once he's finally on the bus, he leans his head against the window, staring blankly at the passing streets. Even though Dad is building a connection with the Thunder Squad right now, he thinks anxiously, there's no telling what kind of crazy, desperate stunt Zhuo Haoran's parents might pull if they lose their minds. Suddenly, Meng Chao remembers something. He pulls out Naihao's business card and stares intensely at it. Am I really going to have to reach out to that young Master Nai guy? Right then, the bus screeches to a sudden halt, catching him off guard and sending him face-planting into the seat in front of him. Rubbing his forehead, he can't help but think about how weak he still is. He absolutely has to reach the transcendent realm as fast as possible and gain true power of his own. Suddenly, a bright light flashes before his eyes, and his system panel materializes. Under your guidance, the Haohan Group's criminal ring involved in the counterfeiting and manufacturing of illicit drugs has been completely dismantled. 5,000 contribution points have been added. Still slumped over from slamming his head, he stares at the screen in utter disbelief. Wait, I wasn't even paying attention, and I somehow made another contribution. And what exactly did I guide anyway? Besides, with a payout this massive, just how corrupt and evil was the Haohan Group? Right then, the phone inside Meng Chao's bag begins to buzz. He pulls it out to find a message from Fei Ru. His eyes widen in shock as he reads, "Senior, it's done. The problem has been resolved." Sweating bullets, the Kindling Elder replies with a massive question mark. How on earth did you guys tear their entire company apart like that? He wonders. Fei Ru rolls her eyes and shoots back. Wait, didn't you say the Haohan Group was going to be a problem? Well, they're not a problem anymore. Actually, there is no Haohan Group anymore. The Kindling Elder strokes his beard, sweat dropping as he types. Right, but you didn't have to go that far. Fei Ru seriously explains her reasoning. Their fraudulent loans are exposed, they're bankrupt, drowning in debt, and facing serious criminal charges. The media is dragging them through the dirt. Their reputation is utterly ruined, and they'll never be able to pull anything again. But when the Kindling Elder turns his back in the chat and remains silent, she starts to panic a bit. Fei Ru starts counting on her fingers as she lays out the details. Look, Senior, we had no idea what we were walking into, but what we uncovered was absolutely horrifying. We never expected the Haohan Group to be secretly using the blood of decaying mutated monsters and passing it off as high-grade super beast blood. That is the ultimate taboo in Dragon City. Fei Ru cups her face, her eyes filled with pure admiration. If you hadn't seen right through them, there's no telling how many innocent lives this vile company would have ruined. She places a hand over her heart, her cheeks flushing slightly. We completely understand and share your burning hatred for evil. But Dragon City is still a society governed by law. The Yan family is a highly respectable clan, and taking them down through official legal channels was already pushing our limits. I hope you can understand. Fei Ru looks up with a sweet, pleading expression. Now that the Transcendent Tower has stepped in, Zuo Jingtian's cultivation will be permanently crippled, and he'll spend the rest of his life behind bars. The Zuo family is buried under tens of millions in debt, and his son won't ever dare to lay a finger on your disciple again. Are you still not happy with this outcome? Wow, she's really pulling out the puppy dog eyes and charms here. Back on the bus, Meng Chao is sweating bullets, completely petrified as he stares at the next text. If that's still not enough, we can always find other ways to deal with them. He grabs his own face, squeezing it until he looks like a panicked gorilla. Are you kidding me? They're already bankrupt and facing life in prison, he screams internally. What other ways could you possibly be thinking of? Desperate to stop them, the Kindling Elder quickly replies. Never mind. That's more than enough. Understood. Thank you so much, Senior. You truly are incredibly generous and kind-hearted. We'll leave it at this and won't make any more of a scene. To himself, Meng Chao sighs in relief. You really don't get it. I'm actually a pretty low-key guy. I get it now. We absolutely cannot drag Senior into this. Who the hell does the Haohan Group think they are? They are nothing but filthy dog crap. Stepping on them would only dirty Senior's shoes. After a chaotic round of texting, Meng Chao finally turned off his phone screen. His gloomy face reflected on the dark screen as his mind wandered. It seemed like the Yan family had already handled everything. Meng Chao stared out the window, his brows furrowing slightly. He smirked, lost in thought. But why does it still feel so strange? Meanwhile, the three members of the Yan family were sprawled out on their chairs, looking totally relaxed. Fei Ru clasped her hands together in sheer joy. Since Senior said to let it go, that means he has forgiven us, right? Chenin suddenly peeled off his face mask, startling both his father and daughter. So this was the man pulling the strings behind Yan Fei Ru's account. He closed his eyes and sighed. Looks like it. Just as Dad guessed, the old fire relayer is soft-hearted after all. He only forced the Haohan Group into bankruptcy and made them face legal consequences. Chenin handed the phone back to Fei Ru and added, and he is not holding a grudge against our Yan family anymore. Before he could even finish, Elder Yan kicked him so hard his head spun. The old man roared, "You troublemaker! How dare you even think about holding a grudge against a master like him?" The phone flew through the air as Feiru panicked, desperately trying to step in and pacify them with sweet words. "Grandpa, how did you find out the old fire relayer's identity? And how were you so sure about it? That he wanted us to take down the Hao-Han group to make amends? Come on, tell me." Elder Yan turned around, closed his eyes, and said, "I have an old friend named Ghostly Hands Ning Shewo. Do you still remember him?" Standing behind him, Feiru looked surprised. "Grandpa Ning? Of course I remember him. But I heard that a few months ago, he was hit by a bizarre poison that was supposedly completely incurable." Elder Yan snapped his head around, his eyes wide. "Exactly. Just a few days ago, Elder Ning suddenly received guidance from the old fire relayer and formulated a new medicine. He even asked me for some rare ingredients." Elder Yan raised a finger, furrowing his brows, and said with a tense voice, "At that moment, it hit me. Could the old fire relayer and the mysterious monster we offended actually be the same person? So I did a little digging. And guess what I found?" Feiru leaned forward eagerly, her face tense with anticipation. She bent down and asked excitedly, "Well, are they really the same person?" Chenin, whose face was still black and blue from the beating, poked his head out and chimed in, "There is no way. Ripple Force and medicine are two completely different paths. Even if he is an ancient monster, there is no way he could master both." Elder Yan closed his eyes and delivered another thunderous kick to Chenin, turning Feiru's face pale with shock. "You useless piece of trash. The future of the Yan family can only rely on Feiru." Elder Yan opened his eyes, frowned, and asked, "Feiru, do you still remember that performance video you received? What do you think the identity of the person in that video is?" Feiru answered seriously, "Judging from the school uniform, it is either someone from 3rd High or 9th High. And looking at the background, they are probably not very well off. They seem to be living in a rented place." Hearing this, Elder Yan kicked Chenin flat on his face again, slapped his own forehead, and yelled, "Why can't you learn a thing or two from your own daughter?" Chenin could only wail in sheer agony. "Dad, take it easy on me. Aren't I staying out of everything now anyway?" Elder Yan turned around with a solemn look and said, "According to what I learned from Elder Ning, the old fire relayer has a disciple named Meng Chao. He just happens to be a student at 9th High, and he lives in a rented apartment." As soon as Chenin struggled to his feet, he couldn't help but butt in again. "Even if the old fire relayer is indeed that omnipotent monster, how did you know he wanted to take down the Hao-Han group, Dad?" Furious at being doubted, Elder Yan smacked him on the head again and roared, "Because I had someone investigate. That kid, Meng Chao, is in the same class as the son of the Hao-Han group's chairman. They hate each other, and they even got into a massive fight recently. Do you get it now?" With one of them hot-headed and the other covered in bruises, only Feiru remained calm enough to analyze the situation. If that is the case, then all the pieces fit perfectly. Everything makes sense now. Elder Yan widened his eyes in agreement. Exactly. How could a disciple of the old fire relayer let himself be humiliated by mere nobodies? The Hao-Han group really kicked a steel plate this time. The old man roared again. "Raising a useless son is a complete waste of food. It is pure karma that his father's reputation is ruined and he is going to rot in prison." Chenin grimaced in defeat, giving his father 2 thumbs up with a trembling, terrified voice. "Dad, I learned my lesson. I wouldn't dare offend a hidden master like the old fire relayer again." Feiru poked her head out, pointing a finger as if she had just realized something. "Grandpa, since the old fire relayer is so powerful, why did he even need us to deal with the Hao-Han group?" Elder Yan turned around, clasping his hands behind his back, and said, "That brings us back to those 2 words the old fire relayer mentioned. Too troublesome." Chenin couldn't keep his mouth shut again. Wait, is there actually some deep meaning behind those 2 words? Didn't he just want us to do his dirty work? Elder Yan snapped around, absolutely furious, and yelled at him for being so utterly clueless. He put on a stern face, pointed his finger right at him, and snapped, "What is that Hao-Han group to the fire-transmitting elder? They are absolute garbage. They are piece of times tea trash that is not even worthy of being stepped on by the elder himself." Elder Yan pointed his finger from Chenin to Feiru, and both of them bowed their heads as they listened to him lecture. "Ever since you offended him last time, has either of you gotten a single night of good sleep?" Feiru was the first to speak up, answering anxiously, I couldn't sleep at all. These past few days, I could barely sleep. Every night, around 2 or 3 in the morning, I would wake up terrified." After answering, she let out a long sigh of relief. As for Chenin, his soul seemed to have left his body, utterly relieved that he was not getting beaten anymore. Elder Yan put his hands behind his back, turned around, and said, "The elder showed great mercy by waving his hand and letting us handle this little trouble. This is his way of giving us a way out, so we can put our minds at ease." He sat down, gripped the armrests of his chair, and said coldly, "Fortunately, that senior is a kind-hearted man, and fortunately, I personally handled it. Otherwise, you ignorant kids would have ruined everything." Feiru put her hand to her chest, looking a bit dazed. Shannon clicked his tongue seriously, furrowed his brows, and spoke up, "Wait, that is not right, father. To settle things with the Haohan group, we did a lot of investigations, including looking into young Meng Chao's identity. Won't the fire-transmitting elder be displeased with us?" Elder Yan poured a cup of hot tea, keeping his composure as he replied, "Did you really think I needed you to tell me that? I already discussed this thoroughly with Elder Ning." He picked up the teacup, closing his eyes as he continued to explain. "The fire-transmitting elder has no intention of hiding young Meng Chao's identity. In fact, he is using his disciple to leak some revolutionary martial arts information, knowledge, and techniques. In everyone's minds, the image of the mysterious fire-transmitting elder, pulling the strings behind Meng Chao, began to take shape." Elder Yan continued to speculate. Letting his disciple venture out alone is probably a form of training for the boy. And for forces that are friendly to him, he would not mind revealing a bit of information so we can help protect his disciple. Feiru widened her eyes, clasping her hands in admiration. "Grandfather, are we actually considered one of his friendly forces?" He took a sip of his tea and replied, "Of course we are." Elder Yan raised his teacup high, staring at it as he said, "If he did not have a profound understanding and a deep appreciation for our Yan clan runes, there is no way he could have designed such a perfect rune." With the reflection of the teacup shining in his eyes, his voice rang out proudly, "Who knows? Maybe that great elder even gave me some personal guidance back in the day." Elder Yan pointed straight at Feiru, who was standing across from him, and said, "Feiru, if you get the chance, you should try to get close to this young Meng Chao." Feiru, who was holding her phone, was caught off guard and squeaked out, "Huh? Me?" She glanced to the side, lost in thought, as her cheeks blushed a deep red. Then, closing her eyes, she replied directly, I understand, grandfather." Feiru gathered her composure and placed her hand over her heart with a determined look. "I will see if there are any natural opportunities for me to approach Meng Chao soon." Seeing her response, Elder Yan burst into a hearty laugh. "That is my girl. The future of the Yan clan will eventually be yours to lead. You must secure this connection. Just do not end up like your good-for-nothing father, who has absolutely no sense of judgment." This dramatic blow pierced straight through Shannon's fragile heart. He could only retreat to a corner and sob like a little girl, forcing his daughter to pat his back and comfort him. At the bustling morning market, a vegetable vendor was misting his greens to keep them fresh, while the loud cries of sellers echoed through every alley. Step right up, fresh, delicious, and cheap veggies right here." Suddenly, a butcher slammed his cleaver down, chopping a huge leg of meat clean in half. The market was packed with people pushing past one another. "Freshly slaughtered halberd pork right here. Come and get it before it is gone." As Meng's mother walked past the stall, the butcher called out, "Hey there, sister, why not take some marrow bones?" But she felt a bit self-conscious, and did not dare to say a word. Just then, a woman carrying a basket brimming with food walked by and waved, shouting, "Oh my goodness, is that you, Sushin?" She then pointed to a large bone inside her basket and said, "Hurry over and help me look at this. Do you think this marrow bone is good quality?" Meng's mother forced a polite smile while thinking to herself, "This lady just loves to show off. If she drags me into a conversation, I will be stuck listening to her babble all day." "Still," she politely asked, "Mrs. Pang, buying so many marrow bones at once, did your husband, Old Lee, get another big bonus?" Hearing this, the woman scoffed and replied in annoyance, "Ugh, please. That old geezer only brings home a measly few bucks a month. What bonus are you talking about?" But then, she immediately puffed out her chest and said excitedly, "Actually, isn't today the first round of the undergraduate entrance exams? Our Ah Ming ranked 32nd in the entire school and qualified for the second round. Shouldn't we celebrate and give him a little boost?" Meng's mother could only offer a weak, slightly awkward smile. The first round of the undergraduate entrance exams. Mrs. Pang dramatically tapped her head and said with a fake sigh, "Oh, look at my terrible memory. I forgot about your son, Ah Chow, last year." She sighed deeply before continuing, "Well, no wonder you do not want to talk about it." Putting on a whole dramatic act, she grabbed Meng's mother's hand to offer her patronizing comfort. "It is okay. It is okay. Ah Chao has been a smart kid since he was little. I am sure he will get into a decent university eventually. Besides, he and Ah Ming have been like brothers since they were kids. Once our Ah Ming gets into the undergraduate program, he can always help your boy out. Feeling helpless, Ming's mother could only nod politely to get the woman off her back. That is true. Ah Ming is a very bright boy. Congratulations to your family. Having successfully showed off, Mrs. Pang finally turned to leave, waving her hand cheerfully. All right, I will let you get back to your shopping. See you later. I need to hurry home and make dinner, Meng Chao's mother muttered. Her face darkened, looking as if she was about to fly into a rage. Venting her frustration, she pointed angrily at the meat stall and snapped, "How many marrow bones did that fat lady just buy from you?" When the butcher said 3, she immediately barked, "I'll take 3 too. No, make it 4. Back home, Meng Chao's mother dumped out a pile of marrow bones and fresh fish she had just bought at the market. Jiakao rested her chin on her hands, staring at them and drooling. "Wow, Mom, 4 marrow bones?" Yishan walked by, rolling up his sleeves. Seeing the fish with its mouth wide open, he asked in surprise, "This fish must weigh at least 2 or 3 kilograms. Suxin, what's the occasion today?" Meng Chao's mother frowned in annoyance and replied, "Today was the first round of the regular college entrance exam, but Chao hasn't said a word. It seems like he didn't do well. When he gets back later, nobody ask him anything. Just eat your dinner, got it?" Jiakao confidently placed her hand on her chest and proudly declared, "Don't worry, Mom. Even if my brother can't pass the regular college exam, don't you still have me? I will definitely become a superhuman, and then, this entire family, including my brother, will be protected by me." She was bragging so hard her nose was practically growing like Pinocchio's. Grinning from ear to ear, she added mischievously, "Most importantly, he has to look up to me, obey my every word, and let me bully him whenever I want." Before even achieving anything, she was already imagining Meng Chao clinging to her leg, crying and begging for mercy. "Little sister, you're truly incredible. I really underestimated you at first. From now on, our family is counting on you, and so am I." Meanwhile, Jiakao stood there, proudly shouldering a broom. Slung over her shoulder, standing there daydreaming so hard that drool was practically dripping from her mouth. Suxin gently pinched her nose to snap her out of it, saying, "The one who actually needs to worry here is you. You are usually sassy enough on a regular day, but today, do not push your brother's buttons. You got that?" Xiao Cao rubbed her nose, which felt like it was about to fall off from the pinch, and whined, I know. Suddenly, the doorknob turned, and a sound came from the entrance. Meng Chao walked in. He was moving fast, his eyes dark, and the corners of his mouth turned down. He looked completely out of it. The Yan Corporation is truly ruthless. Just to avoid some minor trouble, they actually resorted to such extreme measures. I need to be much more careful with the kindling elder identity from now on. He walked into the house looking timid and anxious. His hand was even resting against his chin in deep thought, casting a gloomy silence over the entire family. Xiao Cao and Yishan locked eyes, instantly on the same page, and nodded knowingly. Yep, my brother definitely bombed his exam, totally. Suxin scooped a heaping bowl of rice, placed it on the table, and said, "Come on, Meng Chao, let's eat." The table was packed with rare delicacies they barely ever got to eat, like marrow bones with straws sticking out of them and an eye-catching fish in tomato sauce. Only then did Meng Chao snap out of his trance. Looking down, his jaw dropped in shock. What is going on today? Did the military raid a nest of demon spike boars or something? Is pork on a massive clearance sale? Seeing his son freeze up, Yishan quickly chimed in. No sale. We just wanted to eat it, so go ahead and dig in. Come on, son. Seeing how overly nice everyone was being, Meng Chao got a bad feeling. He asked suspiciously, sensing that something was off. Is there something you guys aren't telling me? Yishan burst into a hearty laugh, breaking the tense atmosphere. Of course not. Our lives are getting better by the day, so what could possibly be wrong? Suxin also smiled warmly and chimed in. Exactly. You are definitely overthinking things, sweetie. Xiao Cao threw her arm around Meng Chao's shoulder and said bluntly, Don't worry, bro. I've got your back. From now on, I'm the main pillar of this household. Hearing this, he smirked with pure disbelief. You? The pillar of the house? Yeah, then our family is in for a real wild ride. Then, Meng Chao took off his jacket and made a serious announcement. Oh, right. I have some news. Today was the first round of the university entrance exams. I placed somewhere around top 8 or top 9 in the entire school. As he unbuttoned his sleeves and sat down, his gaze drifted slightly. Well, anyway, that part is over. In 10 days, I'll head to the Education Bureau for the second round. The family just chuckled nervously and gave a half-hearted, yeah. The three of them looked at each other, trying to comfort him. Hey, that's not bad at all. Making an effort is what counts. Exactly. It took them a few seconds to process the words before their minds completely blew. Suksun practically shrieked. What? All three of them stared at him, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Meng Chao clasped his hands together, resting his chin on them while sipping some marrow through a straw. He asked in total confusion, "What is wrong with you guys?" A cold breeze seemed to sweep through the room as the other three stood there, completely frozen in shock. Xiao Cao slammed her hands on the table, getting right in Meng Chao's face to interrogate him. Wait, did you mean top 8 in your class? He looked up and snapped. I said the entire school, annoyed. Meng Chao messily rubbed Xiao Cao's hair until it looked like a bird's nest. I forgot if it was 8th or 9th. Why are you acting so weird today, kiddo? Tears of pure joy welled up in Xiao Cao's eyes. Bro, you can finally get into a regular university and become a superhuman. Meng Chao froze, completely bewildered. Why are you even crying? She slumped to the floor, her face dark with overwhelming emotion as she sobbed and wailed. 9th High is a key high school. Being in the top 10 basically guarantees that you'll make it into a regular university and become a superhuman. Then, Xiao Cao burst into even louder wails, bitterly thinking to herself, when am I ever going to get strong enough to bully my brother and trample him under my feet? Meng Chao was left utterly speechless. I knew it, he thought. Yishan stared intently at him and asked with deep concern, Chao, have your injuries fully healed? Meng Chao turned to him with a bright smile and replied, yeah, between practicing the ripple force and getting those nutrients and gene fluids from Elder Ning, I finally made a full recovery just before the first round of the exams. Yishan frowned in confusion. But didn't you mention some website before? Meng Chao gave an embarrassed laugh, quickly trying to sweep it under the rug. Let's not sweat the small details. The main thing is that you and Mom don't have to worry anymore. I'm definitely getting into a regular university this time. Hearing this, Yishan froze, completely stunned for a moment. Once he snapped out of it, he gave Meng Chao a heavy slap on the shoulder and praised him proudly. That's my boy. You're the absolute best. Standing nearby, Suksun was so overwhelmed with joy, she looked like she might faint, her eyes filled with nothing but pure affection. When Meng Chao saw her pull out her phone, he panicked. Mom, what are you doing? She beamed happily and replied, my son looks so handsome today. What's wrong with taking a quick photo? Xiao Cao grabbed her own phone and said excitedly, look, bro. Mom already posted it on her social feed. Suksun's profile showed a new post with the caption, my son did exceptionally well today. He barely squeezed into the top 10 at 9th high school and is now aiming for Dragon City University. He still needs to keep working hard, so I need to hurry up and buy some delicious, nutritious food to keep his strength up. In the comments section, she even bragged about buying 4 expensive marrow bones. When Meng Chao checked the post, his face turned pale with utter helplessness. He groaned internally. And of course, you two liked it instantly. He lowered his eyes, looking embarrassed, and pleaded, Mom, please don't do this. Delete it quickly. I have a reputation to protect. Suksun furrowed her brows in annoyance, pointed at the post on her phone, and snapped, what are you talking about? My baby did so well on his exam, and you won't even let me brag a little bit? I wasn't even bragging, and I didn't say you were in the top 3. I'm just telling the truth, so what's there to be afraid of? After that, Mama Meng flared up, recounting the story so angrily that steam practically came out of her ears. You guys have no idea. I ran into that fat lady at the market, and she made my blood boil. Her kid only ranked in the 30th or 40th place at number 11 high. Yet she's parading around boasting to everyone like she owns the place. But then her mood did a complete 360-degree flip. She pulled the phone right up to her face, grinning from ear to ear. If my son got into the top 10 at number 9 high school, then what am I even supposed to say? Squinting her eyes, Mama Meng's voice grew sharp. Let's see if she's still acting so smug. Unbelievable. Meng Chao turned to his dad in pure helplessness. Dad, aren't you going to do something? But Yishan just gave him a resigned look, completely defeated. Shrugging his shoulders, he shook his head so hard it practically fell off, breaking into a cold sweat as he delivered the bad news. Your mom already told everyone we're opening a company. It's just a tiny resource recovery business, but she made it sound like I'm the chairman of some massive conglomerate. I'm too embarrassed to even look our neighbors or relatives in the eye now. Meng Chao was so shocked he spat out his water. Meanwhile, Mama Meng was still totally lost in her own little world, squealing, "Oh, I already got 15 likes, even Mrs. Mu saw it." Jiasao excitedly held out the phone for Meng Chao and Yishan to see. "Look, guys." There was a new comment under the post. "Wow, Chao is amazing. Has his injury completely healed yet? Chao has always been a smart kid. He'll definitely get into Dragon City University. You should have him come over sometime to share some of his study tips with my kid." Meng Chao couldn't take it anymore. He clutched his head, feeling utterly paralyzed. "I need to make money and move out of here as fast as possible. I can't survive in this neighborhood any longer." Jiasao snapped her fingers and pointed a playful finger right at Meng Chao. "Looks like you're officially a celebrity in our blessed heavenly garden complex now." But Meng Chao's mind was screaming a single thought: "I need to make money. I need to move." His eyes were practically burning with determination. After dinner, Yishan was untying his apron. He had just finished washing the dishes and was stacking them up neatly. He walked over and saw Mama Meng happily scrolling through her phone, squealing that she got another 30 likes. Jiasao was totally amazed, letting out a big wow. She quickly grabbed the remote and pressed the power button, grinning excitedly as she turned on the TV. Since everyone is in such a great mood, it's the perfect time to watch some TV. But suddenly, Meng Chao spoke up with a serious look. "Wait a second. I have something to tell you guys." Jiasao puffed her cheeks in annoyance, while Mama Meng and Yishan listened with worried faces. "Tomorrow is Saturday, and I've booked an appointment with a top specialist at the Than Nang Healing Center. I'm taking Mom to get her legs checked out. Do you guys want to come with us?" Yishan turned to look at his wife, thinking to himself that the Than Nang Healing Center was famous for its top-tier treatment technology. Mama Meng looked at him with a sigh. "Honey, I'm already feeling much better. There's really no need to waste money on this. Wouldn't a regular public hospital be just fine?" Meng Chao sat down beside her, gently taking her hand with a warm smile as he tried to persuade her. "Mom, public hospitals don't offer bionic super-alloy joint replacement surgeries." Mama Meng put her hands on her hips and scolded him. "That is way too expensive. My legs have been like this for over 20 years. It's not like I can't walk. Sure, I walk a bit slower and look a little clumsy, but are you ashamed of your own mother now?" Meng Chao rubbed his nose, his eyebrows twitching as he smiled wryly. "Mom, I know you hate spending money, but once I become a superhuman and start raking in the big bucks, this won't even scratch our budget." Yishan gently chimed in to support him. "Suxin, our son has grown up. Just listen to him, and if we really can't afford it, I'm right here to back you up." Her resolve softened. She looked at him anxiously. "So, we should really listen to him?" Yishan gently placed his hand on her shoulder to reassure her. "Yes." Mama Meng's worries eased up. She shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, "You're right, old Meng. It's been so many years, and I've never even gotten to dance with you." Meng Chao burst out laughing. "Mom, that is just the beginning." He was already imagining his parents sipping expensive red wine and dancing elegantly in a grand ballroom. "Once your legs are fully healed, I'll book the biggest hotel in the entire city just for the two of you. You two can enjoy a romantic candlelit dinner, and I'll even hire a live band so you can dance your hearts out." Hearing this, Jiakao couldn't help but gasp in awe. "Wow," she gasped. Then she thought to herself, suddenly finding her brother incredibly cool. But her stubborn pride immediately kicked in. She practically hit herself over the head with an imaginary sledgehammer to snap out of it. "It's an illusion. All an illusion. How could I ever admit that this monster is actually cool?" The next morning at the Than Nang Healing Center, Dr. Su picked up his tablet and said in a gentle voice, "I've reviewed Mrs. Meng's medical records. Her current issues stem from her legs being compressed for too long in the past, leading to joint necrosis and nerve degeneration. But with today's medical advancements, this shouldn't be a major issue." He walked over to the bed and reassured Mrs. Meng. "Next, I'll examine your legs to see how they're doing right now. If you feel any discomfort, please let me know right away." She nodded in agreement. Dr. Su closed his eyes and began channeling his energy. Faint green flames flared up, tracing lines across his face. When he opened his eyes, his pupils had split in two, giving him a truly terrifying look. Pressing his hands onto Mrs. Meng's legs, a vibrant green energy surged endlessly, completely enveloping them in a glowing aura. Under Dr. Su's magical touch, Mrs. Meng remarked casually, "I can feel a warm current flowing back and forth through my legs." "Oh, that feels so incredibly comfortable." Jiasao turned and whispered to Meng Chao, "Hey, big bro, doesn't Dr. Su look a little weird?" Stunned, he replied, "What's so weird about him?" Then, Meng Chao began to explain, The spirit energy condensed inside the body is rushing through the blood vessels and nerves. It even shows up on the skin as beautiful, mysterious patterns. This is the spirit pattern realm of a 1-star superhuman. Hearing this, Jiakao could only gape in sheer awe. Looking at Dr. Su's 4 wide eyes, Meng Chao continued to explain. Once you reach the spirit mutation realm of a 2-star superhuman, your organs are stimulated, causing all kinds of incredible mutations. Forget having 4 eyes. Even growing a pair of wings is totally normal. Dr. Su was truly giving it his all. He looked so gentle and completely dedicated to his work. Still surprised, Jiasao asked another question. But why didn't he take Mom for an X-ray or an MRI or something? Public hospitals are packed with that kind of equipment, right? Hearing this, Meng Chao took the opportunity to show off his knowledge. When you train up to the spirit-gathering realm of a 3-star superhuman, you can actually see internal organs directly, knowing the body inside and out. By the time you reach the spirit deity realm of a 4-star superhuman, you can consciously control the spirit energy you produce. You can stabilize it, make precise vibrations, and expand your life force field. You can even generate a repulsive force against the planet's magnetic field, allowing you to slowly float up into the air. As for the spirit vision realm of a 5-star level, you can use your own life force field to sense other people's energy, blood vessels, nerves, and bones. Meng Chao spread his hands with a helpless look. So, why on earth would he need an X-ray or an MRI machine? Jiakao's eyes welled up with awe. She cupped her face shyly in admiration and muttered, "The world of superhumans is just so incredible and magical." Once Dr. Su finished the examination, he turned to them and calmly announced, "Mrs. Meng's condition isn't too bad, but since it's a 20-year-old injury, a full recovery will take some time." As Meng Chao stepped forward to take the results, Dr. Su added, "Considering Mrs. Meng's current state, I'd like to recommend a specific treatment plan." Meng Chao looked at the diagrams on the iPad and muttered, "Bone and nerve regeneration?" Dr. Su calmly explained, "This is a cutting-edge technique that was just released by the Monster Research Center. It harnesses the powerful growth and self-healing properties of monster cells to unlock the potential of human genes. New bone and nerve cells will grow in her lower limbs and fuse perfectly with her body, with absolutely no rejection. She'll be able to do heavy manual labor, and even training or fighting won't be an issue." Meng Chao fell silent for a moment, his eyes glued to the iPad screen. Sitting on the bed, Mrs. Meng turned to them, looking a bit worried. "Is it really expensive?" Meng Chao also looked up and asked, "Since it's cutting-edge technology, is there any danger involved?" Dr. Su crossed his legs, interlaced his fingers, and answered honestly, "Nothing is 100% guaranteed, but this procedure has been tested extensively. Plenty of injured superhumans and soldiers have used it to regain their strength and return to the battlefield, just like before." Then, he offered a warm, reassuring smile to break the tension. "Unless Mrs. Meng is practicing some incredibly aggressive cultivation method, or expects to sprint 500 meters in 5 seconds, I don't think there will be any issues at all." Meng Chao clenched his fists, feeling a sudden surge of confidence. He readily agreed, "Then let's go with this plan." Startled, Mrs. Meng grabbed his shirt and cried out, "Ah, Chao." Then, she turned her head toward Dr. Su and asked hesitantly, "Dr. Su, I'm so sorry to ask, but how much does this treatment plan actually cost?" He laid out the pricing without hesitation. "I can sign you up for this promotional package, which comes with a 40% discount. The total cost would be around 3 million credits, though we would need you to cooperate with us on some promotional campaigns." All 3 of them felt their skin crawl, unable to believe their ears. "That expensive? 3 million? Dr. Su gave a helpless smile. "Yes, the promotional price is 3 million. However, I'm very curious about student Meng Chao's 7 reverse dissections technique. If he's willing to give me a little demonstration, I can lower the total to just 2 million. To the absolute shock of his parents and sister, Meng Chao quickly clapped his hand in agreement and said, "No problem." Dr. Su raised a finger and said calmly, "You don't have to pay all of this at once, either. The entire treatment is divided into 4 phases, which will take about 7 to 8 months to complete." He then held up 5 fingers and announced, "The first installment is only 500,000. Meng Chao returned the iPad and lightly swiped his hand across the desk, proudly declaring, "Then it's a deal." Mrs. Meng tried to stop him immediately. "Ah, Chao, that's way too expensive. We can't do this. Maybe we should just go with super alloy joints instead. That should be a lot cheaper." Meng Chao just turned back with a broad grin to reassure her. "Mom, if you don't want me to get distracted during the college entrance exam, You've got to listen to me on this." Hearing that, she froze. Her legs were still secured by those iron braces on both sides. She looked down with a heavy heart, never imagining that from this day on, her legs would be worth so much money. Meng Chao just smiled warmly and said, "Of course. When it comes to my family, even a single strand of hair is priceless." The three of them were completely stunned by his words, left speechless for a moment. As the sun set, the family made their way to the hospital gate. Dr. Su Yuan shook hands with Meng Chao and reminded him, "Meng Chao, remember to have your mother come in for her treatment on time." He politely replied, "Will do. Thank you so much for your help, doctor." Dr. Su Yuan casually dismissed it. "Don't mention it. Your 8-gate deconstruction technique actually benefited me a lot more. You have a very bright future ahead of you, Meng Chao." As Meng Chao was looking at Dr. Su Yuan, a system notification suddenly popped up, blocking his view. "Under your guidance, elite citizen Su Yuan has gained a brand new understanding of surgical techniques. Contribution points increased by 49. After saying their goodbyes, the four of them waved to Dr. Su Yuan and headed home. As they walked past a car, Bai Jiakao suddenly turned around to look at it. She eagerly scanned it from every angle, like she had just discovered some rare treasure. "Hey, is this a vintage car from Earth's ancient era? The Wuling Sunshine. It looks so badass." Meng Chao kept his cool, but thoughts were racing through his mind. Indeed, in this era, owning a private car is the ultimate status symbol. You couldn't find a single one like this in all of Blessed Haven, so it's only natural for Jiakao to be so amazed. Suddenly remembering something, Meng Chao chimed in excitedly, "Right. Once I become a superhuman, I'll buy a car like this for our family. What do you think, Dad? Do you like it?" Meng Yushan was both surprised and flustered. "Why would we need a car? Isn't a regular scooter just fine? It's easier to get around. Even if we had the money, there's no need to waste it on something like this." Meng Chao saw right through him and nudged his father's elbow playfully. "Come on, Dad. Even if you don't need it, the company will. When you're out there making business deals, you need to ride in style, or people won't take you seriously." Meng Yushan blushed so hard, his face turned red as a beet. He waved his hand dismissively in embarrassment. He mumbled, "Besides, we're nowhere near that level yet. Even if we wanted to, we could never afford a luxury vintage car like that. Why would a poor family like ours need a Wuling Sunshine anyway?" But no matter what his father said, Meng Chao let his imagination run wild. What if I modify it? Picturing his father standing next to a sleek, tricked-out car, Meng Chao stroked his chin and thought, "Actually, you're right. Even as a reincarnated powerhouse who broke all physical limits to reach the superhuman realm, driving a Wuling Sunshine is a bit too much over-the-top flexing." Beside him, Bai Jiakao's eyes suddenly lit up. It was obvious she was plotting something. She thought to herself, "I got it." Without a word, she lunged forward, hugging Meng Chao tightly and whining, "Big bro." Her sudden attack caught him completely off guard. She pouted with teary, puppy dog eyes, looking incredibly pitiful. "You're buying a car for Dad and getting the most expensive treatment for Mom. What about me? Don't you have a gift for your adorable little sister?" Meng Chao snapped his fingers and smirked. "Don't worry. I already asked old Ning to look around for the perfect class for you. I'll make sure they teach you some manners, how to sing, dance, and turn you into a proper, refined lady." Hearing that, Bai Jiakao slumped in absolute despair, her face turning into a deflated puppy. 2 weeks later, a school bus was parked in the campus courtyard, surrounded by students. Everyone was gearing up to head to the Bureau of Education for the second round of the undergraduate entrance exams. Sitting on the bus, Meng Chao stared at the system interface, reviewing his list of skills and their respective levels. His remaining contribution points sat at 233.5. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he muttered, "With over 20,000 contribution points, unless some bizarre accident happens, passing this exam should be a breeze." Suddenly, a classmate behind him leaned forward, tapped his shoulder, and asked excitedly, "Hey, Super Chow, I heard your limit punching force broke 290 kilograms. Is that true, or is that just crazy rumors?" He turned around and denied it. "No way." But Fei Xiong immediately chimed in, visibly annoyed. 290? His limit punching force is actually 299. Sparring with him is absolute torture. His actual limit is definitely going to break 300 soon. Stop playing dumb. Hearing this, the classmates in the back erupted in an uproar, shouting and cursing. "You shameless jerk! You scumbag! 300 kilograms. You're buying us boba tea, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late-night snacks. Their teasing left Meng Chao completely frozen. Clenching his fists, he closed his eyes to calm himself down. Why is it so hard to just be humble? Beside him, Fei Xiong was losing his mind, raising his fists and growling like a wild beast. Suddenly, a loud shout instantly silenced the bus. Enough! Teacher Yan stood in the middle of the bus, holding a megaphone and barking. Quiet down. Focus and compose your minds and spirits. Adjusting his glasses, he continued, You must remember, if you want to walk the path of a superhuman, the most critical element is your spirit. He clenched his fist tightly to emphasize his point. Without a superhuman spirit, even if you are lucky enough to obtain power, you will only become its slave. You will turn into a zombie or a wild beast, becoming as terrifying as a monster. Teacher Yan paused, then continued his lecture in a solemn voice. The flower of the spirit is released from the physical body, yet it transcends. He continued his lecture solemnly. The flower of the spirit is released from the physical body, yet it transcends flesh and blood itself. Just because you have immense strength and incredible speed doesn't mean you possess a powerful spirit. Furrowing his brow, his expression remained as stern as ever. Until you are pushed to that ultimate life or death limit, you will never truly know what you are capable of. He thought back to his youth, remembering when he was attacked by monsters, his voice echoing with emotion. Was he just a powerful coward? A selfish bully who preyed on the weak? His eyes hardened with determination, staring straight ahead. He cut himself off as the memory of grabbing the monster's claws flashed back. At that moment, Teacher Yan had savagely ripped the beast in two. He continued speaking, now the absolute master of his own power. In his mind, the younger Teacher Yan stepped through the shattered remains of the monster, merging into the man he is today. Snapping back to reality, he picked up the radio and calmly announced, Everyone, get off. We have arrived at the Education Bureau's district. The students began filing out of the bus, with Meng Chao following right behind. Stepping into the new environment, everyone looked around in awe, whispering excitedly among themselves. Before them lay a completely ruined facility, with the two sky bridges connecting the buildings riddled with massive holes. As Dragon City grew stronger and more prosperous, other abandoned areas had been completely cleared out and rebuilt into taller, sturdier steel fortresses. Only this specific place was kept in its original state, with architects and artists brought in to carefully preserve and refine it, serving as an eternal monument to commemorate those dark, desperate years. As the students filed inside, they found the staircases lined with hyper-realistic statues of terrifying monsters. Meng Chao stood between two of the beast statues, freezing in his tracks. He clenched his fists, his entire body trembling slightly. With a furrowed brow, a sharp, unyielding determination burned in his eyes. He vowed to himself, I swear, I will never let these wretched beasts defile the passionate land of my people. Taking a deep breath, he caught up and followed the crowd inside. Walking right behind him, Chu Feixiong kept looking around, taking in the sights. Stopping in front of a massive painting, Chu Feiqing stared at it and asked in wonder, Is that a superhuman? Meng Chao replied with absolute seriousness, It will not be long before we can do that too. The memorial's introductory plaque came into view, and right before the entrance stood two towering pillars, inscribed with two lines of poetry praising the valor of the superhumans. The crowd walked through the gates, finally entering the heart of the memorial. When Dragon City first transmigrated to this alien world 10 years ago, it entered a brutal, blood-soaked era of pure chaos and misery. We lost almost all of our power sources and industrial capabilities. Looking at the first photograph depicting those harsh times, they saw how civilized, well-dressed people, driven by pure survival, degenerated into ruthless thugs, living in a dog-eat-dog world, and some even turned into savages, tearing each other apart just to survive. Meng Chao stared intently at the painting, which depicted a mysterious virus rapidly spreading among the citizens. Those infected would quickly turn into mindless zombies, spreading the plague like wildfire across the city. Hiding deep beneath the crumbling ruins, terrified, trembling survivors could only ask, Is this the end of human civilization? Is this the absolute apocalypse of Dragon City? The painting captured a bleak sunset, with heavy clouds hanging over a city choked in ash and dust, as a horde of horrific zombies relentlessly pursued their next victims. They lunged forward without a shred of hesitation, throwing the area into absolute chaos as they hunted humans like playthings. Standing in his familiar school uniform, Meng Chao remained completely silent, staring at the grim display. But no, this was not the end of civilization. It was the birth of a new Dragon City. While countless harmful pathogens easily breached human bodies, the same mysterious virus that created zombies also sparked powerful new antibodies. Cells divided and recombined, shattering and unlocking our genetic chains. And there was no greater proof of this than the legendary figure of Lei Zhongkao, wielding overwhelming, godlike power. Because of this genetic evolution, humanity could directly absorb spirit energy, paving the way for the era of superhumans. Staring at the depiction of his explosive energy, Chu Feixiang gasped, "The battle god, Lei Zhongkao, the strongest superhuman in all of Dragon City." Seeing so many legendary figures at once made him question his own eyes. Wait, is that not Yun Faidian, the richest tycoon in Dragon City? Meng Chao stood lost in deep thought. Even in the deepest, darkest despair, our ancestors were still able to carve out a path of survival with their own blood. His ultimate plans had been laid out long ago, and now, he was simply waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. I am the spark, and I have my brothers by my side. Why can we not rewrite the future? Unwilling to waste another second dwelling on the past, Meng Chao turned away. Let's go, let's head down to the next floor. Chu Feixiang quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's do it. Meng Chao and Chu Feixiang made their way down a grand spiral staircase to the lower level. As they entered their second decade in this alien world, a sudden blinding beam of light pierced through the pitch-black night. Before the students hung a tattered, battle-worn flag, yet it carried the immense, burning pride of a heroic era. Meng Chao's eyes drifted to a photo of a zombie hanging on the wall. While we were busy fighting off the zombie hordes, an even deadlier threat emerged, monsters 10 times more terrifying. These bizarre, mutated beasts swarmed the land, staining the very sky a horrific shade of crimson. Staring at the photographs of heroic battles, Meng Chao felt a deep, fierce love for his homeland. The citizens of Dragon City were no longer the fragile, terrified survivors who had first transmigrated here. The bloody fingerprints and the unyielding oaths of those fallen soldiers remained preserved, echoing down to this very day. We are the most powerful expeditionary force from civilized Earth. Yet, Meng Chao couldn't help but feel completely baffled by Fai Hung's random shadowboxing. Turns out, his national pride had just been fired up. It seemed Demon Game wasn't lying to them. We humans from Earth really are the strongest and most ruthless existence in this world. Only we have what it takes to rule this other world. Even when his best friend punches him in the back, Meng Chao just laughs it off. Hey, are you actually massaging my shoulders, or are you just using this as an excuse to get revenge? His words hit Fai Hung right where it hurts. Didn't you get your nose swollen shut during sparring a few days ago? Meng Chao immediately slips away to avoid catching hands for teasing him. Direct hit. In the third decade, Dragon City ushered in an era of exploration, as martial arts training and psionic technology became highly advanced. The combat power of the Red Dragon Army surpassed any military force from the Old Earth era. Deep beneath Dragon City, ancient ruins were discovered, and the superhuman tower was built right on top of them. New martial arts, new technology, new runes, new viruses, new antibodies, and new beasts. A whole new world was waiting to be explored. The fourth decade was the era of construction, as beast threats were gradually eliminated, and Dragon City began building and producing at full throttle. With animal-shaped drones sweeping away the dust of a modern city, Dragon City became a true three-dimensional metropolis after its reconstruction, maximizing its urban space to reach 5 times the size of the Old Earth era. Thanks to crucial past research, the technology was finally perfected. In this new era, supercomputers have 5 times the processing power of the Old Earth era. Meng Chao and his classmates watched as they entered the 5th decade. He was a bit surprised, but he knew for sure that today was the day. This was the era of victory, a glorious era to step into. Meng Chao and his classmates looked up, quite surprised to see themselves in the overhead mirror. In this new era, carrying on the legacy of their ancestors, the people of Dragon City had truly grown stronger. The bright light ahead only strengthened his resolve. The future is ours, and this other world will definitely be ours too. Even after stepping off the spiral staircase, his mind kept racing. Perhaps in his past life, Dragon City had made a series of mistakes that piled up over time, making them almost impossible to fix. But now that Meng Chao was on this path, there was no turning back. He made up his mind that in this life, he would fix those mistakes, make up for every regret, and choose the right path. The teacher was shouting, telling the students to straighten up their lines. Show me the spirit of ninth high. He barked like a true drill sergeant, right face. Listening to the calling in his heart, he knew they would win the ultimate victory. Mr. Neem led by example, shouting, forward, march. Meng Chao wondered why Sophie Hung was calling him right now. "Hey Chow, look at that flag over there." He froze in place, having never seen it before. That's the only elite school in our Huling district. Pretty badass, right? Knowing they couldn't afford to offend them, Huanglok leaned in and whispered, "I heard that the parents of students at Construction High are all at least 4-star superhumans. How can regular people like us even compete?" Meng Chao didn't fully get it either, thoroughly confused by these level distinctions. 4 stars? Superhumans are rated by stars? His sudden question left Fi Hung totally dumbfounded. "Do you not surf the deep web anymore?" Fi Hung gave him a quick breakdown to get him up to speed. "Look, superhumans have 9 levels in total. 1 to 3 stars is the Earth Realm, 4 to 6 stars is the Heaven Realm, and 7 to 9 stars is the Divine Realm. This is basic knowledge on the deep web." Meng Chao awkwardly scratched his head. "My mom said the deep web is just full of useless rumors, so I stopped going on it. It was fine when others were talking, but the moment he opened his mouth, Mr. Nagim smacked him on the head. "Quiet! It's about to start." The chief examiner appeared on the giant screen. "Students, you are the elite of the Hulan district, the future hope of our entire region." He spoke with absolute seriousness. "I hope you all understand that the path of a superhuman is not just about wealth and glory. The ideal the examiner wanted to pass on was truly noble. It is a path tied to the very survival of our people. A path to protect Dragon City itself." His words immediately drew Meng Chao in. "On the way here, you must have seen a lot already. But right now, I want everyone to calm down and truly think about this." Fi Hung listened intently as well, questioning his own motivations. Why did he choose the path of a superhuman? The examiner, who had a striking mechanical arm, bluntly reminded the students, hoping they could find their true answer. "Otherwise, you won't even pass the spiritual test." Right then, Mr. Ngim wheeled a cart loaded with potions right up to Meng Chao and his classmates. Teacher Yan urged him to drink it, or else the effect would wear off. "This is a brain cell development potion that can unlock your mind. Hurry up and drink it, the exam starts in 1 hour." Before handing the stage over to the next speaker, the exam supervisor didn't forget to remind everyone to rest where they were. "For the next hour, we will be showcasing several high-quality presentations about undergraduate majors. Please listen closely." With her long black hair fluttering in the wind, a girl suddenly appeared. Ning Xuexi's delicate face and gentle voice were more than enough to capture everyone's attention. "Hello, fellow students. My name is Ning Xuexi. I am the Vice President of the Student Union of the School of Environmental Science and Resource Recovery at Agricultural University. Now, I would like to introduce you to Agricultural University's flagship major, the Resource Science Department." Meng Chao followed Teacher Yan's advice and downed the potion, surprised by her appearance. Everyone, including Meng Chao, kept their eyes glued to the giant screen as she gave her presentation. Resources are the most crucial element in the development of any civilization, especially for our Dragon City. Whether it is survival or development, we cannot succeed without gathering, utilizing, and exploiting resources. A series of seemingly ordinary tasks, yet of massive significance. From cultivating spirit plants and formulating biochemical beasts, to harvesting fire crystal ores. Xuexi's beauty combined with her profound knowledge made her truly shine. Actually, the resource department isn't as simple as just being a harvester. In any path, if you can make it to the top, your future will be incredibly bright. But at this moment, Meng Chao's question remained unanswered. Why are they doing promotional presentations right now? It's just making everyone anxious and unable to calm down. Jiang Rui seemed to have expected this. This is a long-standing tradition of the soul exam. A little stimulation motivates everyone to keep pushing forward on the superhuman path. You should prepare yourself mentally too. As for whether we can stay calm, that's entirely up to us. This is also part of the test, testing our willpower. Why would he even care about this? With just a glance at their expressions, Meng Chao was absolutely certain that their mental training was indeed rock solid. Based on his close observations, no. 1 high school and number 2 high school. These 2 key schools, as well as our number 9 high school, are all in the Hulan area, but the gap between us is very obvious. The students from number 1 high school and number 2 high school looked dead serious in their black uniforms, while the students of number 9 high school wore dark blue uniforms and had cheerful personalities. 2 of these number 9 students were currently debating over 2 highly popular majors, one wanting to apply for the industrial machinery department, believing that Dragon City would conquer the other world in the future. Resilience is the ultimate key to victory. The industrial machinery department? What's so great about that? In my opinion, the superbrain department at the University of Science and Technology is way cooler. Combining automated slaughter machines with superbrains will be the main force to conquer the other world in the future. Chu Feixiong wanted to attend the same school as Meng Chao, saying, "Join the military academy with me. The heroic spirit department has a great future. With our strength and character, summoning a few hundred heroic spirits is totally doable. But speaking too soon could bring bad luck," making him a bit anxious. "Don't get ahead of yourself. Let's make sure we secure an undergraduate spot first." The heroic spirit department is the military academy's flagship major, requiring incredibly high scores. As it turned out, Meng Chao had his sights set on an even higher goal. If you ask me, the martial arts department at Dragon City University or the resource department at Agricultural University both seem pretty good. Jiang Rui was stunned by Meng Chao's confidence. "Give me a break." Jiang Rui stepped in to analyze things, trying to snap Meng Chao and Chu Feixiong out of their pipe dreams. The martial arts department of Dragon City University is the strongest major in the strongest university. And the resource department of Agricultural University is the wealthiest major in Monster University. The cutoff scores for both are sky high, even if you were a super god. A nearby classmate's voice caught Meng Chao's attention. "Look over there. What is the construction high school crowd trying to do?" He couldn't fathom why everyone was stepping aside for the students in white uniforms. What kind of trick is this? Even though the newcomers looked heavily built, Jiang Rui didn't pay them much mind as he continued explaining. "It's another old tradition. After the soul test, the region will distribute the final surge of cultivation resources to the schools based on their rankings." The truth was that Jiang Rui was highly knowledgeable, which was why the competition between high schools was extremely fierce. This was a chance for the top powerhouses of each high school to flex their muscles, testing and crushing their opponent's morale. He was acting incredibly aggressive the moment he walked up. "Which one of you is Meng Chao? Step out and let me see you. I am Jin Zhanpeng from Construction High School." His face turned pale, unable to believe his ears. Jiang Rui was equally bewildered. Before Meng Chao could even process what was happening, Jiang Rui stepped up to shield him. "If you have a problem, take it up with me, Jiang Rui." Jin Zhanpeng's face instantly darkened. "So you are Jiang Rui? I heard your Thunder Cross sword can kill an opponent in just 1 second. Your training isn't half bad. You even injured one of our guys from Jianzhong High. So, how about we compare our spirit test scores in a bit?" Jiang Luo immediately agreed, refusing to let this guy look down on him. "Jin Zhanpeng, don't think I'm scared of you. If you want to go at it, let's go. I'm in it to the end." Even as he was walking away, Zhanpeng turned around to taunt him. "Fine then, I'll be waiting to see the strength of the elite district." He stretched his arm out, looking like he was about to strike. Zhanpeng suddenly threw a cheap shot, and the sheer force of it sent Jiang Luo crashing right into Chu Feixiong. Jiang Luo himself was shaken by Zhanpeng's terrifying strength. Pretending his hand slipped, Zhanpeng was clearly trying to provoke him. TSK, my bad. Classmate Jiang, did I scare you?" Jiang Luo was absolutely furious, but couldn't do a thing to Zhanpeng, leaving him to swallow his anger in silence. Meng Chao couldn't take it anymore. He let out a heavy sigh at his actions, and openly called Zhanpeng out in front of everyone. "You really don't know how to spell fear, do you? When other people show off, they might be arrogant, but at least they do it fair and square. This is the first time I've ever seen someone show off using such cheap, underhanded tricks." Meng Chao's face turned cold as he waited to see what kind of pathetic excuse he would come up with. But Zhanpeng wasn't about to let himself be pushed around. Spewing some high and mighty ideals, he claimed that he always gives his all, even for the smallest matters. No matter what kind of enemy you face, you should use your wits to win. Why rely on brainless brute force? Meng Chao didn't buy a single word of his fancy speech. It was his first time hearing someone spin dirty, underhanded schemes as intelligence. Just spit it out. What do you want? As it turned out, Zhanpeng wanted to meet him because of the big news circulating about him. "I heard your spear technique is pretty impressive, and you even crippled Zuo Haoren." Even though he was annoyed, he leaned in close to speak to Meng Chao. He stared right at Meng Chao. "He hung out at my family's club for a few years, so he's basically my disciple. I just wanted to see what the guy who ruined him looks like." Zhanpeng's eyes were filled with clear intimidation. He never expected that Meng Chao would immediately slap him right in the face. "My bad, classmate Jin Zhanpeng, but I'm straight, and I don't like guys staring at my face. I'm not used to having staring contests with other dudes." That was incredibly savage. Chu Feixiong and Jiang Luo's eyes were filled with pure admiration for our boy Meng Chao. He was truly a legendary badass. He never expected to get slapped. Furious but wary, he thought. This freak. Even the top 10 at Jianzhong are terrified of my glare. I just released 70% of my killing intent, so why didn't his eyelashes even twitch? One of Zhang Peng's lackeys rushed over to deliver some news. Boss, Senior Ning Xueshi from Agricultural University is heading this way. Finally, someone had arrived who could actually make him calm down. Trying to look cool again, Zhang Peng quickly straightened his tie. She definitely saw me. My dad and Senior Ning Xueshi's dad do business together, and she and I get along pretty well. He just needed to find an excuse to leave before he embarrassed himself any further. He led his lackeys away, completely ignoring everyone. Let's go. There's nothing fun here at 9th High anyway. We're heading back. Hearing Senior Ning Xueshi explain the situation at Agricultural University, she was so eager to warn him that she didn't even notice her own urgency. Jiang Luo was still a bit angry, but glad they finally got rid of that menace. Super Chow, are you alright? You need to stay calm. Your mind has to be absolutely steady, so don't let anything get to you. That's the only way you'll pass the test later. Meng Chao stood frozen for 5 seconds after he left. I've always been pretty calm. I'm just worried that Jin Zhanpeng is the one who's going to get triggered later. He couldn't believe his ears when Ning Xueshi actually called his name. He turned to look at her. The casual way he addressed her showed how close they were, Sister Xueshi. To the absolute shock of everyone there, Xueshi walked right past Zhanpeng to greet Meng Chao, leaving him completely frozen. He immediately began imagining Meng Chao and her smiling and chatting happily with each other. In Jin Zhanpeng's head, all he could hear was Meng Chao and Sister Xueshi. Those names kept echoing over and over in his mind. He couldn't help but wonder why she had come looking for him. Sister Xueshi, what are you doing here? Xueshi pouted at such an obvious question. Who else would I be looking for if not you? If it weren't for the spirit test in your Hulin district, I wouldn't have even bothered to come. It's not like I'm from around here. Suddenly, she went quiet, scanning him from head to toe before shyly looking down at the ground. Seeing her smile so warmly at Meng Chao made Zhanpeng's heart ache. I guess I believe you didn't wear those old clothes on purpose last time just to play dumb. She praised his style, displaying an attitude that was the complete opposite of how she treated Zhanpeng. Out of all the 9th High uniforms, you're the only one who manages to look like a mess in it. Feeling completely ignored as he stood behind Xueshi, Zhanpeng desperately tried to get her attention. Senior Ning. She turned around to see who was calling her. Oh, it's classmate Jin Zhanpeng. Is there something you need? Classmate Jin Zhanpeng. His smile gradually froze on his face. He was completely petrified as he realized the massive contrast in her tone. Xueshi's attitude toward me is night and day compared to how she treats Meng Chao. Is there something you need, classmate Ning? Zhanpeng could already picture the two of them pointing guns and shooting him down. Right in front of everyone, Ning Xueshi walked straight up to talk to Meng Chao. While he awkwardly scratched his head, the students watching from behind were already burning with jealousy. Did you need something, Senior Xueshi? It turned out she wanted to recruit Meng Chao to her university, which was why she wanted to talk about his application. I figured you'd definitely apply for the resources department at Agricultural University, so I gathered some reference materials for you. To put his mind at ease, Xueshi had gone out of her way to prepare everything. Let's grab a bite together after you finish your exam. I'll hand over the materials and introduce you to some of the seniors. Hearing just those words made Meng Chao turn pale. Meanwhile, Chu Feixiong was absolutely seething. Thanks, Senior Xueshi. He was still hesitating because he was weighing his options. Actually, I'm still not entirely sure if I should major in resources. Taken aback, Xueshi blurted out, What? Up until now, she was absolutely certain that Meng Chao would apply to her department. If you want the best professional harvesting training, the resources department at Agricultural University is hands down the best. If you don't join our department, where else would you go? Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance, drawing everyone's attention. Classmate Meng Chao. No one knew who it was yet, but it had to be a girl, judging by the look of pure admiration in the crowd's eyes. Before she even reached him, the Rune Princess, Yan Feiru, called out in a sweet, clear voice, Classmate Meng Chao. Meng Chao poked his head out to look, and so did Xushi. How on earth did she know Meng Chao? Talk about a plot twist. She quickly grabbed his hand. Completely ignoring everyone else, Feiru focused solely on her recruitment mission. Hello there, classmate Meng Chao. He completely froze up in this incredibly awkward situation. Senior, we shouldn't really be doing this in broad daylight. This sight only fueled the rage of the onlookers. They, along with Zhang Peng, were practically coughing up blood from sheer jealousy, but there was absolutely nothing they could do. Are we here to flex on others, or did we just come to get flexed on? She suddenly leaned in close, still tightly holding Meng Chao's hand, the one demonstrating the modified wave surge rune in that video. That was you, wasn't it, classmate Meng Chao? She looked at him tenderly with a bright smile. Meng Chao couldn't tell what her angle was. Thank you, and of course, a huge thanks to the Fire Relayer for their selfless contribution to the Yan Corporation. Hearing those words, he immediately realized why she had come. She was squeezing his hand, clearly trying to verify his identity. After all, the hands in the video were shown in high definition. With her martial power, she'd know with just a single touch if his hands matched. Blushing furiously, Meng Chao tried his best to hold it together. I mean, if you really wanted to hold my hand, couldn't you wait until we were in a quiet, secluded place under the moonlight? Doing this in front of so many people is just indecent. Zhan Peng was crying his eyes out as he turned to see Meng Chao holding hands with Fei Ru. The two girls were practically elbowing each other aside. Shuishi turned to Fei Ru and asked, "So, what exactly are you doing here, Senior Fei Ru?" Running into an acquaintance, Fei Ru was slightly surprised. "Oh, Shuishi, you're here too?" Soon, the two of them were laughing and chatting happily. She was completely blunt about it. "I'm here to deliver some reference materials to classmate Meng Chao. His profile is a perfect fit for the martial arts department at our Dragon University." Shuishi wasn't about to back down. The martial arts department at Dragon University? In the blink of an eye, her friendly expression vanished. "You two actually know each other?" Fei Ru proudly explained everything. "Didn't classmate Meng Chao suffer a severe injury last year after a cultivation error? It turned out she and Meng Chao had known each other for a long time. It just so happened that my grandfather was researching the Yan family rune version 2.0, and we needed to test it out. So, we reached a partnership. Over the past year, we frequently discussed runes and gradually became friends." Fei Ru even intentionally turned to Meng Chao to show off. "Isn't that right, classmate Meng Chao?" Since it was the absolute truth, he could only nod repeatedly. "Yeah, that's right." Fortunately, she had arrived at just the right time. Fei Ru was secretly happy for him. The plan to help Meng Chao hide his true strength was a success. Her grandfather really possessed great foresight. But Shuishi's stubbornness was not just for show. "Senior Fei Ru, just because you two know each other doesn't mean classmate Meng Chao is going to apply to Dragon University's martial arts department." She made a strong case for her school. With classmate Meng Chao's talent, he is destined to become an ace harvester. When that time comes, even top martial arts masters will be begging him to harvest for them. And even if he really wants to focus on martial arts, our agricultural university has its own martial arts department. With classmate Meng Chao's qualifications, he could easily double major. Even when taking a jab, she maintained a polite, gentle smile. The martial arts department at agricultural university? Shuishi didn't want to waste her breath on someone who didn't understand how formidable her department was. "What about it? Our agricultural university's martial arts department features a unique beast soul style of combat. How is that any inferior to your Dragon University's superkill style?" He was stuck right in the middle as Shuishi and Fei Ru began to bicker. "Look, seniors, at this rate, I'll be lucky to even get some useless degree and barely scrape into a regular college, and I'd probably still have to take whatever major they force on me." Meng Chao hurriedly tried to stop them and buy some time. "How about we wait until after the mind assessment is over to talk about this, okay?" She yelled right in Meng Chao's face, desperate to win him over. "All right, dinner is on me tonight, and we can talk all you want." He fell silent as a cold shiver ran down his spine. Fei Xiong clenched his fists, thinking Meng Chao was just asking to be hated. Jiang Rui was also visibly furious. But those two beauties didn't pay any attention to us. All the other students stared intensely at him. How infuriating. The exam proctor, wearing a special suit, suddenly appeared on the giant screen. "Attention, all students. The second round of the exam will begin in 3 minutes." Zhan Peng reminded his juniors to blacklist him, warning them to remember the name Meng Chao. He smirked, thinking the girls wouldn't fight over Meng Chao if the kid failed, wanting to see if he actually had any real skills. Meanwhile, Zhan Peng was practically crying tears of frustration, feeling completely humiliated. The proctor at the exam arena called out once more, "Attention, all candidates." Meng Chao and his classmates quickly followed the instructions. "Please take your positions according to the light circles beneath your feet." Meng Chao was suddenly startled by something on the ground. "Everyone, please sit down, relax your breathing, and enter a state of deep meditation." As it turned out, his name was written inside the glowing circle beneath his feet. Meng Chao. All the students sat cross-legged on the ground with serious expressions. Except for Meng Chao, who was still fidgeting around. After 1 minute, any candidate who stands, walks, or makes any noise will be disqualified for violating the exam rules. A giant, leafless tree loomed behind him. The first violation will result in a warning, and the second will get you expelled from the arena. Suddenly, something rose from just outside the circle. Not only Meng Chao, but all the students watched in utter bewilderment as the barrier was pushed upward. Despite its strange, unique structure, he easily recognized the device. This was the super brain. Meng Chao froze for a few seconds upon seeing it. It looked a bit creepy, but instead of panicking, he calmly let the super brain approach. This was definitely martial arts gene technology at work again. Dragon City's 3 main pillars were powered by psionic technology, so there shouldn't be any issues. Soon, the super brain mask merged seamlessly onto his face. Its startup sequence activated, and the mechanical eyeball snapped open, revealing a glaring, pure red light. The students could see absolutely nothing but a blinding crimson hue. Right in front of Meng Chao, a terrified girl was being grabbed by a monster, screaming, "No, please, stop." A red mist swirled around his body, but it couldn't penetrate his defenses at all. Meng Chao remained completely unfazed even as he watched the girl get devoured by the beast, leaving behind nothing but crimson blood splatters covering the pitch-black space. Even the teachers watching from outside couldn't help but gasp at the terrifying sight of the monster. Why is the difficulty of this year's mind assessment set so unbelievably high? Old Wang exclaimed in front of the other teachers. Pain and fear levels are at 120%. This is the exact standard the Red Dragon Army uses to recruit elite special forces. However, the female teacher wearing glasses believed it was only appropriate, arguing that they had to go all out, especially if the war escalated further. If these kids can't even handle a simulation, there's no point in sending them into the deep fog just to become monster food anyway. The system monitor issued an announcement as a student's card turned bright red. Xiaohe High School, candidate number 501342, Ren Fei. Mind index has dropped below 40%. He himself couldn't believe this was actually happening to him. It's below 30%. And has remained under the danger threshold for over 60 seconds. A student collapsed to the ground as the system announced, mind assessment failed, initiating forced ejection from the virtual arena. The medical team rushed in, carrying stretchers past the crowd. Xiaohe High School, candidate number 501036, Zhao Yakun, mind assessment failed, ejected from the virtual arena. Fenjin High School, candidate number 534113, Fan Shengcheng. Weak mind index. Mind assessment failed, being ejected from the virtual arena. Countless students were completely traumatized by the virtual monsters. Old Wang shook his head repeatedly, unable to crack a smile. This year's mind assessment is indeed way too brutal, and now, it was his turn to face the test. Jianzhong High School, Zhan Peng. The glasses-wearing teacher nodded in approval as soon as she saw him. As expected of Jianzhong's top genius, his mental fortitude has already been tempered like steel. Zhan Peng's teacher held his head high, boasting proudly. For the top genius of our Jianzhong High School, a test like this is nothing but child's play. But then, the teacher couldn't believe her eyes when she looked at Meng Chao's status card. Mind fluctuation value, an average of 100. Number 9 High School, Meng Chao. While the glasses-wearing teacher felt a wave of unease, Meng Chao was just casually sitting on a rock, completely ignoring the monster. Mr. Yan. Your student Meng Chao's data looks a bit bizarre. The arena staff were also completely stunned by the stats. All the teachers present began whispering in confusion as Meng Chao's info card flashed on screen. With these stats, he could easily rank in the top 10 even if he were at Jianzhong High School. Is this phantom beast really all they've got? He had expected a genuinely dangerous monster, so he looked a bit annoyed. Is this it? Meng Chao effortlessly dodged the ugly monster's strike. Wait. Didn't they say this mind assessment was supposed to be absolutely terrifying? Man, it is a good thing he got out of there when he did. Are these disgusting monsters seriously terrifying enough to make the other examinees wet their pants? Unbelievable. Meng Chao even has the audacity to step right on the monster's nose to jump. He flips midair, showing off his chiseled 8-pack abs. How can he be so casual about this? Even though the monster's mouth looks like a terrifying man-eating plant, it can only stand there and let him step right on its head. It is just that simple. Meng Chao is so relaxed, he is actually starting to question reality. Are these common monsters really supposed to scare anyone? Since the glaring sunlight is bothering his eyes and sitting around is boring, Meng Chao decides to play with the beasts instead. Since he is already here, he might as well practice a bit. Although its body is on the bulky side, its speed is as fast as the wind. Right now, his blade is currently stuck inside another monster. Meng Chao can easily leap onto its head whenever he wants. He even has a hilarious thought. After all, this is just a minor test. Just like a video game, there is bound to be some loot he can pick up. The massive monster has already been injured by Meng Chao's ghost feet. He flips through the air and bounces on the beast like he is in a playhouse, even sliding down its long tail like a playground slide. Meng Chao's goal right now is to grab his blade, so he leaps off the tail. With the saber back in his hands, he immediately charges forward, ready to strike the monster. Meng Chao's confident look right now completely overshadows all the evil around him. After practicing saber techniques with Demon Yan a few days ago, he has refined several advanced variations of the 100 saber techniques. Two monsters of the same species are now tearing into each other. A multi-eyed monster is gritting its teeth and grimacing. Who knows what it just went through? This exam feels just like a zoo with all these bizarre monsters popping up everywhere. Meng Chao has never known the meaning of fear, bravely taking on every single beast. Come on, you guys are perfect for blade practice. 3 black bulls, looking like they have been corrupted with glowing red eyes, are charging madly at him. With just one swing of the blade Meng Chao just picked up, you can already tell how incredibly powerful he is. The monsters managed to claw at his legs, tearing his clothes, and leaving minor scrapes. His arms took the exact same beating. It opens its massive jaws as if to swallow everything whole. Just like that, the monster is already right beside him. Meng Chao's eyes seem to freeze as a surge of energy flashes past. With his innate strength combined with the blade, defeating the monsters is only a matter of time. They show absolutely no fear of death. As soon as one lunges behind Meng Chao, another one instantly charges at him. He unleashes one skill after another, leaving the beasts with absolutely no time to dodge. The small ones are not really satisfying enough. Only the big ones can help him truly hone his saber techniques. Even a monster with a mouth like a man-eating plant is no match for Meng Chao's sheer strength and his 100 saber techniques. But somehow, at the very last second, its tail impales right through him, painting the entire area bloody red. The monster then drags Meng Chao around, spinning him across the ground. It ruthlessly whips its tail, shattering a nearby boulder to pieces. This is such a disappointing outcome. The monster wins, and the system displays a "You died" notification. Teacher Yan is left speechless, while old Wang stares in shock, watching everything end in disaster. What a pity. The teacher wearing glasses has her mouth wide open in disbelief, while only Zhan Peng's instructor is grinning from ear to ear. The system operators sense that something is off. The screen shows the monster again. It detects a sound and turns its head. Unbelievably, Meng Chao is still alive, looking totally dazed as he holds his blade. Realizing he is still lacking and far from mastering the technique, he decides to strike once more. Meng Chao absolutely refuses to give up halfway, unleashing his 100 saber techniques yet again. But out of nowhere, he gets trapped inside the monster's mouth, with only his 2 legs dangling outside. As he struggles, one of his shoes slips off and falls to the ground. Incredibly, Meng Chao suddenly spawns right behind its tail. The monster turns its head back, utterly confused about what on earth is going on. He quickly scratches his head to hide his embarrassment. Oops, looks like we meet again. Where on earth is Meng Chao getting all this energy to continuously bash the monster? Once again, the teachers standing behind old Wang and teacher Yan are gossiping excitedly. This student, Meng Chao from 9th High School. His combat skills do not seem very impressive. Then again, his willpower is incredibly resilient, and his combat skills are outstanding. How did 9th High School produce such a monster? Teacher Yan is deeply worried about him, knowing how reckless he can get. This kid is actually practicing unverified techniques right in the middle of an exam. Is he not afraid of failing the test? The glasses-wearing teacher has never seen anyone as unique as Meng Chao. What kind of freak is he? Even after dying so many times, his psychic wave index has not even crossed 10%. Even Zhan Peng's teacher cannot help but praise him, saying, "Watch closely, everyone." 9th High School's 100 saber techniques is actually quite interesting. As for the monster with the man-eating plant mouth that was just about to swallow him, it has now been chopped into pieces. Meng Chao's blade remains embedded in its body, while the sweat dripping down his cheeks proves just how much effort he put in. Ignoring the system's endless notifications about his bonus points, he collapsed on the monster's carcass to catch his breath. Meanwhile, his improved 100 saber techniques is rapidly spreading among the city's elites. Future students and teachers of Dragon City will soon master an even more powerful blade style. On top of that, several gold-tier master teachers on par with Demon Yan are closely watching this exam. This is huge. No matter how exhausted he is, nothing is going to stop his grind. Since early submission isn't an option, and he's basically mastered the 100 saber techniques, what should he do next? With an exhausted face after the battle, Meng Chao looks to the side. He realizes the monster's carcass could still be useful. Right. This mental strength test must be using real beast data for research. His mind keeps racing, analyzing how the virtual monster's anatomy is identical to a real one. He flashes a bright smile, satisfied with completing today's test. First, he needs to retrieve his blade from the monster. For some reason, Meng Chao has a hunch that this war will escalate very soon. Standing tall after his victory, he already has a plan mapped out. Time is tight, and this is the perfect chance to upgrade his basic harvesting skill to the perfect level. Suddenly, he clasps his hands together in pure joy, imagining who knows what. The internal organs of this super powerful beast have been thoroughly cleaned. Every tendon and the sheen on its hide prove how fresh it is. He is thrilled to be right here. This place is indeed a goldmine for grinding his basic harvesting skill, though it's a shame there are so few monsters. Suddenly, Meng Chao's sharp ears pick up even the faintest sound. Instantly on high alert, his eyes lock onto the source of the noise. But even after staring for a while, nothing seems out of the ordinary. It is just Meng Chao, standing alone with his blade amidst the ruins. Suddenly, a monster's foot stomps onto the ground, followed by another showing off razor-sharp claws that look like they got a fresh manicure yesterday. Right in front of Meng Chao are familiar monsters, but they are absolutely massive. His eyes light up with pure excitement at the prospect of another battle. A second wave already? Driven by his goal to level up as soon as possible, Meng Chao rushes toward them with his blood-stained blade. My proficiency points. Here I come. But this sight leaves the onlookers completely dumbfounded. Every single glaring eye turns to look at Demon Yan. At this moment, the teacher is being stared down so intensely that he breaks into a cold sweat, silently praying as a chill runs down his spine. Why are you guys looking at me? What does this kid's crazy behavior have to do with me? The masked exam proctor solemnly checks her watch to make the announcement on time. Time flies by, and before they know it, the exam is over. She raises her voice, "Time is up. Candidates who haven't been eliminated have passed the test." The remaining time is for the personal challenge phase, where the difficulty will keep ramping up. Students, find the right moment to tap out. The results are in, and with most of the candidates failing miserably, they are crying their eyes out. Meanwhile, Meng Chao maintains his cool, aloof, and detached facade. Chu Feixiang is worried sick, his eyes glued to the scoreboard. Scanning up and down, he finally spots his name. His eyes burn with determination as he lets out a joyful shout. I actually passed! Without wasting a single second, Chu Feixiang excitedly turns to his best friend. Chao, I passed. However, the creepy grin hidden behind Meng Chao's calm exterior makes Chu Feixiang visibly cringe with disgust. He secretly judges him, wondering if Chao acted like a literal butcher in the exam. Why else would he be smiling so maliciously? Jiang Luo, who is standing nearby, can't help but chime in. Even though I know that's impossible, I feel like you're onto something. Right then, another classmate eagerly jogs over to strike up a conversation, looking at him with sparkling eyes full of admiration. Brother Xiong, your overall score is insane. You made it into the top 500 of the entire region. That's incredible. How did you train for this? Chu Feixiang is secretly thrilled, rubbing his head sheepishly. It was nothing special. I just kept thinking about Meng Chao being dragged away by those two senior girls, so I imagined Meng Chao's face on the monster's head. Getting carried away, he gestures wildly and continues. In my pure rage, I just charged in and beat the crap out of it. Hearing this, Jiang Luo is deeply moved, almost crying as he speaks in an incredibly bootlicking tone. I'm not as savage as you, Brother Xiong. I was just stabbed 10,000 times in the chest by God Chao earlier, so I was completely numb. That monster's attack felt like absolutely nothing in comparison. A bunch of classmates in the same boat chime in one after another. Yeah, same here. Right at that moment, Meng Chao suddenly calls out to Chu Feixiang, interrupting their conversation. Yo, Fatty Xiong, how did your exam go? Seeing him suddenly appear out of nowhere, Chu Feixiang is startled. Chao, did you get overwhelmed and tap out too? Meng Chao casually takes off his VR headset and honestly admits, yeah, I stopped playing. There were as many monsters as tourists crowding a mountain path in the morning, so I couldn't get anything done. Both Chu Feixiang and Jiang Luo are utterly clueless, looking as dumb as a pair of geese. Just playing around? A second later, Jiang Luo's eyes go wide, his jaw drops, and he screams at the top of his lungs. Look, God Chow is ranked in the top 30. As soon as this shocking news drops, everyone instantly turns their heads to stare at the scoreboard, completely losing their minds. Man, look at that panicked face. The more Jiang Luo thought about it, the more helpless he felt. Still unable to process the shock, he just kept muttering to himself non-stop. How are those freaks, who train with simulation systems every day, still no match for the super god? Over on John Peng's side, the atmosphere was way heavier, furious. He threw a massive tantrum, slamming his hand onto the ground to vent his anger. But even that didn't help cool his anger. With a flushed red face, John Peng grit his teeth and spat out, "Damn it!" As he hung his head, clutching his hair in sheer frustration, a familiar voice rang out. Not sounding pleased at all, the voice questioned, "John Peng, what is wrong with you today? Why are you acting so pathetic?" Luo Hai suddenly appeared, his face dark with murderous intent and looking extremely annoyed, giving John Peng quite a scare. He quickly looked up and greeted him, President Luo Hai. Glaring at him with daggers in his eyes, Luo Hai harshly scolded, "I actually had high hopes for you, but I didn't expect your mental state to be this weak. What a complete waste of the resources I got for you." John Peng could only bow his head and take the scolding, breaking out in a cold sweat. Still feeling indignant, he bitterly muttered under his breath, "Isn't it because that punk completely ruined my mood?" Seeing the tense situation, Fei Jun quickly stepped in to smooth things over. That Meng Chao guy barely made the top 30. It looks like he is just a late bloomer. No wonder Brother Peng couldn't scare him earlier. Luo Hai immediately whipped his head around, throwing a sharp glare at him. Taking out his anger on him, he snapped, "So it is Meng Chao who has a beef with you?" Meanwhile, Meng Chao rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, and chuckled to himself. "A natural late bloomer, huh? Interesting, let's go check it out." But before he could sneak away, his classmates cornered him and started grilling him with questions. Fei Xiong patted his shoulder threateningly. "Meng Chao, tell me the truth. What on earth is your relationship with the princess?" Another classmate, equally curious and burning with jealousy, was determined to get an answer. "And what kind of dirty tricks did you use to get close to Senior Ning from Agricultural University?" Startled by the crowd, Meng Chao didn't even get a chance to explain before their threats kept raining down on him. "I don't care. The super god has to buy us milk tea. Spill the beans, super god, or you are not leaving here alive." Faced with this chaotic scene, he slumped to the ground, putting on a helpless sigh. "Well, I was planning to get you guys some exclusive study materials from Agricultural University and Dragon City University, but I guess I'll just keep them to myself," Meng Chao said as he started thrashing around on the floor, putting on a masterclass of dramatic agony that left his friends completely speechless. It took them a few seconds to process what he said before they instantly did a complete 180, kissing up to him with dramatic wails. "Super God, please, we beg of you, get them for us. Super God, you are the guiding light of my life. Chao, we are literally brothers from another mother." Right then, Jean Peng suddenly showed up, instantly making all the girls swoon. They looked so infatuated they practically lost their minds, their eyes glued to him. The boys, on the other hand, were the exact opposite. Their faces turned grim as they glared at him with pure envy, just waiting for a chance to tear him to pieces. His sudden reappearance took Meng Chao completely by surprise, leaving a massive question mark over his head. But he quickly snapped out of it and cheerfully waved at him first. "Hey, classmate John, I was actually looking for you." While Jean Peng stood there completely bewildered, Meng Chao enthusiastically shook his hand and quickly explained, "Classmate John, I think there has been some kind of misunderstanding between us." Holding his hand tightly, he happily went on a long rant, leaving his classmates questioning their own sanity. "We are all hot-blooded youths, so it is only natural to have a little friction and get a bit competitive. But before long, we will be standing in the exact same trench, facing incredibly ferocious beasts." Meng Chao earnestly tried to smooth things over to build a better relationship, and you saw how intense this year's assessment was. If a full-blown war was not about to escalate, the Education Bureau would not have suddenly gone this crazy. With a massive war on the horizon, if we turn on each other, like you trying to scare me, and me slapping you back in the face, that is actually pretty funny, don't you think? His words left Jean Peng thoroughly confused. Flustered and blushing, he stood there awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Fei Xiong and the others, witnessing Meng Chao's masterclass performance, couldn't help but admire him in secret, thinking, his trolling is next level. The underlings who had watched the whole thing nodded in agreement and began whispering among themselves. He has got a point. We really should stand together right now. Having achieved his goal, Meng Chao smugly thought to himself, just made another small contribution to the high school community. Awesome. With his outstanding performance, a few older girls warmly approached him, flirting and calling out to him. Meng Chao, congratulations on passing the exam. Let's grab a bite together. John Peng, who had been standing there completely dazed, kept thinking to himself, getting slapped in the face is definitely not funny. Damn it. I bet he is secretly laughing his ass off inside. Meanwhile, Meng Chao cringed at the older girl's invitations, sighing inwardly. These two senior sisters sure know how to draw aggro. This is really bad for team unity. Luo Hai, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally made his move. He coldly extended his hand and introduced himself, Luo Hai, from Jianzhong. Meng Chao turned around in confusion, looking completely dumbfounded. After a brief moment of lag, he happily shook his hand with a big grin. Grinning from ear to ear, he introduced himself, Meng Chao, from 9th High School. Even though he was screaming on the inside, Lahai kept up a totally fake smile, playing nice as he said, starting today, looks like the Hulan district has a brand new player in town, Meng Chao. Lying through his teeth without blinking an eye, he cheerfully promised, good luck on your exams. I'm sure we'll run into each other again soon. But Meng Chao wasn't about to back down. Being openly sarcastic and unable to resist throwing some shade, he replied, you too, classmate La, I hope you make it onto the honor roll as well. Then, like he was on some kind of roll, he turned around and started spouting off nonsense to everyone. And you too, classmate John Peng. Good luck to everyone at Jianzhong High. Once you guys actually get to know me, you'll realize I'm incredibly humble and don't care about fame or fortune at all. Not wanting him to embarrass himself any further, the two senior sisters quickly dragged him away, but he was still shouting at the top of his lungs, stubbornly trying to finish his sentence. I don't like to show off. I just want to contribute to society. Being dragged away like a sack of potatoes, he looked incredibly pathetic, his mouth still running at full speed and causing a massive scene. This ridiculous display had everyone openly judging him, staring with disbelief. John Peng, looking deeply disgusted, leaned over and whispered, Brother Hai, that punk is way too arrogant. Should we jump him? Lahai looked at him like he was crazy. Beat up Meng Chao? He instantly lost his temper, snapping back in frustration. If you understood the balance between unity and competition half as well as he does, maybe your own grades would actually be good. Getting thoroughly chewed out like a scolded dog. His face went completely dark. He was salty, but there wasn't much he could say. Lahai gave him a provocative look and taunted. Not convinced? He chuckled, shaking his head in pity, throwing ice-cold water right in John Peng's face. If you're so tough, go ahead and try. But I'll bet you $1 that if we threw both of you into the wilderness fog, even if you were fully armed, and he was completely empty-handed. His next words made John Peng turn pale as a sheet, utterly terrified. Lahai bluntly delivered the harsh truth. The one who ends up dead would be you. Even though he knew his own limits, John Peng was still deeply shaken. That brutal reality check had him breaking out in a cold sweat, staring in absolute terror. Once the two gorgeous seniors finally dragged him away, Meng Chao immediately dropped his tough act, bowing and begging with clasped hands. Senior sisters, can we maybe skip the lunch date? The two girls instantly glared at him like they wanted to eat him alive, snapping in unison. Why? Putting on a helpless act and scrambling for any excuse to save his skin, he whined, it's because you two are just too beautiful. If I'm seen eating with you, I'm terrified my classmates will beat me to death out of pure jealousy. The two girls stared at each other in utter confusion, completely dumbfounded by his ridiculous logic. But they still had one last ace up their sleeve, playfully teasing him. Oh, really? Then I guess you don't need those exclusive study guides we prepared for you? Hearing this, Meng Chao's eyes lit up as his survival instincts kicked in. Of course I need them. In fact, if you could come over to our school and coach us on how to ace our college applications, that would be even better. Completely charmed, and throwing all caution to the wind, the beautiful senior easily agreed. Okay, fine, we'll do whatever you want. With 10 days left before the big exam, Meng Chao returned carrying a massive stack of study materials he scored using his charm, handing them out to his classmates. I've got exclusive study guides for everyone. Don't fight over them. With 7 days left, he brought the beautiful seniors right into the classroom to tutor them, boosting the class's morale to an all-time high. With only 3 days to go, Meng Chao took his friends out for some hands-on combat practice. He easily slammed the bulky Fi Xiong to the floor, mockingly provoking him. Is that all you've got? His classmates could only groan in despair. We agreed to team up and thrash Meng Chao, so how did we end up getting wrecked by him again? Right at that moment, the system suddenly pinged with a notification. Meng Chao was absolutely thrilled, unable to wipe the grin off his face. His old injuries were completely healed. But that night, he lay awake staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Tossing and turning, he realized that in his past life, he never experienced this mandatory pre-exam school lockdown. Man, I really miss my own bed. Suddenly, sirens blared through the silence, screaming, "Warning! Warning! Special emergency! Special emergency!" Everyone panicked, rushing out of their dorm rooms. Fi Xiong looked completely bewildered. What's going on? The Weather Bureau didn't say anything about a monster attack today. Another classmate quickly explained. This is a special emergency alert. A massive dimensional rift has torn open inside the city. Monsters might spawn directly in the urban areas. Blinding streaks of light split the sky like violent lightning. Meng Chao stared up in utter shock, completely speechless. The terrifyingly dark sky enveloped the entire school, signaling an impending storm of epic proportions. He froze for a second, gritting his teeth as he cursed. Crap! In my past life, I was lying unconscious in a hospital bed at this exact moment. I have absolutely no memory of this monster invasion. Massive vortexes began spinning in the sky. As the rift tore wider, it looked like the monsters were on the verge of breaking through. A terrifying cluster of pitch-black legs slowly began crawling out of the ugly dark void. They were covered in grotesque, bumpy skin with hundreds of giant eyes, sending chills down everyone's spines. Suddenly, a colossal eye hurtled downward, as fast as a rocket. Its countless tentacles tore through the streets, destroying everything in their path, as an ominous red glow enveloped the area. People screamed in terror. It's the Rift demonic eye! Everyone scattered in panic, and Meng Chao booked it as fast as his legs could carry him. As he ran, he kept his eyes glued to the beast, observing its movements. Someone yelled out, "This beast specializes in massive psychic attacks. Whatever you do, don't look directly at it." Fai Hung panicked. A classmate running ahead also cried out in terror. The Rift demonic eyes in our textbooks are definitely not this fast, and their tentacles are not this resilient either. Meng Chao suddenly screeched to a halt, his shoes scraping loudly against the pavement. With the gloomy sky making the city feel like a living hell, the residents were sobbing in pure despair. There are so many super beasts. What are we going to do? Where is the military? Where are the superhumans? Meng Chao turned. Suddenly, massive dark shapes swarmed the sky, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. Leaves swirled wildly in the howling wind. It seemed Meng Chao had spotted something, because a look of surprise crossed his face. It turned out those massive shapes were rescue airships. He looked up, murmuring to himself, "Those are the bullet shields of the airships." The airships quickly closed in on the monsters. The rocket launchers on both sides of the vessels immediately locked and loaded. A blinding barrage of rockets fired continuously, while the airships maintained their distance from the monsters. The rockets slammed into the beasts with a deafening screech, exploding instantly, but they seemed completely useless. The airship door slid open, and a majestic warrior in black armor appeared holding a sword. Someone screamed, "Look! The superhumans are here!" Amidst the smoke and explosions, another airship door opened, and a second superhuman appeared, armed with a gun. The other airships followed suit, and this time, a giant superhuman who looked as tough as solid rock stepped out. Finally, a superhuman carrying a spear marked with the number 0 to 7 appeared. Activating their thrusters, the superhumans launched themselves out of the airships. With his thrusters burning at full power, he charged straight at the monster. The monster's eyes locked onto the approaching target, lashing out with countless tentacles directly at him. Sensing the danger, the superhuman still bravely surged forward. Just as the tentacles were about to grab him, they were struck by red lightning. The superhuman shrieked in pain, but he wasn't going down without a fight, unleashing a fatal stab right into the monster's giant pupil. The wound exploded instantly, and countless eyeballs burst out of its body in a grotesque, horrifying display. The monster's body suddenly blew apart as red lightning crackled across the sky with an earth-shattering boom. A female superhuman standing below looked up at the exploding monster and smirked. Not bad at all. As the monster's remains rained down, she raised her gun and peered through the scope. Looks like I'll have to put in a little effort too. Activating her thrusters, the female superhuman zoomed toward the monster. Its tentacles licked out to attack, but she countered by opening fire. Bullets whizzed through the air, and the next second, the monster blew apart, sending its head and tentacles flying in all directions. Watching from below, Fai Hung clenched his fists and cheered, "Yes, just like that, kill those bastards." Standing behind him, Meng Chao could only give a wry, speechless smile. He thought to himself, this is probably their first time seeing a superhuman fight. No wonder they're so hyped. Suddenly, a girl pointed a trembling finger at the sky and shrieked in terror. Everyone, look! The airship's bullet shield was breached. A massive chunk of the monster's body crashed right onto the deck. Even though its other eyes had been blown out and blood was spraying everywhere, it was still alive. The beast coiled itself tightly around the airship, completely jamming the engines and locking the hull in place. With a deafening crash, the monster and the airship plummeted together, smashing right behind a nearby building. A massive explosion shook the ground as a thick cloud of dust engulfed the entire area under a dark, storm-like sky. Piercing screams erupted as the sheer panic drove everyone into chaos, leaving them clutching their heads and crying in despair. No way! How could those steel giants be defeated? Meng Chao looked up helplessly, though his gaze remained cold and resolute. It seemed the shattering of their beliefs was too big of a shock to handle. Under the mental assault of the rift demonic eyes, everyone's brainwaves began to synchronize. Around Meng Chao, people were trembling and crying out in absolute terror. They're too fast. Even artillery can't sever those tentacles. How are the rift demonic eyes this strong? What are we supposed to do? Who is going to save us? Meng Chao stuffed one hand into his pocket, scratching his head with the other as he pondered. The fearful brainwaves of his classmates were spreading like a virus. If this keeps up, everyone is going to break down. I have to stabilize their mental index and find a way to boost their morale. Suddenly, a song echoed through the gloomy darkness, stopping everyone in their tracks. Rise for our children. Feeling like he just grabbed a lifeline, Meng Chao smiled with excitement. A battle song. That was exactly what they needed to stabilize their mental index. The loudspeaker continued to blare the emotional melody. Rise for the ones you love. Meng Chao pumped his fist against his chest to rally his spirit. He sang along with dead seriousness. Rise for the ones you love. The melody swelled, the fangs of the beasts draw near. Now, everyone joined in, singing the battle song with one heart. The fangs of the beasts draw near. The next verse continued to echo beautifully. Son, let's fight for our survival. By now, the golden light of the battle song has already overpowered half of the monster's deadly red glow. Everyone looked up at the sky, watching the golden light grow stronger as it chased away the darkness. Their spirits surged, and they sang even louder. Let's fight for our survival. Meanwhile, the void-splitting demonic eyes still glared down at them, but defeating just one wasn't enough. It was a whole horde of monsters, and the entire city was engulfed in flames. An awakened spearman was fighting another beast. His sharp spear carried the golden aura of the battle song, and the gem embedded in it flashed with a blinding red light. He lunged forward at lightning speed. With a deafening boom, his spear pierced straight through the monster's body, enveloping it in a brilliant golden light. Just as the warrior stared coldly ahead, another beast ambushed him from behind. It seemed like he was done for, until a barrage of blue energy bullets suddenly rained down on the monster. It was another awakened arriving to provide backup, firing her weapon rapidly. Seeing his ally rush to his rescue, he let out a relieved chuckle. Blue energy bullets filled the sky, accompanied by the beast's earth-shattering shrieks. Surrounded by thick dust and smoke, the two awakened stood back to back. A female swordswoman appeared. She drew her blade back, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. In an instant, she slammed her sword into the ground. A massive explosion erupted, sending debris flying everywhere as white smoke blanketed the area. The monster's mangled corpse lay on the ground, drenched in blood with its limbs torn apart. Below, a massive cannon was already locked onto the giant void-splitting demonic eye. All 4 devices aimed directly at the beast. It looked like a flashy, high-tech movie theater. Blinded by the dazzling light, its largest eye widened as it sensed imminent danger. A thunderous blast shook the heavens. A brilliant golden flash erupted from the cannon, likely blowing the beast to smithereens. Seeing this, Chu Feichong cheered. As long as we keep our resolve and maintain our mind power index, that void-splitting demonic eye is nothing. Another student shouted with excitement. In front of our dragon city, all those zombies and monsters are nothing but paper tigers. Standing behind them, Meng Chao felt a bit helpless watching everyone celebrate so wildly. He thought to himself, the side effects of the battle song must have pushed their mind power indexes past 120%. At this rate, they probably wouldn't even be afraid of Devil Yan. But other students quickly started shouting with grim expressions. The defenders of Dragon City are still fighting those monsters outside the school. We have to join the battle. Lend our strength to Dragon City. Lend our strength to Dragon City. Suddenly, a familiar, harsh voice barked, "What on earth do you think you're doing?" Seeing him looking incredibly badass in his armor, with his sword resting on his shoulder, Chu Feixiong eagerly asked, "Teacher Yan, are you guys going out there to fight?" He tried to look tough, but his face turned bright red with embarrassment as he added, "Please, take us with you." Teacher Yan glared at them and snapped, "Stop fooling around. Get back inside, all of you. No one is to take a single step out of this school before dawn." Annoyed, Chu Feixiong demanded, "But why?" The other students also voiced their frustration. Didn't the Committee of Life and Death issue a decree? If we encounter monsters, isn't everyone supposed to fight to the death? The beasts are running wild out there. How can we just stand by and do nothing? Principal Sun leaned on his cane and slowly walked over, raising his voice. "My dear students, I completely understand how you feel, and I absolutely respect your resolve to fight." Nearby, Meng Chao listened intently. "To survive, we make sacrifices every single second. But those sacrifices must have meaning." Principal Sun stood among the students, keeping his hands clasped behind his back. "Every single drop of human blood spilled must be worth the price. Do you understand?" Standing nearby, Chu Feixiong asked defensively, "But Principal Sun, how can you guys be the only ones allowed to go out and fight?" The old man simply looked up and replied calmly, "We are already old. We are covered in wounds, and our blood is running dry. Even if we die, it is no great loss. But you are young. You are the rising sun." Hearing this, Chu Feixiong and the other students fell silent, finally understanding the old man's painful burden. Meng Chao continued to listen closely as Principal Sun explained, "You are the future and the hope of Dragon City." With Teacher Yan standing behind him with his sword, Principal Sun kept his eyes closed as he reasoned with the students. "If you want to rush out and fight, fine. But wait until I and every teacher in this school have perished. Only then can you step over our corpses, pick up our weapons, and fight to your heart's content. Is that clear?" Chu Feixiong wanted to protest, but a furious shout cut him off. "That's enough." Principal Sun finally lost his temper, gritting his teeth as he roared. "Dragon City stands alone in this alien world. Every single life belongs to the entire city." Principal Sun's scarred arms suddenly surged with power, his muscles bulging. He continued, "Even dying requires earning the right." At this point, Principal Tone had already transformed into his heavy artillery superhuman form. He was massive and muscular, with raging flames licking the edges of his entire body. Monsieur choked, his eyes widening in surprise. He thought to himself, no wonder this heavy artillery guy doesn't need to carry any extra weapons. That fist of his is basically a meteor hammer packed with explosives. One touch means instant death. One graze, and you're gone. Principal Tan stood proudly among the crowd and declared boldly, "I, Tan Dai-hung, joined the military at 17 and served as a soldier for 40 years. I've killed over 1,000 zombies and tens of thousands of monster beasts. My body is covered in hundreds of scars, and there are even shards of monster fangs embedded in my spine." Then he pointed at Fei Hung and bellowed, "I've given everything to Dragon City, which is why I've earned the right to gladly march to my death. So, Fei Hung, how many monsters have you killed? How many scars do you have on your body? What have you ever done for the land that raised you? You're still wet behind the ears, so what makes you think you have the right to go out there and die?" Loomed over by the principal, Fei Hung's face darkened. He frowned, looked down, and stammered, "Principal Ton, I." Principal Tone lowered his voice, announcing solemnly, "All right, students, stay here. Please, have a little faith in your elders and predecessors. We will hold the line and defend this city, buying some time for all of you. Your responsibility is to use the time, space, and resources we win for you, and train as hard as you can to surpass us." Offering a few final words of wisdom with the dignity of a seasoned veteran, he left to claim his right to face death head-on. Fei Hung looked down, his face filled with determination. Hearing this, Monsieur's expression also turned cold and serious, his brows furrowing. After dealing with the rowdy students, Mr. Ngim and Principal Tone turned and walked away. Suddenly, Monsieur's eyes widened, as if he had just remembered something. It was the memory of a newspaper showing an image of a lifeless Principal Tone, accompanied by a painful message mourning the loss of the hero, Tone Dai-hung. In that moment, Monsieur suddenly shouted out in sheer panic, "Wait!" Hearing this, Principal Ton turned his head, his expression as stern as ever. He looked back and said coldly, "Monsieur." Monsieur quickly and anxiously blurted out, "A few days ago, while browsing the Agricultural University's Life Sciences Forum, I saw someone talking about discovering an evolved form of the sky-rending evil eye. They said it can use tentacles to drag people up into the sky. I don't know if it's true or not, but you should be careful. You and Mr. Neem absolutely must watch out for attacks from above. Principal Tone's dark eyes fixed on him, his expression remaining as cold as ever. Then, Principal Ton suddenly gave a thumbs up and replied, I've got it, thank you. Monsieur, head back inside quickly and stay safe. Monsieur and his classmates watched the two teachers walk away. This time, they were really gone. The system panel popped up. Heroic citizen Ton Dai Hung has listened to your suggestion. Survival rate increased. Contribution points plus 199. Seeing the word heroic in brackets, Monsieur thought to himself in surprise. Principal Tone is actually a heroic citizen? Is that rank even higher than an elite citizen? Monsieur's eyes flashed, and his eyebrows raised slightly in surprise. What kind of person does it take to be called a hero? Suddenly, Phi Hung walked over, cutting off Monsieur's train of thought. Sieur, what are we going to do now? He casually threw his jacket on and turned to leave, replying coldly, To the training room. We're going to earn our right to face death head-on. Phi Hung and the other classmates turned to look at him, with sheer confusion written all over their faces. Then, they all ran after him, shouting as they chased, Wait for me, let's go together. Tonight, I'm going to fight you for 300 rounds. First one to complain is a baby. We're in too. As training began, Monsieur landed a punch that sent his opponent's jaw sideways. Next, he delivered a powerful kick right to another guy's stomach. Even chubby Phi Hung was slammed hard onto the floor by Monsieur. The moment Phi Hung hit the ground, you can only imagine how deafening the crash was, leaving him with his legs flailing straight up in the air. Monsieur took off his jacket, draped a towel over his shoulders, and, despite his face dripping with sweat, clapped his hands and urged, Get up and keep fighting. You put too much power into your strike just now. You should have held some back to defend against this counter. Phi Hung and the others had been beaten black and blue by Monsieur. Phi Hung had to speak up and raise his hand to surrender. Stop, I need to take a break. The other classmates chimed in one after another. Me too, I need a break too. Monsieur walked over, put his arm around Phi Hung's shoulder, and smirked. What's wrong? You're so big, and you're still afraid of pain? Phi Hung's face was swollen like a balloon, and his chubby cheeks looked completely puffed up. Panting heavily and dripping with sweat, he yelled back, I'm just tired and taking a break, and also figuring out how to take you down. Monsieur wiped the sweat from his forehead with his towel, looked down at Phi Hung, and grinned excitedly. Suit yourself. Just as he turned around to leave, Phi Hung's voice came from behind him. Sieu, I'm a little worried about my family. Hearing this, Monsieur stopped in his tracks, his eyes turning distant. It seemed he, too, was thinking about his own family. Is everyone worried about their families? The other classmates were still sparring intensely. They were training brutally hard, with some getting kicked in the stomach so hard they spat up water. Monsieur's voice echoed, But for ordinary high school students like us, even if we run back home, what can we actually change? These two schoolgirls are really giving it their all, one unleashing a barrage of strikes while the other keeps busy blocking them. Meng Chao falls silent, speaking flatly. He says that the only thing they can do right now is push themselves to get stronger. Over at the city amusement park, only a few lights on the sign are still flickering as the support pillars begin to crack and collapse. Explosions echo from all directions. Soldiers fire their artillery while frantically radioing in, screaming, There are just too many beasts. Everyone needs to work with the Red Dragon Army and head toward the Shanxi Road Shelter. The giant monsters have completely lost it. With just a single swipe of its claws, heavy machinery is smashed into scrap metal, sending people flying into the air. Yishan is stunned as his radio cuts out, leaving nothing but loud static. Then, the speaker on the device behind him blares out instructions, telling everyone to coordinate with the Red Dragon Army and head to the Shanxi Road Shelter. Yishan slings his rifle over his shoulder, puts his arm around Yao Cao, and says seriously, Yao Cao, in a moment, make sure you stick with the group. Hearing this, Yao Cao pouts and turns away in a huff, while the little dog beside her licks her cheek to comfort her. Grandma Wang places a reassuring hand on her shoulder and tells her son, Yishan, don't worry, I will look after Yao Cao. Just focus on taking care of Suxin. As the evacuation gets underway, everyone is running for their lives. Yishan yells, Everyone stay close, don't lose each other. Running right beside him, Yao Cao replies, I know. Suddenly, the wall next to them flashes with an ominous purple light. Before long, it expands into a massive, glowing portal. A crack splits open as a massive horned beast smashes through the glass, roaring furiously. In an instant, A horde of other monsters surges out behind it. They savagely attack the crowd. People flee in sheer panic, while others are violently tossed into the air. Yishan whips his head around and grits his teeth, shouting, "Yao Cow, get Grandma Wang over here. Don't let the crowd separate you." Riding on her pet dog, Grandma Wang speeds past, laughing. "Don't worry, I've got Yao Cow covered." Suddenly, a beast lunges forward, opening its massive jaws as it charges straight at Yishan and Mother Meng. Yao Cow screams at the top of her lungs, "Mom, Dad, watch out." By the time Yishan turns around, the towering shadow of the beast already looms over them, leaving them completely frozen in terror. Yao Cow charges at lightning speed, grabbing a sword as she glides past, driving it deep into the monster before swiftly pulling it back out. Her eyes glow blood red, matching the beast's. She leaps onto its back and raises her sword high, the tip gathering a brilliant, blinding light. She shouts, "Mom, Dad, don't be scared. I'm here." Standing right on the beast's head, Yao Cow swings her blade down without hesitation. The blade slashes down between her feet, spraying blood everywhere. With a fierce cry, she unleashes a swirling aura from her sword, pulling it back as she leaps toward another monster right in front of her. Yao Cow delivers a clean, horizontal slash, her sword strike, incredibly swift and precise. The horns of both monsters are instantly severed, sending them into agonizing shrieks. She then leaps into the air, completely slicing the monster's head from its body. Finally, Yao Cow drops down, landing gracefully. With the sword still held firmly in her hand, she drives it into the ground, plants her hands on her hips, and smiles brightly as her hair blows in the swirling dust. She asks, "Mom, Dad, wasn't I awesome?" But instead of praising her, everyone screams in unison, "Yao Cow!" Mother Meng gasps in horror, Yishan breaks out in a cold sweat, and Grandma Wang's eyes widen as she screams with all her might. Still completely oblivious, Yao Cow stands there confused, while a monster behind her opens its massive jaws, ready to swallow her whole. As they all scream, "Yao Cow, behind you!" she finally turns her head around. The monster roars savagely, drool dripping down in a disgusting mess. It snaps its jaws, and though Yao Cow barely manages to dodge, she is thrown completely off balance. The crazed beast rampages forward, slamming into another monster and taking its head off, while Yao Cow loses her footing and slips. As the beast turns back around, scraping its hooves and preparing to charge, she is left sitting helplessly on the ground, thinking she's a goner for sure. Having exhausted all her energy rushing to save her parents, even standing up is a struggle. Yao Cow weakly touches her trembling legs, leaving a final message in her mind. "You stupid brother. I guess I'll have to wait until my next life to stomp on you. What a great little sister I am." Her face is pale, and cold sweat pours down her forehead. At this point, she can only brace herself for the impact. Mother Meng and Yishan desperately rush forward, crying out in vain, "Yao Cow!" Just as the beast opens its jaws to devour her, a massive explosion flashes. Having narrowly escaped death, Yao Cow stares blankly as blood splatters right in front of her. The beast's glowing red eye rolls onto the ground. Grandma Wang, holding a double-barreled shotgun while riding her trusty steed, shouts fiercely, "Did you think this old woman was just here for show?" She then unleashes a barrage of gunfire at the roaring beast, yelling, "Daya, let's go!" Daya carries Grandma Wang at lightning speed to evade the monster's pursuit, while she turns around and fires shot after shot. Suddenly, the beast screeches to a halt, kicking up a loud cloud of dust. Instead of chasing Grandma Wang, it pivots in the opposite direction. She looks back in surprise, wondering why it's heading the other way. But the cunning beast simply circles around to target Yao Cow. Since Grandma Wang is riding Daya in the opposite direction and is too far away, she instantly realizes the danger. Sensing that something was wrong, he screamed, "Xiao Cao, run!" Around them, houses and streets were completely ruined, and even the traffic lights were cracked. Meng Chao sprinted through the dusty, smoke-filled streets. Nearby, locals were busy helping each other clear the debris. Anxious whispers rippled through the crowd. Did the halberd demon boars really show up in our old district again? Tianwanfu's defense systems are too outdated. They stood absolutely no chance. I don't even know if killing so many of those fat beasts is a good thing or a bad thing. Looks like we'll be pulling an all-nighter. Let's get to work. Walking briskly down the street, Meng Chao overheard these conversations. The moment he got home, he flung the door open and yelled, "Mom, Dad, Xiao Cao." But as the door swung open, he only saw his parents sitting inside. Meng Chao cried out in worry, "Are you guys okay?" Their faces were covered in soot, looking completely exhausted. Yishan forced a weak smile to reassure him. We're fine, we're all fine. Our neighborhood actually made a pretty good haul. Then, he lowered his eyes, his voice tinged with sadness. I heard someone even had a breakthrough during the battle and became a superhuman nova. So now, our neighborhood has its very own superhuman. Sensing something was off, Meng Chao raised his voice. But where's my sister? Dad, did something happen to Xiao Cao? Tell me the truth. Yishan turned his face away. His eyes were filled with sorrow as he stammered. Unable to take it anymore, Meng Chao lost his cool and burst into the house, shouting. Approaching Xiao Cao's room, he saw the funny drawing of her face still hanging on the door. Meng Chao thought to himself, I leave her alone for just one day. Did Xiao Cao get corrupted? Meng Chao frantically banged on the door, calling out in a stern voice. Xiao Cao, are you okay? Can I come in? But the only response was a heart-wrenching sob. Meng Chao's silhouette was cast against the door. After a brief silence, a muffled whimper came from inside. He pushed the door open, only to freeze in shock. Xiao Cao was wrapped tightly in a blanket, shivering uncontrollably. Meng Chao sat down beside her, remaining silent. At that moment, Xiao Cao buried her face in her knees and finally spoke, calling out to her brother. Hearing her voice, Meng Chao glanced over at her, his heart heavy. Xiao Cao sobbed and whimpered, Brother, I'm too weak. Tears streamed down, soaking both her arms, her vision blurred. She stared blankly down at her feet and continued, I saved Mom and Dad, but I couldn't save Grandma Wang, Xiao Cao. With that, she broke down, crying even harder as she choked back her tears. She threw off her blanket, threw her arms around Meng Chao, and said in a weak, trembling voice, Grandma Wang is dead. She's going to turn into a zombie. At those words, Meng Chao's world went dark, his eyes widening in complete disbelief. He couldn't believe his ears. Xiao Cao kept whimpering and repeating, Grandma Wang is dead. She's going to turn into a zombie. Meng Chao stroked her hair, trying to calm her down. What happened? Tell me everything. Xiao Cao clung tightly to his shirt and kept crying. The window pane was shattered, just like her heart at that moment, her voice echoing in the room. Hearing the story, Meng Chao stood frozen in silence. Gradually, Xiao Cao calmed down a bit. She sat up on her own and covered her face, her voice still trembling. It's all my fault. I'm just too weak. No matter how hard she tried to hide her fragility with her hands, her eyes couldn't lie. The moment she opened her mouth, tears flooded down like a river. I'm just too weak. Suddenly, Meng Chao pulled Xiao Cao upright, startling her, and spoke. Grandma Wang sacrificed herself heroically to protect our home. Meng Chao's gaze was calm yet resolute, his brows furrowed. He said firmly, if she was still conscious, she would never want to see you like this. Hearing his words, Xiao Cao felt somewhat comforted, her heavy emotions easing slightly. She whispered to herself, I must get stronger. I have to become much stronger, so a tragedy like this never happens again. Meng Chao gripped her shoulders firmly and looked straight at her. Listen to me. True strength comes from the soul. Otherwise, you'll just end up a slave to power. His gaze was incredibly calm. If you only possess raw power, you won't be able to save anyone, and it will only lead to an even greater tragedy. Xiao Cao turned her face away, her tears finally stopping, but she remained silent. Suddenly, Meng Chao's mother stepped in and knocked on the door with a grim expression. Meng Chao, the military is here. It's the Yongsheng Brigade. Meng Chao stood up, clenching his fists, and asked, Are they holding a funeral at Grandma Wang's place? His mother nodded. Yes, a funeral. Meng Chao replied, All right, by custom, a funeral requires witnesses. As their neighbors, we should fulfill that duty. Meng Chao then took Xiao Cao's hand, intending to lead her out. Xiao Cao, come with me to be a witness. But Xiao Cao sat there motionless, like a lifeless doll. I'm not going. I don't want to see Grandma Wang like this. Meng Chao looked down at her, furrowing his brows, and said coldly, Didn't you just say you wanted to get stronger? Do you not even have the courage to face Grandma Wang? Let's go. We need to see her off on her final journey. Xiao Cao kept her head down, her face filled with guilt. In front of room 706, deep cracks scarred the walls. A large crowd of neighbors had gathered outside, whispering among themselves. Is Grandma Wang about to turn into a zombie? Probably. I saw the Yongsheng Brigade arrive. Who would have thought? Grandma Wang possessed such resolve? Meng Chao supported Xiao Cao as they walked up, raising his hand to clear a path. Excuse us. Please let us through. Excuse me, I'm Meng Chao from next door. I'm here to act as a witness for her. Jia Cao shrank back timidly, walking with her head low. Right now, Grandma Wang was lying on the hospital bed, surrounded by several assisting doctors. They discussed in low voices. Her abdomen had been pierced by a saber-toothed demon boar. Her internal organs were severely damaged, and her pulse was incredibly weak. The virus had already entered the wound. Her abdomen and blood vessels were severely swollen, and the toxin level in her blood was way too high. Her respiration was extremely weak, and her brain cell mortality rate was climbing. Grandma Wang's abdomen had bloated up, the bandages completely soaked and sticky with oozing blood. The doctor explained she had been locked down to prevent an uncontrollable zombie transformation. Xiao Wan was curled up in a corner, burying her face in her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Meng Chao bent down and spoke softly to her. "Xiao Huan, let Xiao Cao stay here with you." Xiao Wan looked up, tears streaming down her face. She sniffled. "Big brother Meng Chao, Xiao Cao, thank you guys." Seeing this made Jia Cao feel even worse. Overwhelmed with guilt, she hung her head in sorrow. Grandma Wang's handcuffed arms were still trembling as she tried to reach out. Her legs began to twitch and jerk violently, and even the iron bed seemed like it couldn't hold her much longer. Her mouth was secured with a restraint device. Grandma Wang's eyes rolled back as she began to turn into a zombie. Terrified, Xiao Wan hugged Jia Cao tightly and cried, "Grandma!" Jia Cao froze in shock. Jia Cao widened her eyes, desperately fighting back her own emotions to comfort Xiao Wan. "Xiao Wan, don't cry. Grandma doesn't feel any pain right now. It's just the virus acting up." Meanwhile, the red veins in Grandma Wang's eyes were bulging more and more. Even 4 or 5 restraint straps and a muzzle might not be enough to hold her down. The rapid evolution made Grandma Wang roar violently. The doctors took turns making announcements. 85% of the patient's brain tissue is dead. The patient has lost 100% of respiratory function in 3 minutes. The levels of 3 viruses, T44, R39, and 35 in the patient's body, have exceeded the limit. Holding the controller at the head of the bed, the doctor immediately turned around and barked, "Overall, the patient has passed the point of resuscitation. Does the family object to this assessment?" Still clinging to Jia Cao in fear, Xiao Huan whispered softly, "No." The neighbors outside watched anxiously as they heard the doctor's announcement. Before passing, the patient signed a body donation agreement, wishing to join the Eternal Life Brigade of the Red Dragon Army. By protocol, we need 2 neighbors and a relative to act as direct witnesses, ensuring the entire process is compliant, reasonable, and lawful. Meng Chao spoke up immediately. "My sister and I are willing to be witnesses." Hearing this, Jia Cao turned to look at him. The doctor turned to Jia Cao for confirmation. Having calmed down, she gathered all her courage and replied firmly, "I am willing." Placing his hand on the small screen next to the bed, the doctor said, "Now, we will play the pre-recorded video of the donor." Flickering images began to appear on the small screen. "Please watch. This ensures that the upcoming procedures are completely in line with the donor's final wishes." The video opened with Grandma Wang sitting cross-legged, a calm expression on her face. Gently patting Daya, her voiceover filled the video. "Wanner, if you're watching this video, it means Grandma is already dead, and I've turned into a zombie." She was still smiling brightly, pointing and gesturing playfully in an adorable way. "Now, don't cry. You've always been a crybaby since you were little." Hearing this, Xiao Wan couldn't hold back her tears, and they poured down her face. Her voice continued, "But Xiao Cao next door isn't like you." Now, both girls were crying. Xiao Wan burst into loud sobs. The video kept playing. "And there's no need to feel sad for me, really. It's been 50 years since Dragon City crossed over. How many people actually get to live a full 50 years? She thumped her chest hard, trying to look tough and resilient. She smiled warmly down at Daya. "After surviving all this chaos, Grandma is incredibly lucky to have lived to this age. I've already gotten more than my fair share. Even when I was just a little girl like you, I already had my mind made up to donate this body one day. I remember when I was only 14, before our Dragon City even crossed over to this other world." Lulled by her gentle pats, Daya peacefully drifted off to sleep. The video cut to a scene of Grandma Wang as a young girl. The young girl back then pressed her hands against the window, peering into a hospital room. "I had an older sister who was 5 years older than me. She suddenly came down with a strange illness. The doctors said only 3 cases had ever been found worldwide. Not only was the mortality rate 100%, but she passed away less than a week after being diagnosed." On screen, a thin, frail hand was hooked up to an IV to keep her alive. Grandma Wang's voice continued, "So that future patients with this illness could be cured, she decided to donate her body. After she passed, the doctor handed me a drawing she had used her very last bit of strength to paint. In the flashback, the doctor handed the drawing to the young girl. It showed a family of 3 standing under the protection of a tiny star. The young girl's eyes filled with tears, reflecting the tiny star. In the drawing, the star had a smiling face, looking just like her sister. I folded that drawing into a paper crane, as if she were right there by my side, believing she must be up in heaven, watching over and protecting me. Grandma Wang looked down at her own IV tubes and added, "Grandma wants to turn into a star, too." She smiled warmly, squinting her eyes as she stroked Daya's head, giving her final words of advice to Wanner and Xiao Cao next door. All of us kids grew up safe, happy, and healthy. By this point, Bai Jiasao and Wang Xiaojuan were crying their eyes out with tears and snot streaming down their faces, both sobbing. "Grandma Wang! Grandma!" Back on the small screen, Grandma Wang pulled Daya into her arms and said, "I almost forgot about our little Daya. You'll have to stay at school. When you go to school, I'll have to leave you in the care of Uncle Meng and our neighbor, Xiao Cao. They won't pick on you, Daya." Bai Jiasao sadly patted Wang Xiaojuan's head to comfort her, saying, "Grandma Wang, I promise I will take good care of Daya." The young girl replied with a soft, "Okay." Standing behind them, Meng Chao was left speechless. A real man doesn't shed tears easily. On the screen, Grandma Wang stretched her arms and sighed. "Well, we're finally done filming." She shook her head, her face turning sullen as she muttered, "When my old man was still alive, he always said he would be a Red Dragon soldier for life, and even in death, he would definitely join the Eternal Life Brigade." Grandma Wang looked so annoyed she could burst, holding her cheeks in a pout before snapping. "He even tried to act all poetic with me, babbling on about this journey to the Yellow Springs, slaying the King of Hell with 100,000 banners. What a load of hot air. How could a regular soldier like him ever pull that off?" She gently lifted Daya's face, murmuring, "Too bad his luck was terrible. He was crushed to dust by a monster. But as for this old lady, I'm the one who gets to join the Eternal Life Brigade." Grandma Wang leaned her cheek in, letting Daya lick her face, and said, "Just wait until I see him again. Let's see if he still tries to act so high and mighty. Don't you agree, Daya?" She then turned back to the camera, gasped in surprise, and sighed. "Wait, it's still recording? You captured all of that too?" Grandma Wang crossed her arms and turned away in a huff. "Well, since you filmed it, just keep it. Don't delete it. It's not like I'm afraid of that old man hearing it anyway." Thinking she was actually mad, Daya pounced forward and started licking the camera lens, cutting off the video so only her voice could be heard. Even if he hears it, what can he do about it? Realizing what was happening, Grandma Wang quickly used her hand to hold Daya back. "Daya, stop it. Don't go pestering the young military doctor." The small screen then lost its signal, turning to static with nothing left to see. The doctor placed his hand on the device, and the screen now only showed her heart rate. He spoke up. "Family members and witnesses, is the video you just watched clear? Do you have any objections?" Bai Jiakao and Wang Xiaojuan were sobbing uncontrollably. Meng Chao remained silent, all 3 of them choked out, "No." Meanwhile, red rashes began breaking out on Grandma Wang's face as her limbs kept flailing wildly. The doctor standing nearby announced, "Family members and witnesses have no objections. The conversion ritual will now begin." He solemnly announced, "Everyone, please bow 3 times to the body of the volunteer to show your highest respect." All 3 of them looked somber, standing straight and solemn. Grandma Wang's eyes were still rolled back, and the red veins across her skin were multiplying, making her look in agonizing pain. The doctor barked, "Bow! 1. Wang Xiaojuan bowed, her tears streaming down uncontrollably. By now, her condition was growing worse as sharp fangs began to grow, and she thrashed around continuously. The doctor's voice rang out again, "Bow! 2. Meng Chao and his sister silently bowed with deep solemnity. The final command came, "Bow! 3. The entire room fell dead, silent as everyone bent forward 90 degrees to show their profound respect. With the formalities completed, the doctor picked up a syringe and injected the virus-suppressing agent. He injected it directly into Grandma Wang's chest, then announced, "We will now implant the mutated cerebral cortex into the volunteer, as stated in the agreement she signed." He strapped a red mask over her face, ignoring her frantic struggles. Once the mask was secured, Grandma Wang finally closed her eyes, though she still let out muffled shrieks from behind it. Bai Jiakao had cried so much that her eyes were puffy and red. She stared down at the sorrowful face. 3 minutes later, the doctor removed the muzzle and mask, and she stopped resisting. He turned around and informed the group, "We will now conduct the final test. Witnesses, please step outside. Family members may also step out." Meng Chao agreed, saying, "Understood." The doctor ushered all three of them out as the onlookers fell into a quiet hush. As they reached the exit, Bai Jiakao turned back with a heavy heart, softly calling out, "Grandma Wang." Inside, the doctor began channeling his magic, pressing his hands down as green threads materialized. "All right, I am ready to begin." The handcuffs were unlocked, the leg irons clicked open automatically, and all the equipment detached from Grandma Wang's body. She sat up, her glazed, lifeless eyes rolled back like a zombie's, and her disheveled hair made her look incredibly pitiful. She leaped off the hospital bed and charged fiercely at the doctor. Wang Xiaojuan sobbed uncontrollably, clenching her fists as she screamed, "Grandma!" Barefoot. Grandma Wang rushed forward like the wind. She lunged to claw at the doctor, but he remained completely calm, aiming his gun straight at Grandma Wang's head. Seemingly sensing the danger, she froze in her tracks. The man holding the gun spoke up. "Citizen Wang Shufan, do you still remember the oath you took when you joined the Eternal Life Brigade?" He then recited the oath, "Our will can conquer all enemies, visible and invisible." Meng Chao gritted his teeth in agony, his brow furrowing deeply. Tears welled up in Bai Jiacao's eyes as she listened in a daze to his loud recitation. "Even in death, we will absolutely never let ourselves be controlled by viruses and bacteria." The doctor's body lit up with glowing, magical rune-like symbols. His eyes shone brightly as he continued. "Even in death, we will absolutely never let ourselves be controlled by viruses and bacteria." As Meng Chao watched the entire process unfold, he thought to himself, as a superhuman master of spiritual arts, Grandma Wang raised her claws and let out a fierce roar. Seeing this, Xiao Qian was terrified, sobbing and hiding behind the doctor. "Hang in there, Grandma. You can definitely beat this illness." She put one hand on her head to calm herself down, using the other to wipe away her streaming tears. "Grandpa, Dad, Mom, they are all watching over you from heaven." Hearing those words, Grandma Wang's bloodshot eyes suddenly welled up with tears. As if regaining her senses, she lowered her arms, squinted her eyes, and smiled as tears streamed down her cheeks. The doctor pointed a remote scanner at Grandma Wang's body and shouted, "The brain cell mutation has been successfully controlled." The small screen displayed a scan of her body, with the brain and heart glowing red. She announced in a clear voice, "The nervous center remains intact and free of viral infection. Sound response is normal. Light response normal. Blood stimulation response normal." The doctor observed closely, realizing the residual memory fragments deep in her brain cells were helping her maintain self-control. The gunman also stepped back from Grandma Wang, declaring that she was not a mindless corpse that needed to be destroyed. Rather, she was a hero who sacrificed herself for her country and loved ones. When she heard him call her the Eternal, tears began to pour from her eyes. Her eyes returned to normal. The doctor immediately shouted, "Salute to the Eternal," and raised his hand to salute. Xiao Qian saluted while crying even harder. Meng Chao gave a firm salute, his eyes filled with deep respect, as he called out to her in his mind, "Grandma Wang." Jiakao stood solemnly. She stopped crying and silently wished her a peaceful journey. As Grandma Wang was escorted away by two doctors, a voice echoed, "Some people are alive, but have long since died." Everyone lined up in neat rows, placing their hands over their chests, their voices echoing in unison, "Some are dead, yet live on forever in the flames." Catching a final glimpse of her shadow, Xiao Qian cried out, "Grandma!" Standing from behind, she cupped her hands around her mouth and called out, "Grandma, I promise I'll take good care of myself and protect Dragon City." With that, Grandma Wang finally stepped into the vehicle under the escort of the two doctors. At that moment, Jiakao also bowed her head and wept. She kept sobbing, "I'm sorry, Xiao Qian. If only I were a little stronger, I could have saved Grandma Wang." Xiao Qian closed her eyes tightly, gently tugging at the corner of Jiakao's shirt to comfort her. "Xiao Cao, don't be like that. When Grandma was still conscious, she told me that you were amazing last night." Hearing this, Jiakao turned around in surprise, her eyes still brimming with tears. Xiao Qian smiled warmly at her through her tears. She also said, "You are the bravest girl she has ever met, and told me to learn from you." Jiakao asked in disbelief, "Really?" Daya then lunged forward, happily licking Xiao Qian. The young girl managed to say to Jiacao, "Xiao Cao, I have to stay at school from now on. Can you and your family look after Daya for me?" Jiakao placed a hand over her heart and reassured her. Don't worry. I promise I'll take great care of Daya. Xiao Qian used her small hands to pull at the bone-shaped pendant on Daya's collar. Oh right, there's also this. Grandma said she hid all the codes inside Daya's collar. In an instant, the bone-shaped pendant opened, and 2 pieces of paper fell out. Jiakao and Xiao Qian each picked one up. Unfolding the red paper revealed a picture of a youthful Grandma Wang smiling alongside her husband. Xiao Qian whispered, "It's Grandma's wedding photo." On her side, Jiakao unfolded the other slip of paper and said it was Grandma's little star. Xiao Qian looked at the little star with a gentle gaze and said, "Xiao Kao, I cry easily and there's so much I can't do. Are you willing to help me protect Grandma's little star?" Jiakao replied without hesitation, "Of course, Xiao Qian. I promise to protect Grandma's little star with you." That night, Jiasao sat on a chair, hugging Daya as they gazed at the starry sky. She spoke up, "Brother, I don't want to live in Dragon City's Sector 1. Hearing this from the balcony, Meng Chao asked, "What?" Jiakao walked over to his side and said seriously, "I said I don't want to live in that Sector 1 of Dragon City. I don't care how good the environment or the spiritual energy is there, I don't want to go. I only want to stay here." Jiakao cleared her throat defiantly. "Tianfu Gardens is our home, and I won't take a single step away from here." Daya peeked out from behind her. Hearing this, Meng Chao was overjoyed. He patted Jiakao's head with a warm smile. "Whatever you say, our Xiao Cao has grown up again." The system interface popped up. Special Citizen, Bai Jiakao, Dark Witch. Her demonization rate has decreased by 5%. Dragon City's future is more stable. Contribution points, plus 1,112. Jiakao hugged Daya's neck so tightly that the dog stuck out its tongue. She pouted and said, "Brother, I don't want to learn singing or dancing. I want to cultivate. I want to become stronger." Meng Chao beamed with joy, his eyebrows arching up so high they practically flew off his face. He replied, "Great. Then starting tonight, you will practice stance training for an extra 2 hours every evening. I'll help you. Stronger." He thought to himself, his little butterfly had finally brought a glimmer of hope to Dragon City. The lights in the small apartment were still on, and Bai Jiakao's ear-splitting scream echoed from inside. Was she doing stance training again? Ring! The clock struck exactly 6 in the morning, and the alarm went off, shaking violently. Meng Chao reached out and slammed it, shutting it up instantly. With only 1 day left before the exam, he was still passed out spread-eagled, sleeping like the dead with absolutely no sign of waking up. Bai Jiakao held a megaphone right next to Meng Chao's ear and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Wake up and train. We only have 2 days left before the exam." Snoring away, he startled so hard it felt like his soul left his body. Right after, Bai Jiakao happily put on her backpack and walked out. "Mom, I woke my brother up. I'm off to school." Leaving Meng Chao thrashing around in anger in his room, screaming, "Bai Jiakao, just wait until tonight. I am going to deal with you." His mother put the food on the table with a bright smile. "Are you really still being that mean to your sister? Hurry up and eat breakfast before it gets cold." As Meng Chao munched on a bun, he watched the news on television, where Elder Ning was being interviewed. He said, "I didn't just establish the Fire Transmission Foundation." Elder Ning answered the interview with a pleasant expression, but his eyes were incredibly determined. He firmly declared, "I will also launch free online classes to pass down everything I have learned throughout my life to any citizen of Dragon City who wants to learn." When I was severely injured some time ago, I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from a mysterious senior. Elder Ning raised his hands and stared at them as if he had been given a new lease on life. Hearing this, Meng Chao's jaw dropped, and his bun slipped from his hand. He cursed under his breath, "Holy crap!" Meng Chao spread his palm, scrolling through the system screens in front of him, thinking, "So, a citizen's rank isn't permanent, and heroes are not born." The system notified him of the completion of his first healing quest. Elite Citizen Ning Shiwo's hands are 93% healed, promoting him from expert level to master level. Having received guidance from the Fire Transmission Elder, he is promoted to a Reserve Hero Citizen. Dragon City's overall resource harvesting rate has increased. Contribution points, plus 999. With gold system text filling his vision, Meng Chao frowned, thinking, any ordinary citizen has the potential to become an elite, and any elite citizen has a shot at becoming a hero. Principal Son and Elder Ning are the two who enlightened me. Please rest assured, I will definitely become a hero-level citizen. The system panel finally updated, showing that the Thundercross sword was available for exchange. Meng Chao stroked his chin excitedly, grinning as he muttered to himself, With Elder Ning's contribution points, I can even upgrade the Thundercross sword to expert level. I am so proud to be contributing to Dragon City. A legend was passed down among the monsters of the otherworldly realm, a legend about a human city that suddenly appeared in the Monster Mountain range. Around 20 years ago, a powerful 9-headed diamond rock dragon rose up in the Monster Mountain range, taming a massive horde of beasts. It decided to raze Dragon City to the ground to prove its strength to all the monsters. That day was June 8th, which was said to be the day of Dragon City's college entrance exam. The 9-headed diamond rock dragon met with Dragon City's most fierce resistance. The sky was lit up by the clash of blades and shrouded in thick, dark smoke. With 10 of Dragon City's God Realm powerhouses joining forces, even an apocalyptic beast could only escape with severe injuries. But this time, Dragon City had no intention of letting the fleeing monster go. A voice boomed, "Who dares to harm our exam candidates? Show no mercy." Thousands of light beams shot straight up from the ground, crashing the rock dragon down. Covered in blood, it bared its fangs while gasping for its final breath. At a heavy cost, humans spent 3 months tracking and finally slaying the 9-headed diamond rock dragon right inside its own lair. The monsters with human-like intelligence clearly felt the absolute determination of humanity. From then on, June 6th became a taboo day for the monsters of Dragon City. The school looked peaceful under the gentle summer breeze and warm sunlight. The children of Dragon City could finally focus entirely on their exams, putting all their effort into achieving top scores. The exam proctor announced, "Please put on your headphones. The listening portion is about to begin." Meng Chao stood on the platform, eyes covered by a device, his hands rapidly typing on a virtual keyboard as he muttered to himself, using the ground-level stance training challenge. "I have no idea which wicked examiner came up with this." The command rang out, "Please draw the main organs of the armored rhino dragon and point out its weaknesses." His fingers danced skillfully across the keyboard. Meng Chao grinned smugly as he worked. Under the watchful eye of the camera, he swiftly swiped left and right across the keyboard, happily finishing one question after another. 4 hours later, Meng Chao raised his hand and spoke up. "Teacher, I want to submit my paper." Hearing this, Teacher Yan, who was watching from the other side of the screen, was completely taken aback. With 1 hour still left on the clock, his nimble fingers quickly tapped the submit button. Meng Chao walked out of the exam room, rotating his shoulders with a tired expression. "I've already checked it 3 times, so everything should be fine. I'm pretty sure the exam venue has a recovery station. Let's head over to the treatment pods and see how they work. Blue skies, white clouds. Man, it's so peaceful out here. The rustling of the lush green trees makes the whole place feel so cozy." An hour later, the other students finally start walking out of the exam hall. Some are laughing, while others are shaking like leaves. Fichong throws his arm over a classmate's shoulder, shivering uncontrollably. "Whoever designed this exam arena better hope I never find out who they are." The 2 classmates looking left and right also grumble. "Seriously, I won't let them off easy. Be sure to call me in when that happens." "Has anyone seen God Chow?" Feixiong excitedly points toward the treatment pods over there and says, "Let's find a pod to recover our strength first. Once we're fully charged, we'll go look for Ah Chow." The 2 classmates, still on edge, warn him, "Fine, but remember, do not, under any circumstances, give him a chance to flex." "Exactly, and whatever you do not ask him how his exam went." Feichong walks up to the treatment pods and asks, "Excuse me, we'd like to use the recovery pods to get our energy back." The nurse on duty looks at his massive build and gasps, "Whoa, you're huge." Then she guides them. "Sure, just sign in with your names and student IDs. Find an empty pod and lie down for an hour." That should do it. The 2 classmates behind him start gossiping excitedly. "Oh, by the way, did you guys hear the news? There's this crazy genius at our exam site who submitted his paper 1 hour early. That's just insane. Honestly, he's probably just a total slacker who gave up." Suddenly, a hand reaches up and grabs the edge of a pod. Meng Chao pops out, wiping his hair back, looking incredibly handsome. With broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a perfect six-pack, he's looking like a whole snack. Meng Chao stands up, completely dripping wet. Seeing so many of his classmates gathered outside, he's a bit surprised. "Huh?" But everyone else is even more shocked to see him. The most embarrassed one is Feixiong, who hides in a corner and starts praying, while the nurse's inner fangirl takes over as she squeals with excitement. Meng Chao beams, narrowing his eyes with a bright smile, and asks, "Hey, Fatty Xiong, how did your exam go?" His 2 classmates whine in frustration. "Wait, don't tell me that crazy genius is actually God Chow? What do we do now?" He just flexed on us again. The guy next to him nudges Fei Xiong with his elbow. Hey, brother Xiong, why don't you go show him who's boss and beat him up? He can only make a bitter face and mumble. I tried. I can't beat him. The three of them quickly squeeze into a pod, slamming the door shut to make a statement. Meng Chao is left standing there utterly clueless, having absolutely no idea what just happened. Over an hour later, in the score release room, the gossiping trio is still huddled together, talking about Meng Chao. Man, what do we do? I'm dying to know what Ah Chao's score is. Hold it in. Do not ask him. We can't give him any chance to crush our spirits. Exactly, brother Xiong. You've got to believe in yourself. You can do this. Meanwhile, Meng Chao is happily sipping on some milk while clicking open his score sheet. A moment later, he turns around, a mischievous glint in his eye as he calls out, "Hey, fatty Xiong." But before he can finish his sentence, Fei Xiong covers his ears tightly and yells, "Shut up, I don't want to hear it." Meng Chao blinks in confusion, then stays quiet, wearing a mysterious smirk as he grins widely at Fei Xiong. Furious and unable to hold back, bare ears pop out on Fei Xiong's head. Sweating buckets, he snaps, "Arg! I can't take this anymore. Just spill it. What's your score?" Meng Chao raises his index finger, closing his eyes with a smug grin, and announces, 939 points. First in the whole school, and ranked 1084th in the entire city. Fei Xiong and his crew freeze instantly, their faces pale and hollowed out like they've literally turned into corpses. They groan in defeated voices. Honestly, I'd rather just head straight to the front lines for the practical combat test right now. Yeah. Facing monsters is way better than facing God Chao. I'm so done. Just end me already. Meng Chao watches the three of them go completely silent, drowning in self-pity. He scratches his head, winks, and tells himself, looks like I need to toughen up their mental fortitude. They're way too fragile. Meanwhile, at the security bureau, military tanks and transport vehicles are rumbling down the road. A large vehicle is driving along when someone flags it down. Two young men wearing badges smile as they hand some documents to the inspector. Here's our pass. Please check it. Time to get off, guys. We have to switch to armored vehicles to cross the river. The group of students gets off and files into a long line, heading inside one by one. Being the biggest, Fei Xiong stands at the very back of the line. He looks around and says with a grin, I've wanted to see the Red Dragon River for the longest time. Too bad my dad said it's too dangerous over there and wouldn't let me go. Meng Chao, standing right in front of him, chimes in. Across the river is the greater Jiangnan area, where monsters invade literally every single day. If you went, you'd just end up as monster food. Fei Xiong huffs and turns his face away, looking thoroughly annoyed. With a massive battleship aiming its cannons over the riverbank, a classmate points excitedly and shouts, Whoa, the Red Dragon River is majestic. Look, there are monsters in the water. Hearing that, Fei Xiong waddles over eagerly. Where? I want to see too. Down under the bridge, a few aquatic monsters are thrashing around, looking extremely vicious. Another shout rings out, Look, armored airships. Right on cue, a fleet of airships flies across the sky, looking incredibly cool. They begin opening their cargo bays to drop depth charges, sending sharp, white canisters plunging straight down. A multi-eyed sea monster looks up, watching the canister plummeting toward the river, seemingly caught off guard. Suddenly, a second later, the river water erupted in a deafening explosion. The water monster bared its fins and gaped its jaws right before being sent straight to hell. Just like that, the river quieted back down, but it was now dyed a deep blood red. The monster was completely wiped out, with several of its eyes literally popping right out of its skull. Suddenly, a massive net dropped from the sky right over the beast. An airship snagged the monster and hauled it right up. Honestly, that thing looked way heavier than the ship itself. Like, how was it even holding it up? Right after that, more water monsters started bursting out of the water one by one. They lunged straight for the airship. Instantly, the gun barrels along the hull slid open, locking and loading, ready to fire. A relentless hail of bullets rained down, shredding the monsters in the river. The beasts were blasted so hard they were left riddled with charred, smoking holes. Fei Hung and his classmates cheered wildly at the sight, raising their hands and shouting in excitement. Man, humans from Earth really are the most savage creatures out there. We conquer and consume everything in our path. What monsters? Honestly, to these poor creatures, we're the real monsters here. We're definitely going to seize the ultimate victory in this brutal battle for survival. Two warriors stepped off the airship, absolutely covered in splattered blood. They casually chatted and burst out laughing. Look at these green, wet-behind-the-ears brats. They better pack some diapers for the combat exam, or they're gonna wet themselves. Hearing that, Fi Hung puffed his cheeks, practically steaming with rage. Meanwhile, a train rolled in on the tracks. Crossing the river, it let out a loud, screeching squeal. The train was incredibly long, with dozens of passenger cars hooked together. It looked majestic, with thick smoke billowing from the engine as it rolled in. Finally, the train came to a halt on the platform, and everyone gathered around. The instructor quickly urged the students to board, shouting, "Hurry up, get on, we don't have time to waste. Once you're on board, we operate under strict military rules. Obey every single order, got it?" A moment later, the train's smokestack billowed once more. The train slowly began to roll out, with the bright sunlight warming up the morning air. Down in the Jiangnan region, a massive fleet of battleships sat anchored close together beneath a giant bridge. Fi Hung pressed his hands against the glass window, looking at the endless swarm of ships, and shouted in awe, "Sieur, look at that. Now that's what you call an Iron Legion. Holy crap, is that the Dragon City Grand Cannon? It's absolutely massive." Two other classmates started jostling each other to get a look. Where is it? Watching the ships fly by and staring at the gargantuan cannon, the kids cheered even louder. The instructor pointed upward and said with excitement, "Have you guys heard the rumors? The engineers are upgrading the Dragon City Grand Cannon right now. Rumor has it, it can even fire nuclear warheads now." The kid next to him gasped in shock. "No way, seriously?" Another student turned away from the window and chimed in. "Honestly, as much as I'd love to see that thing in action, I'd rather we never have to." Another passenger agreed, "Exactly. If they ever have to fire the Dragon City Grand Cannon, let alone use nukes, it means our city is on the brink of total destruction." Suddenly, Monsieur gritted his teeth, holding his head as a look of intense pain washed over his face. "Ugh, my head. It hurts so bad." Flashes of horrific visions flooded his mind. In them, the massive cannon was locked in a brutal battle against endless monsters, its barrel glowing as it fired. It unleashed a devastating blast of blinding blue energy, turning the sky into a chaotic firestorm brighter than any fireworks display, tearing the monsters to shreds. Monsieur snapped his eyes open, his gaze filled with confusion and terror. Dazed, he leaned his head back against the cool glass. He stared outside and muttered to himself, "Yeah, we definitely don't want to see that." Outside, the gargantuan cannon quietly stood, surrounded by patrolling airships. The entire military zone was packed with battleships and aircraft, with a heavy haze of smoke hanging over the area. Finally, Monsieur stepped off the train. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked with a confident stride, though he still looked slightly annoyed. "Well, we're finally here." The landscape ahead was eerie, with thick white mist swirling through dense, twisted trees where hideous monsters squirmed. In the thick of it, a beast was caught in the tight grip of a dead tree trunk, struggling in vain as thick white smoke billowed from the roots. Later that night at the military base, a room was brightly lit as the crowd of students gathered outside. An officer stood in the doorway, throwing his arms out as he barked, "All right, fall in. Guys on the left, girls on the right. Hit the showers and get into your combat gear." He sternly added, "You have exactly 10 minutes to assemble back here. Anyone who's late fails the exam on the spot. Dismissed." The showers turned on, water spraying everywhere. Fi Hung stood shivering, hugging his chest with tears streaming down his face. "Sieur, this water is freezing." Hearing him whine, Monsieur grabbed a bucket of water, dumped it right over Fi Hung's head, and snapped, "Aren't you supposed to be a future general? Stop whining and wash up." After that, Sieu went to get changed, pulling on his tactical pants first. Then he zipped up his combat jacket all the way to his chin. Adjusting his gloves, he looked incredibly badass in his new uniform. Judging by the satisfied look on his face, he was definitely loving the gear. Meanwhile, Fi Hung looked completely clueless as he raised his hands. "Why is this battle suit so thin, and what's with all these wires and connectors anyway?" Monsieur gave him a sharp glare and snapped back. "Just shut up and put it on, we're running out of time." Back outside, the officer glared at his digital watch as the final 3 seconds ticked down. He began his countdown. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Anyone who didn't make it is disqualified on the spot. The blast even knocks back the smart projector installed behind him. Standing at attention, the soldier continues his announcement. "Next, we will play an introduction to the 4 major combat classes." As the screen lights up, the students quickly line up in neat rows. The soldier raises his voice. "At the same time, my comrades will help everyone test out the combat gear. First up is a super cool female warrior. Standing with her arms crossed, she confidently announces, 'I am Lieutenant Tran of the Crimson Dragon Army. Having received the approval of a heroic spirit, She became a Black Iron Grade Guardian. As a heroic spirit master, a giant armored figure looms right behind her. A rapid-fire cannon has been set up, packed with multiple barrels instead of just a single standard one. Bullets rain down relentlessly on the Black Iron Guardian. The heroic spirit master speaks up. The defense of a Black Iron Guardian is incredibly tough. It is absolutely indestructible. Even under a storm of bullets, the Black Iron Guardian remains completely unharmed, without even a single scratch.